Welcome, everybody, to the first inaugural PVCon. What is a PVCon?
It's when we scam you.
We'll figure it out as we go along. No, the most important thing for you to remember here today is that this is a long, fun event that we have spent many, many hours,
days,
minutes prepping for. So we have a great show for you. It's 2 days. It's lasting from right now all the way to 10 p.m. tonight. And then it's picking up again tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern and going all the way to 11 tomorrow. And I have to host almost all of that. But there is a few parts where I get the Windows blue screen of death.
Turned him blue. It turned him blue. Did you see that?
I got the blue screen of death. God damn it. Microsoft coming after me during the official presentation. Is this what Steve Jobs had to go through during all those keynotes? Anyway, I have to be hosting most of this event, but there is a small portion of it which I'm not hosting. And that portion is hosted by the content creator, The Soy Pill, during our big candidate panel tomorrow at 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific. So tune in because we are live on Discord, live on Twitch, live on YouTube, and most importantly, live from the greatest state in the entire country, Florida.
Guys, can we get him off the stage? Get him off. Ban him? Can we ban him?
Florida, where, by the way, sneak preview, we have some news to talk about. But we'll get into that tonight.
Welcome to the stage, Dr. Zamalis.
Yes, welcome.
Thank you.
The esteemed medical professional.
As recognized by many content creators.
As recognized
for my medical skills.
As recognized by one Hassan Piker. Also, Benjamin, you were supposed to say when you were gonna do that.
Nope. What was that? Sam, did you just pop a champagne bottle? Like
no, it's my water.
We're live. Let's go.
I mean, I have a fucking SMT. That's what I got going.
A toast to the first annual PVCon and hopefully to many more, hopefully in-person ones in the future.
Here's hoping.
That I'm looking forward to.
Boy, wouldn't that be cool. All right. Let's get this started. PVCon, we begin as we always do with an all hands. So let's go through it. Run of show. Here's what the schedule looks like in a more visual capacity.
All of this is in Eastern time, by the way, because Benjamin hates writing down time zones.
Correct. So starting right now for the next hour, we have the all hands in the 2025 year in review, where we're going to go through everything we did in 2025 and tease a little bit of things that we're doing later this year, but we'll get more into that later. Then after that, we have at 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific, we have the first of our 2 community votes. We'll get to that too. After that, at 6 p.m., at 3 p.m. Pacific, we have our Red State Strategy panel hosted by me and Jenny, and it's going to have a whole lot of politicians. We have candidates like Oliver Larkin, Max Diaz, Matt Fulmer, Adam Murphy, and a few others I cannot remember off the top of my head.
We have so many people.
We have so many people. Immediately after that ends, me and Jenny get no goddamn break. We go straight into a candidate AMA with Analila Mejia.
I'm kicking you out for that one.
You're kicking me out? Okay.
I'm kicking you out for that one.
I might need the break, honestly. This is going to be a long fucking day. But we go straight into an AMA where you get to ask your questions. And if you're a dues paying member, we even get to pull you on stream. By the way, progress.win/member. Become a dues paying member. You get a nice little card. Jenny, show the card. They're right next to me, but I can't. I'm too lazy. I don't want to grab it. There it is. There she blows. There's the card. Progress.win/member. And guess what? As of this morning, you can actually do www.progress.win/member. We did it, chat. We innovated.
We're on the web?
Yeah, we are now officially on the World Wide Web.
The World Wide Web to our website. Unreal.
Right after that, at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, we have our second community vote. That one's going to be even more interesting, so definitely stick around for that one. And then at 9 p.m. Eastern to 10 p.m. And then 6 p.m. Pacific, we have the end of our show for today, our 2026 initiative roadmap. where we don't show you all of what we're going to do volunteering wise for the year because one, it's a lot, and two, we don't know all of them yet.
We're also still working on it, yeah, because it's only
it's
January. It's only January. Can you believe it?
It's only January, and I don't know if you know this. It's already time to start caring about the presidential race. Apparently, Andy Bashir might be running, but that's for another cycle, no matter what CNN wants you to think. All right, then we get into day two. Day two, we begin our all hands again at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific with our financial report. You're going to get to see something we've never done before, a budget. I know. We've never had that.
A public budget. We've had private. We've had budgets that we haven't shared with.
We've never had a budget
Could've
ever.
fooled me.
We've never known how much money that we've ever had until right now, tomorrow afternoon.
After that, we have
Copper in chat is asking, can they eat the budget? And they are hungry. Can they eat the budget? Is that possible?
Oh, don't remind me about food. I'm going to get hungry and I have to be on camera for the next few hours. All right. After our financial report for a few hours, we have something we're calling the department panels. What is the department panel? Me and the department director, we're in a VC, we're doing an AMA, we're talking about the department priorities, and we're going to show off what we're planning to do this year in each of the departments. And maybe might talk about the future too. Following that, we have our big event, 9 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Pacific, our candidate panel, hosted by the Soy Pill on his YouTube, on our YouTube. It's the big show.
It's him, the Soy Pill.
Yep, the Soy Pill. He's going to be giving it to a few candidates to see if they can digest the soy pill. Candidates like Senate candidate Karishma Manzoor, Shoykat Chakrabarti, Oliver Larkin, Adam Murphy, Salam Bhatti, Heath Howard, and am I missing anyone?
Chat.
Jeremy Whalen.
Chat.
I think that's everyone.
He pronounced all their names correctly for the first time. I've never heard him pronounce some of these names right.
How long have you been practicing, Benjamin?
It's incredible.
I spent a lot of time on it. I didn't include pronouns because that significantly reduced the likelihood of me getting the names right.
Maybe all hands miracle. It's true. Like I've literally heard him try to pronounce Shoykat Chakrabarti's name like 15 times, and that's the first time I've ever heard him do it right. That's incredible.
I think we're pushing Benjamin's mental capacity to its limits here.
That has been the case with this org for the last year and a half.
You and me both.
Yep. Speaking of our mental capacity, Sam, we can talk about it at the 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific close of PVCon, the Meet the Founder AMA with one Dr. Zamalas, where we're going to tease a little bit more about the future of PV beyond just this year.
I'm really looking forward to that, I always love talking with people about PV, where we've been, where we want to go, and the future is bright. So very excited for that one.
It's very bright, and hopefully, it won't be like a supernova and blow up, just a normal star.
Yeah, just a steady, consistent brightness, as opposed to a massive burst.
As we expand and consume all the planets around us, engorging ourselves in engorging ourselves in the things that make them whole.
We do have quite the black hole of politics going on in PV, but all right, let's
talk about where that black hole comes from.
Yeah, let's officially kick this off with our all hands.
The singularity, if you will. Beginning
with the mission. People who have been here this last year might know that there's been some, let's go with fuckery, about when it comes to what exactly that mission is. Are we going to talk about that? No, but we are going to talk about what the mission is. So it begins with who we are.
Can I read it?
Our mission statement is broken up into 3 sections for this very reason. The first is who we are. Jenny, please read.
All right. I'll trust you to. I'm just gonna power through these slides. I'm just gonna do all 3. So let's go for it. Who we are. We are built by the internet for America. Progressive Victory is a new kind of political institution seamlessly marrying the electoral impact and volunteer power of traditional progressive organizations with the culture and community of digital third places. How do we do it? We are dedicated to pushing the Democratic Party to the left. We partner with left-aligned content creators to activate their disaffected, terminally online audiences, converting them into lifelong on-the-ground organizers, providing the necessary structure and resource to empower viewers into volunteers. Our innovative community-first approach utilizes familiar online spaces to introduce and demystify the world of political organizing. And why do we do it? Progressive Victory embraces queer and neurodivergent, new to activism volunteers of all backgrounds, ethnicities, and abilities. Over the long term, we aim to mainstream the online progressive power bloc burgeoning within the Democratic Party to prove that it and us are too big to ignore.
And that
I can tell you that the queer and neurodivergent new to activism, that's kind of me like a couple months ago. I'm still queer and neurodivergent, but the new to activism,
that's everyone in this chat. Everyone
No.
in this org is queer and neurodivergent.
well, the new to activism bit maybe not, but the queer and neurodivergent probably yeah.
Look, the real mission of the real mission of the org is we take people who are terminally online and then we make them touch grass, and in doing so, we make the grass a little bit more terminally online. That's the
make them-
mission statement.
We turn people into grass heads.
Yeah.
Are we trying to make America more internet pilled?
Yeah.
Well,
Yes,
well,
actually, yes.
yes. If you think about it, what's the problem with the Democratic Party? It's that they're too offline, also
That's actually
old.
True.
Yeah.
Sad.
New revelations here at PVCon. All right. Straight from our pitch deck. Progressive media power is rising. Why do we care about the media power? Why is this what we have centered our ostensibly not really media related org around? So Sam, do you want to take this part a little bit?
Yeah, sure. So we're in a situation where we have a huge number of rising media voices that are aligned with the left, and they're growing in popularity right now at this moment. And we specifically have started our work with the influencers, the type of influencers who are have the strongest pull when they pull people when they give a live ask. Live streamers are the strongest advocates for they compel their audiences with the strongest action on across any content format, any platform, and that's where we started working with. But any influencer can get involved, and all we need to do is find the people who have the strongest charisma, the strongest voices, the most passionate audiences, and work with them to link them up with candidates who are going to share our values and do the right thing for America. And the candidates who are most exciting to these influencers and their audiences are the ones that we need to work with.
Yeah.
And we
Was
need
there more you
to
wanted
get
to
we need
say?
to get them introduced. We need to get them working with, and it's gonna be great.
Yeah, and
And that-
and I'll just say, I think there's something else that Benjamin probably wanted me to say that I didn't say, that I'm just going to key up right here. So I've been working in politics for a long time. What we actually do as political professionals is two things. We try to use charisma, like a cult of personality, to drive people to take action, and we use urgency, some kind of like, this has to happen now. There's like an emergency. There's something that's like evoking that we need to act and act quickly. And campaigns have done that, but the problem is that the politicians all end up going away at some point. I worked for Obama. I've seen Bernie rise and go his direction. Those cult of personalities are going away, and urgency is something which it becomes very fake if you try to do it as a political party over and over with emails and texts in everybody's phones, asking for $5. But media creators, they're not going anywhere. They're there for the long haul, and they have even more charisma than any politician. And they also as a necessity must channel urgency in order to make sure that people tune into their content over anybody else's content, the multitude of content that's out there. So it's the same dynamic, but we can export that to the media creators as a much more stable base to build from for the long term, for a long-term firmament that's going to undergird the party and democracy against fascism, make it more resilient against fascism. Benjamin, is that where you hoped that I was going to go with this?
It is. There's one thing I want to add on to it that I wanted to take for myself though. If you think about the success of the Mamdani campaign, there's a lot he did right. From his rhetoric, from his style, from his policies, but the number one thing he did right is he acted like a content creator. That is, he centered his entire campaign around it. He used the thematics and the messaging strategies and the rhetorical tools of content creators to build a compelling political message focused around policy and a little bit of dancing on Cuomo's grave. And he did it all right, Jesse, while being likable, just like a content creator. Those are the groups that are going to be that is the class of people who are going to be growing and rising. And this isn't even something we've identified. Unfortunately, we're not the geniuses here. That honor goes to Rush Limbaugh, who figured this out all the way back in the 90s.
I hate that guy.
Yeah, we're just playing catch up here.
We're going to do it better than Rush Limbaugh ever did. And also, we're not going to read out the names of people who've died of HIV on air. We would never do that. That'd be crazy.
Did he actually do that?
He did. He did do that. It was. We're
Next
not.
slide. All right. Good point. All right. What is the model? How does PV actually harness the energy of content creators? And it works quite simply like this. We work with content creators to appeal to their audience members, to bring them into the org, into our Discord community. And
give them an action, something they can do. Say, hey, go onto their stream and say, hey, like there's this cool candidate or there's this cool thing going on. And then step 2, Discord.
Yes. And then we bring them into the Discord community where we give them the opportunity to grow as leaders, give people the opportunity to work on campaigns that they've always wanted to work on, to meet with politicians that they like, just a bunch of different opportunities to come together to work on political actions, but most importantly, as an actual healthy community space that is sorely missing from our normal daily lives. And when you put all this together, it creates an extremely effective organizing and political apparatus that attracts candidates. And that's something we've really been seeing over the last 6 months. Candidates have been coming out of the woodwork. Most of the candidates who we are talking to today and tomorrow, they sought us out. What they don't know, and what I hope they don't find out, despite the fact that we are broadcasting this live to the internet, is that we were also seeking them out. They were just faster. Once we get the candidates, though, what do we do with them? We give them and we help them get progressive victories. And when they get progressive victories, we take those and we promote them back to the content creators, and we get the candidates on to meet with them. And we create this self-fulfilling growth cycle that grows and grows and grows and grows, where we get new creators, new audience members, new members of the community, which attract new candidates, which create new victories, which attract new candidates, which help us grow the audiences. And all together, we build this machine, this political machine that, in my hope, will grow and grow and grow, not just over the next year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, over the next 70 years. And if you've heard me talk anything about where I think the long term of PV is going, this is a machine that I think has I don't think there's any possibility of it stopping anytime soon, unless we catastrophically fuck up, which is probably
it's possible.
likely.
It's possible.
It's
definitely
very
possible.
likely, actually. I'd give it like 70 to 80% chance. But
Of
like,
fucking
hey,
up? I don't know. I think we're a little bit better. I think we're a little bit better than 80%.
Hey, we're not a normal lefty org. That would be like 95%.
Yeah,
okay,
I'll give you that.
80 is a good number.
I don't want to compare myself to other lefty orgs.
-2. All right. But let's talk about PV structure, because it's not just a good idea. It's not just a good model.
This is such a scary graphic. I don't know why we put this so early. It's so scary.
We need an actual organizational structure, an apparatus to take this idea, to take this model, to take this engine and put it in a car that actually works. And to do that, PV is 3 things. It's a Discord community, it's a 501c4 nonprofit, and it's a hybrid PAC. Remember that, because that'll be important later, especially during one of the votes. To do that, how we actually operate, though, legal compliance work, where we have to take into account. But when we're not hamstrung by certain laws, we try to operate as a unified entity that has 5 different departments: a community department, a media department, an operations department, an organizing department, and a technology department, each with their own goals and ambitions and strategies that all come together to create a good car that can take the engine we've built and drive it straight into the halls of Congress. Non-violently.
Yeah,
metaphorically.
let's not actually drive a car in there. That's pretty bad. Don't do that.
Yeah.
We will not be fed posting in this chat.
We'll save that to the Jan 6ers. So let's take a little bit of a deep dive into some of PV's structure. Shouldn't be too quick, or at least as long as I remember to not talk. All right, let's start with the community department.
That's me.
That's Jenny. The
That's
community.
me.
Just to be clear, these are zoomed in views of the large graphic that you all saw.
Yes. So each department is headed by a director, not a board of director. Again, keep that in mind. That'll be important later. But a department director, each with their own 2 deputies, and below them there are various department teams. Okay, well, we'll fix that. Apply for leadership channel if you want to join. By the way, we need more.
We need people, please.
We
God.
need more. We need more sacrifices to the PV work camps.
Nope,
it's lonely here.
The altar is bloody and the knife is still fresh.
Yep,
From all the sacrifices.
it's what is that? There it is. I'll save that for later. Join leadership. We are desperately needing more manpower. I am so sick of doing 80-hour work weeks for no pay. All right. Each of the departments have their own department teams. For the community department, that's the welcome team, the moderation team, the events team, and shared with the media department, the writing team. All of those come together to create a broader entity that we call the community team, which is inside the community department. What does the writing team, welcome team, moderation team, and events teams do?
I could tell you.
Sound it out. I don't know what to tell you.
The welcome, yeah. Events team is actually events team does a little bit more than what it says on the tin, which is interesting. But yeah, I know what's going on. We'll talk about this tomorrow during the panel.
We'll save that for the later panels.
Yeah.
All right, media department. Just like all the other departments, director, 2 deputies, and various teams. For this department, it's the big media team, which is comprised of the writing team, the AV team, and the design team. You know all these lovely graphics that you've been seeing the last few days go out? You can thank the design team for that. Or more specifically, shout out Lilu. Thank you for all the great graphics.
Lilu, you were amazing.
Moving on to the operations department. This is the big department. This is the one that wrangles all the cats together. And in addition to that, it also has to deal with its own department teams, the fundraising team, the documentation team, and the research team. You see those unfilled positions? Apply for leadership.
Apply for leadership. Frankie needs help.
Frankie might be the only person in this org pulling almost as many hours as me. It's like, and that's not an indictment of everybody else's hours, because it's also over 40 hours a week. It's just Frankie's insane.
If it's an indictment of anybody, it is Frankie. Frankie needs to chill.
True. Up next, we've got the technology department, headed by Jupes, which, by the way, fun fact, having started in December, we'll talk about this more at the financial report, but Jupes is officially PV's first paid employee. So, moving up in the world. Followed by Shellhound, who is our second. I really can't make the joke I want to make about Shellhound right now.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
She'd find it funny.
She would, but we can't put that on the internet.
Do it. Shellhound said do it.
Shellhound is explicitly saying do it.
Nope, not doing it.
Hey, to distract from this, Alobe is asking any cybersecurity roles within PV.
Yes, in the engineering team, which we're about to talk about. We have the engineering team in the technology department. DM Jupes, if you want help with cybersecurity, we could definitely use that. The engineering team is comprised of 2 layers. It is senior developers and our regular developers. Senior developers are senior because they have taken on a full feature and taken it from start to finish. So if you want to join the engineering team, we desperately need you. We have some very big ambitions. So we'll talk about that more tomorrow. Lastly, we've got the big kahuna of the org, the organizing department, headed by our newest director, Picklelime. Welcome. Genuinely so nice to have somebody running the initiatives who isn't me. You're doing a great job. Thank you for your service. Recently appointed as the deputies are Susanna and Hydra, and then below that top core of the organizing department, we have the coalition, the state organizing department, the state organizing program, and the 2 department teams, the recruitment team and the mobilization team. With the mobilization team, of course, helping run all the initiatives, and the recruitment team recruiting state leads. What is the state organizing program? I'm glad you asked, because that is all of the state teams. Many of you are part of them. And those state teams are inside their own coalitions, which, had we been smart enough to create a map, we would have put it on here, but we forgot to put it on. We forgot to put it on here.
Okay. We have
Alright.
a map. I don't know what you're talking about.
What's the state? Brother. I've
That ain't
got bad
brother.
news for
Hold
you.
on. Try again. That ain't brother.
Look, okay, I'm reading chat. I can't keep track of this. All right. Wow. Let's start with the year in review. We are actually 2 minutes ahead of schedule on a presentation for once. It's unprecedented.
not gonna-
Because you didn't make that joke about Shellhound. So
That's
keep it that
true. That's the reason. All right. 2025 year in review. Let's do this. Everything we did last year, minus some of the drama.
Well, it'll be mentioned.
Some of it. All right. This is our timeline. This is what we did all of last year. And we'll have slides going into each one of these, but just appreciate for a moment the insanity of this slide. In January, we kicked off with the Ben Wickler initiative. In March, in April, we did the Susan Crawford Supreme Court race. We did FL6. We did the North Carolina Supreme Court race. In May, we did the Stop the Save Act comment thing where, fun fact, more people joined in one day than at any point in PV's history other than its inception. In June, we'll get to that. But in June, we also had, we hit 10,000 members for the first time in PV. In July, we started the Katie Wilson and Deja Fox campaigns. We also wrapped up the Mamdani and Baraka primaries. In August, we finished out with the Katie Wilson primary and launched the college organizing program and began reworking the organizing department more broadly. In September, Bad Empanada put out a shitty video about us, which made us spend 2 weeks dealing with it when we could have been doing something more productive. The college organizing program expanded to Florida, and we started shipping membership cards for the first time, only to immediately stop shipping them just a few short months later. We'll get to that too. Don't worry. In October, we began our 5-initiative extravaganza doing the Mikey Sherrill, Mamdani, Katie Wilson, Prop 50, and Jonas Eppert initiatives. We did a huge in-person event with Vosh and Katie Wilson, which had over 60 people show up, and where we got over 1,000 doors knocked in less than 2 hours. And then in November, we did the Afton Bain initiative, and we've closed it out in December, where we immediately started working for PVCon. We brought on Jupes and Shellhound as our first 2 paid employees. We began reworking all of the org's core documentation, and we refocused the college organizing program around Florida after some, let's go with kerfuffles with the Iowa team.
Shenanigans occurred.
All right. That is a lot, and we're going to go into each one of these briefly, but I just want to appreciate the magnitude of everything we worked on. And most importantly, if you look at this graph, at this timeline, there's something interesting here. You'll notice it's lighter at the beginning of the year, and then with every month, it like gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. And there's a lot of potential reasons for that. Some of them I probably shouldn't mention, but the biggest reasons for that is this. What the fuck is this, you might be asking? Well, here's the answer. The yellow line is the number of members who joined the server, and the red line is the org's revenue. So what you'll see is that at the beginning of the year, we started with about 8,272 PV members in the Discord server, and we started with only $2,500 a month in revenue. We were, I'm not kidding, broke. We were literally $8,000 in the red every month. It was not fun. But as the months went on, January, February, March, April, and despite how poorly labeled this graph is, it actually is accurate, like scaled correctly to everything. As the months went on, we started growing and growing and growing and growing, and more members joined the server, and more people joined, and more people became members, and it just kept going on like a fucking behemoth. We ended the year with 11,601 members in the Discord server, a 50% increase in the number of members of PV. Think about that. I did not realize that until like 3 weeks ago. We had a like 50% increase in the number of people in the org.
That's several years after PV's founding and after the Donald Trump win. Like,
yeah,
that's...
I mean, that actually is one of the biggest reasons why the initiative started slow. I had just assumed that after that, everybody's going to be demoralized and want to just hang out. But everybody was ape shit to go do stuff, and do stuff we did. And it's very, very cool to see this graph now after having lived it.
And while that happened, we went from $2,500 a month from the dues paying membership program all the way to $13,500 a month, enough for us to pay for new organizing tools, hire 2 independent contractors that will soon be employees because we're able to now afford an employment lawyer, ship out the membership cards, and pay off some debts. So genuinely, the growth has been incredible. And by the way, we need more of it. So donate,
oh my
please,
God.
right now. I need to hire the rest of the directors. It's actually bad. But this is a fun fact that I'm pulling temporally forward from tomorrow. But for the org to run how I hope it can run in the long term, we need $5 million a month. So long ways to go.
That's a long time from now.
That's a long time.
We don't need it now, but
it'd be nice to do everything we want to do. All right. So that's been the growth over
Jackson in chat says, let's call George Soros. That's funny.
Let's call George Soros. That's funny. I'm now going to not say anything. We continue. We start with Ben Wickler. Look, it's me.
God, you look like a fucking idiot.
Oh, Jenny.
When you're right, you're right.
I mean, look at it.
It's okay. I'll get her back later.
What?
I think you look very smart in your jacket, personally.
Thank you, Sam. We got 200 physical signatures for a bunch of cards. We got 340 digital signatures. We took these signatures, we printed them out, and we mailed them like goddamn geezers. Mailed them to each of the party chairs to vote for Ben Wickler. Apparently,
this is the strategy that the Wickler campaign wanted us to pursue. This is not our like genius level strategy. Just
so you know. Confirming that nobody uses mail anymore. He did not win the race, and we are now left to suffer with the indignity of Ken Martin. Who, if you're watching, please email me because I would love to work with you.
BGL at progress.win. I'm just
exactly.
Oh my God. No, do not give that email publicly.
We already did on the Vosh stream.
Yeah,
so
literally.
That way people stop emailing him instead of me.
I tried to give my email out during Vosh stream.
No one
Nobody fucking
cared.
emailed.
No one
No one
cared.
gave
They
a shit
all
about me. It was
emailed me.
hilarious. It was so good.
All right, let's keep rolling, I guess here.
All right. We continued on with the FL6 race with Josh Wheel. We got a 501 phone bank confirmed shifts. And we were able to provide a huge surge to a weird special election in an R+20 district, which, and this is going to begin a trend for the year, ended up, he didn't win, but he only lost by 5 points, which for a R+20 district in rural Florida, oh yeah, that started off the year quite nicely. We continued on with the Susan Crawford Supreme Court race. This one important because had we lost, we would have lost the majority on the Wisconsin Supreme Court, and all you Wisconsin women would lose the right to have an abortion, and it would be just so sad. Genuinely, this was one of the most important races of the year, and we're so happy to have been able to do 804 signups to phone bank shifts. Following off with that, there was the Allison Riggs Supreme Court race because we just love the courts here, unlike our opponents. We were able to do research bank 5,000 different names in 1 week to help other orgs phone bank all of them. We were able to confirm who needed to be called and who hadn't yet voted. And we pioneered a really cool model, gamifying the research bank by creating a spreadsheet. So individuals got to compete with how many names that they confirmed, and different orgs got to compete with how many names they confirmed. By the way, we crushed it.
Yeah, shout out to Kiana.
Yeah, I was about to say huge shout out to Kiana. Kiana
Huge
fucking
shout
made
out
this
to
work.
Kiana. What was it? 80 hours in a VC in 2 days?
God,
Or wait,
unbelievable.
that doesn't work.
That also doesn't
mathematically.
work.
It was something crazy. It was something crazy with the number 80. I remember that. Fun fact, all those orgs in the top 5, there was so much PV that we literally broke PV out by state. And nobody else was able to beat us. It was incredible.
This is true. There's an entire Slack community that was started by like millennial lawyers with like 5,000 people in it that all they do is ballot cure, and we mog them.
Yeah, we destroyed them. Moving on, not long after that, we did the Stop the Save Act, the EAC comment forum, where we did 8,900 estimate comments to the forum. That probably a little bit less, but that's where the estimate got us. A lot of you people said you filled in a comment and did not confirm it. So thank you for that, by the way.
This is a huge deal. We actually like kind of stopped the Republicans from doing some crazy stuff there that they could have done, but through that, and it happened so casually. It's amazing.
Yeah, and no one paid attention. Probably because almost immediately after this happened. Sam, do you want to take this one or should I?
No, I'll take it. Yeah, so like as I said before, I was expecting things to be kind of quiet after the election. I also, had a different vision for PV that was like much more about building a huge coalition of live streamers that were ideologically diverse and piping them into a program for 2024. After that program ended, we didn't have a lot of continued funding, as Benjamin, like we had a large budget in 2024.
None.
Yeah. Yes, none. We had a large budget in 2024, but I was basically planning to like shutter the org and just do everything through volunteer until I could raise more money from like, high net worth individuals and foundations. And we had really dedicated people who proved that we could do a membership model, and also the volunteers stepped in. And those volunteers were very amped and very scared at the start of the Trump administration for good reason. And there were a lot of tensions that started to build up between the group of leaders that we had running the community at the time and a lot of the people who had joined during 2024 and in early 2025. And at a certain point, they boiled over. It's April and May, and I was trying to help to manage the situation, but not very effectively. And eventually, it just became clear that that I needed to make a total change in leadership for the organization. So I brought on Benjamin as deputy director of the org. The first time that we ever had a position, deputy director, and we brought up some new directors. There was some continued drama after that, as there always is, and we. But I think the thing that we can show just from the amount of activity of the initiatives that we're going to be going through for the rest of this time, that the new leadership has been really effective in pushing this community forward in a really difficult circumstances for the country and for our organization as we shift focus. And I think for the first time, I don't want to be condescending about this, but I will just say this: none, all of you are extrememely. You're all adults. You're younger than me, a lot of you, but you're all adults and smart, running your own lives.
Seemingly.
PV as an allegedly. But PV as an org has been very, very young. And I also have a young daughter. My daughter has turned 5. And for many years, my daughter was basically whoever I said she was. I would just say, you're doing this, and she'd do it. I would just put her in front of something, and she would interact with it. As she's gotten older, when she was 4 or 5 years old, she started for the first time telling me who she is, even if that vision for herself conflicted with my vision for her. And I think this last year, from my perspective, after 7 months of reflection, it really feels the same way. You know, like I had a vision which I think was fairly aligned with where the community wanted to go, but not completely. And the community stood up and said, no, this is actually who we are. And I think that's a really important milestone for the maturity of a community. And it's really beautiful to see how that happened and to remain a part of it, to be able to continue with it. So that's my like very warm-hearted look back at something that was a really difficult period for PV and a huge crisis this year. But I feel really good about where we've ended up and how we're positioning ourselves for 2026. Benjamin, does that sound good to you as a way to talk about this?
Yeah, that's about how I wanted to take it. I wanted to add one thing onto that, is that before that, we really didn't have a lot of VC community. Like, we actually didn't have a lot of community. It wasn't a huge focus.
Yes. Sure. That was on purpose, but yeah. But it was not necessarily advised. Yeah. Well,
not the smartest strategy, but it's something that we really developed, and something that I, in particular, strongly believe in, is the idea of just community organizing, and just not just community organizing, but treating PV like a third place. And the reason I feel that way is because why does everyone watch the content creators we watch? Because we're looking for a home. And that's what PV can provide, even more than the organizing, even more than the politics. And you can see that in the graph, where we were averaging like 20 VC hours a day to now we're almost like 200.
Oh, it's unbelievable. Like, people are in VC all the time, and it's incredible.
I got,
and also VCs are an incredible way of like knowing meeting people and actually having like good conversations with them. I got tricked into being in leadership by being in VCs.
So you should too. Please, we need more members of leadership. And if I tell you, it's okay. It's an easy position. It's our entry-level leadership.
It is
I'm
true,
definitely
but
telling the truth. I was tricked.
No. He is telling the truth. That when, in my case, it was a fairly easy entry-level part in the leadership, and now I'm here. Just so...
Everyone's
just addicted to helping. What can I say? It's
really, sort of following on what I said, as the community articulates who it wants to be for itself. I'm really just extremely gratified, as someone who founded this thing and didn't really know what I was doing when I did it, that there are enough people who believe in this and think it's worthwhile, that they're willing to invest so much time and effort into it. So I just really feel lucky that you all want to do this.
Mm-hmm.
Copper, I think I have high VC hours. Copper, you have the highest weekly VC hours for the last 3 weeks running.
Hold on, I'm checking. I'm checking. It's probably true, but I need to verify. I'm checking.
I'm pretty sure it's true, at least when I checked last. All right. The other part of it is just that because of the previous, genuine leftist infighting, and because of the fact that we grew with most of our membership from the Vosh community, and then we started integrating the communities of other content creators, namely the Destiny community. It happened too quickly. The growth was too quickly. The different programs and ideas, they didn't come together naturally. And because the community was so deprioritized, there wasn't the opportunity for different content creator communities to mix in a healthy way. And that really contributed to the blow up as well. And led to a situation where we very much refocused and reprioritized what direction and what ideology we wanted the community to have, and refocused very much back on our social democrat to, let's say, right of communist roots.
I have those numbers, by the way, if you want them.
I'm curious who's top of the VCs this week.
The last 30 days for a week or 30 days. What do you want?
30 days.
30 days. Third place, Jesse, I guess, with 192 hours. Matt with 233 hours, and Susanna 280
Really?
hours. 280 hours.
Damn, Copper called out. I guess.
Top.
Bump up those numbers. All right, let's move on past the drama. Hopefully, both in the presentation and also in the goddamn org, because I can't take much more of it.
This is a leftist org. There'll be more, and it'll be fun.
God help me. We begin with new leadership with Ross Baraka and the New Jersey team. We were able to do 11,000 phone bank calls. We had 15 people. 15? That is supposed to be 35. We had 35 people go on a canvas in coordination with the Baraka campaign. And we did an AMA with Baraka in the PV server, starting a big trend that we would continue for the rest of the... I'm wrong?
Hold on, back up the slide and go back up the slide and just back up the slide and refresh it. Hopefully it'll update.
It's fine. Matt's saying I'm wrong, although I very much remember it's not. Let's average it, and let's just say...
20-something?
27 and a half people. Don't know where the half came from. Are you sure it's not 35? I remember that being documented. All right. Well, we'll republish that one later. The comments.
I fucking love this chat.
Join the Discord to see what the hell the chat was talking about during this.
I hate you. Love building community here.
Then we move on to the Mamdani race, and this one, I know this number is correct. We did 80K calls for Mamdani in both the primary and the general. We kicked Cuomo's ass twice, or we helped to do so. Mamdani did quite well on his own. And we now have the biggest and most important socialist elected in modern American history. Rejoice, we are in the era of Mamdanification.
I actually think that Mamdani is probably the most successful leftist politician in American history.
FDR.
William Jennings Bryan never won national office. No one's run New York. I don't want to get too deep into this, but...
That's true, and FDR was a social democrat and not a socialist, so...
No, FDR was not a socialist. FDR was actually pulled to the left by his constituencies and was actually skeptical of taking over the banking industry when he ran on a balanced budget platform, guys.
That's fair.
Oh, what happens when a politician actually listens to their incentives? It would be nice if they started doing that again. 22,000 phone bank calls for Deja Fox. We did that in 4 days with no planning. Thank you, Leif. Not for the no planning, that's our fault, but for the idea to get involved in this race. Moving on, we got the big one. The other big socialist mayor who won all the way on the West Coast. We've got Katie Wilson, who we worked very closely with them, as you know. Very closely and almost terrifyingly once it came time to figure out the campaign finance laws for Seattle. Holy shit, was that a lot to navigate. We did a big IRL canvas event with Vosh and Katie Wilson. We got 1,000 doors knocked, and we did 47,000 phone bank calls across the primary and general for Katie Wilson. And we did a second AMA with Vosh, or technically
What did she
first.
win in the end after all the votes were counted?
Jimmy,
It's a second AMA.
want to drop that in chat?
2,000 votes. So think about just look at the numbers that you see here on the screen, and think about whether we made up that margin.
We're not gonna say Katie Wilson only won because of PV. We're not gonna say that, and we couldn't tell you if it was true.
But you
Just
should
the
think.
numbers.
But you
What
should
I-
think it.
What I will say is that we're not going to say that Katie Wilson only won because of PV. We're not gonna say that.
Yeah.
We're not.
Benjamin,
Just draw your own
Benjamin-
conclusions.
Benjamin, it's so fucked up that you cut me out of this picture.
So
I'm
fucked up that
literally
you stood on the wrong side. That's
I'm
the real
literally
problem.
standing next to you in this picture, and you fucking cut me out. Unbelievable.
By the way, what the fuck is going on with my hair there? Actually, come to think of it, let's
I
not
know
talk
exactly
about my
what
hair
happened
in
with your hair.
Seattle.
you
Let's not talk about what happened to my
not
hair in
talk
Seattle.
about-
Moving on. In the same governor's race where we endorsed Baraka being the true leftist vote blue no matter who org, we licked our wounds and supported the boring centrist. We don't have numbers. We volunteered very hard for this race. We don't have an estimate. They didn't want to coordinate with us. Can't imagine why.
Don't look at the left poster. Don't look at it.
I can't think of any reason why they wouldn't have wanted to work more closely with us. Yeah. Hey, libs, take note. If you're a boring corporate Democrat, that's what your endorsement is going to look like. We're still going to endorse you. You're just not going to be happy about it.
No.
Moving on to a race with with something actually interesting on the ballot, we have Prop 50, where the ability to gerrymander the ever-living shit out of California. Yes, we helped that. 26,000 phone bank calls, 45 unique volunteers,
God.
58 shifts. We did
California,
we did some
California, it's fucked up how good the California team is. It's
It's-
fucked up. You guys
it's
need to chill
incredible.
out. Actually, it's not only
Actually,
it's not only
no,
fucked up
no,
how
no.
good they are, it's that they're literally like trying to help everybody else in New York because they're too good.
Actually, I would very much appreciate the California team continuing. All the best volunteers I have brought into leadership. So please continue. It'd be a shame if something happened to your team members. We move on to Jonas Eppert, a state house race with a pretty cool progressive in Virginia, where we were able to do 10,000 phone bank calls. Again, not a national race, not a Congress, Virginia state legislature, or as they call it, House of Delegates,
House of
because
Delegates.
Virginia wine moms need to feel fancy. We were
They
able
also
to
call
not.
it a Commonwealth in Virginia, not a state.
Cringe.
We also did 1,500 doors knocked. Not sure why though, because who would want to live in a place called the Commonwealth? Moving on. And we ended out the year with Afton Bain. 67,000. Don't you fucking do it. Phone bank calls.
If anybody does it, I will delete your messages.
93 different unique volunteers and 12K calls in one day. Of course it was fucking Mex. Of course.
It was Max.
And 12,000 phone bank calls in one day. Oh yeah, that was fun. I was literally in a meeting with my lawyer, getting ready to talk about stuff for PV, and I just kept scrolling to refresh Scale to Win to see the numbers, and every time it was like 500 phone bank dials in the last 30 minutes. 700 in the last 30 minutes, 800 in the last 30 minutes, 2,000 in the last 30 minutes, 4,000 in the last 30 minutes. It was fucking wild. I was like giggling in a meeting with 5 different lawyers. All right. And that rounds out the year in review for
Schedule.
2025.
Can you believe it?
4 minutes ahead of schedule.
Holy
Oh my God.
shit.
You
we
would
even
al-
got banter in there. We even got banter in there.
You would almost believe that we rehearsed this and that we didn't finish the slides 12 minutes before we started this.
I didn't even
Not
know
the
I was going to
case.
be doing this until a few yeah.
Yeah, next year we'll figure out the venue, the slides, the hosts, the candidates, and we'll do it all in the
Yeah,
last
next
3
year.
minutes.
Oh,
Yeah.
of course. I mean, the Katie Wilson event. We also we put that together in
I
10
gotta say,
minutes.
after engaging with you all on this, I am now a believer in the Jenny and Ben podcast. You do have good podcast chemistry. I'd watch it. I'd listen to it.
Oh yeah, we really gotta
We
do
gotta
that.
do it.
Jay's been on our ass.
Jay's been literally. Oh man, Jay has not only been on our ass. I'm excited that he's excited to help us with that. God, it's so
Yeah.
good.
We are thinking of calling it PvP, the Progressive Victory Podcast.
Can we
Fighting
tag team it again?
fighting included.
Fighting
Um,
included. I will throw things at him. Hopefully.
Yeah, you'll try. You have wimpy girl arms. You'll never be able to pick anything of substance up to throw at me.
I do have some leftover testosterone strength. I have a little bit left over.
Really?
Not
Is
much.
that how that works?
Not
That's
much.
how that works?
Not
I wasn't
much,
aware.
but I have some of it. Sam is regretting every decision right now.
Yeah, I think we're not woke enough for my blood.
We're dark woke in this org, Sam. We're dark woke.
Too dark woke for me.
There are words I wish I could say in this stream that I cannot.
Oh no.
All right, I'm gonna give it another 2 minutes of just us to relax. We have a long day ahead of us. We've
Yeah.
successfully navigated the first hour, and we have successfully avoided slurs. We've narrowly avoided mentioning them, but we messed it up at the last 2 minutes.
Oh God. Okay.
We haven't said
Get me
anything.
off camera before the slurs start.
Thank you very much for being on camera.
Doing
Sam.
leadership, you too can contribute to making sure that nobody uses slurs.
Yeah, join leadership. Or if you want to do the slurs yourself, join
Nope,
leadership.
nope.
No more.
It's really funny that for anyone watching out of context, they have no idea which slur we're talking about. That's the really funny part.
No one's using any slurs. I don't. Anyway, the edginess is creeping up in my system though. So, okay. I have to take off. Benjamin, Jenny, everyone else who's going to be presenting. Best of luck with this. I'm really looking forward to watching the candidate interactions and the community votes. I will definitely be voting, and this is really exciting that we're doing this. So.
Yeah. Thank you so much for joining us, Sam.
Yeah.
We
Hi,
will
Sam.
see you tomorrow, or maybe later tonight. Who knows?
Yeah, later tonight probably.
All right. While we still do a little bit of banter, does anybody here not know why we call him Dr. Zamalis? By the way, does anybody here not know that story?
No? Oh. So the Hassan drama we didn't get that deep into, although we could have.
The bad empanada thing that Benjamin mentioned. It's all kind of wrapped up in that.
Yeah. So Bad Empanada did a shitty video attacking us. Hassan watched it, compared us to Chorus, which
Basically
Not-
compared us to
not-
like Zionist
not
slush fund.
yeah, not really an accurate comparison. However, it's somewhat understandable from an uninformed lens, I guess. Then we responded. Hassan read our response, admitted he was wrong about PV.
Read our
fair
mission
for the
statement
most
on
part,
stream.
read our mission statement, and then mispronounced all of our names, which I'd have it no other way. That's my streamer personally. As a Hassan subscriber for many years, that's my streamer.
Yeah, so he got no, he did not. So Benjamin was Ben J Makes Movies. I was Jenny Werlerferson, which is close enough. And then Sam, who is Drizmalis, Dr. Zamalis. So it's wonderful. It's good stuff. I love that.
Yeah. All right. let's get started with the first community vote, or not, because before we start the first community vote, we're going to explain the second. We are starting out with our board member nomination process. So, remember how I kept hinting that something about our board was going to be important? Progressive Victory, like I said, has a hybrid PAC, a 501c4, and a Discord community. Our 501c4 has to have something called a board of directors, distinct from how we use the term directors, which is department directors. A board of directors is actually a legal designation for any sort of entity, whether you're an LLC, a company, corporation, nonprofit, 3 guys in a trench coat, doesn't matter what you are, you have to have a board of directors legally. And what do board members on that board of directors do? Well, according to the National Council for Nonprofits, board members are the fiduciaries who steer the organization towards a sustainable future by adopting sound, ethical, and legal governance and financial management policies, as well as by making sure the nonprofit has equitable resources to advance its mission. And in our case specifically, reprimand leadership if we do end up using a few too many slurs on camera. What it's basically is we have our department directors. So we have senior leadership, we have me and Sam, executive leadership, and then above us, and also with us included, there is the board of directors for the C4. The board of directors can vote to remove the executive director or other members of leadership, and have discussion on basically the direction of the org. Not as relevant to the operations of PV historically, because it's kind of been a mess. In the future, though, as PV grows, and especially as we introduced more democratized elements like this into PV, a board of directors that is carefully crafted and curated to have a balance of different incentives is going to become more and more important to PV, especially as if we include more and more legal entities that are a part of the PV umbrella. So, why is this a community vote? Because there are going to be 2 people that we are going to be holding elections for today to join the board of directors.
Not like this moment, but like later today.
Later today. We are opening up the nomination right now after we finish the next 3 or 4 slides. Who's currently on the board and how big is the board? So currently the chairman is Sam. He is the founder, of course, followed by me, and then Eric Balsbaugh, who was the head of the Democratic Party's voter protection program in 2024, and I think still is. Big political person, good friend of Sam, plays Destiny 2, should be playing with me, by the way. We have to get that up if you're watching. But those are just 3 seats.
Ozzy.
We have Ozzy. Somebody get the newspaper. Somebody roll up the magazine.
You get the spray bottle.
Yeah, get the spray bottle. So those are the first 3 seats. Seats 4 and 5, we are reserving for political insiders. What does that mean? Oh, that means any candidates that we might like if they don't win an election that we think would provide value. Any other organizational executive directors, potentially some content creators if they would accept. Just any industry insider who would provide value in being able to help contribute to the org and its direction and provide strategic information, and not information, but just an insight on how we should guide the org. Or more traditionally, we would put 2 people who are really good at fundraising. Depends on who we can find. Personally, there's 2 content creators who I would really love to be on the board. They don't know who they are yet. Still trying to reach out to them. I'd say their names now, but I fear to get back to them.
Yeah, that'd blow up in your face.
Yeah, that would probably blow up in their face.
Especially considering I know who they are.
I'm not.
Yeah.
Telling. I'm not telling.
And no, it's actually not who you think this time.
You
So those are,
talking to me or talking to the audience?
can we get a hint? Well, I can give you one hint. It's not Vosh. Probably
Vosh.
mainly because he'd say no.
Yeah.
But but also that might get a little dicey. So those are the two board seats reserved for insiders. Then we have our two community elected seats, and that's where and with the community elected seats, why those are so important is because it is a balance of incentives. The way we think about it is that there are 7 people in the board. So in the future, we have the chairman, where then we're going to try to have 2 directors, then 2 industry insiders, and 2 community members, 2 community representatives. And we think that that will create a really healthy, like, think like a socialist, a dialectic, if you will, that will help keep the org staying true to its mission. All right. Responsibilities to be on the board. If you are at all interested in being on the board, here, what's the length of the term? 2 years. That is the length of the term. Of course, you could step down at any time and we'd do a new election. Represent the community. Actually, what about 1 year? That's probably smarter. Let's just say 1 year. Let's just say 1 year, actually.
Say 1 year?
We actually didn't think about that. I'm gonna be honest. We put a lot of thought into a lot of this. We forgot that part. Don't admit that.
Copper is correct. Don't admit that. Don't admit that.
Look, it's not like we're on stream or anything.
You could literally have just said. You could literally have just said like, "You'll find out later," and then you would have scrambled and figured it out, and then everybody'd be like, "Okay, I guess he's just an idiot." But now you're an idiot because you put your whole ass on the stream.
Look, we said earlier that despite what we wanted, we couldn't commit to full democratization of the org right now. But what we can commit to is when somebody has a good idea, we will adopt it in a way that makes us look as stupid as possible. That we can commit to. That's real democracy. 1 year then. Exactly.
I agree with Earth 1 day term.
Yeah, 1 day term, correct. All right. What do you do? What are the responsibilities? Represent the community. Most important, the community. You aren't there to represent your state team, your department. You are specifically there to represent the community side of PV, all of the members, the ones in and outside the server, the ones who engage, the ones who don't, the people who dropped off, the people who are currently active and in this chat, the entire PV community.
It's just a little bit.
Next, you vote on behalf of the community. Whenever there's a vote that happens at those board meetings, it would be your responsibility to be informed on those decisions and to vote on them in order to help give some sort of community, to act as your community input. And then number 3, your responsibility is to attend those quarterly meetings. Again, it's literally like 2 hours every 3 months, minus keeping up with the org and actually knowing what's going on to be able to have an opinion on those votes. What's the impeachment process? You get voted out by the rest of the board members. And is that
someone points their finger, goes J'accuse, and then everybody votes.
Majority vote of other board members. Could we theoretically not like the vote and then just replace people and then just replace the person? Legally, we could do that. Socially, you guys might
bad idea.
Do a few well, let's just say I'd get found very quickly. Yeah. Another coup would happen. I can't take more of those. But we are actually working on better bylaws throughout the years, so there will probably be a much more let's say rigorous process that would probably prevent that from even being possible.
Let's see.
All right, moving on. Requirements. In order to be a member of the board, you have to be at least 18 years old. You have to be an active member of the community. You have to pass the background check that we are going to perform on you, by the way. And you need at least one other person to basically nominate you. And by one other person, I don't mean another person in leadership. I mean one other living human who is a member of PV. That could be literally anyone. What's a background check?
Or not what's the background check? What does it consist of?
What's the background check? That is a J question. I do not know.
Not producer J, Operations J, Director J.
Operations J, yeah.
We love both of them. Also, hi Jay, who's producing the stream. Thank you.
All right. Disclaimer. Board members are legally responsible for the org. The board of directors is legally liable for all actions made by PV. Part of your job is to review certain actions to make sure they don't get you in trouble. Not a big deal. Again, I am also on the board, so worst comes to worst, we'd share a cell. That's what it would be.
Oh, also, Operations J has gotten back to us. It would be a criminal background check. So it's if you have committed a crime.
Good to know. Next, however, you'll get a PV email. So you get a progress.win email, and you'll get access to the admin folder of the drive. And of course, because as a board member, you will be entitled to have access to privileged information in the org. Matt, fuck you. That's pretty good. That was that's good. That was a good line. You're just gonna have to join PV.
As someone who was in the same house as Benjamin for like 3 days, that's probably true.
All right. Nominations. Nominations are open till 8 p.m. Eastern. That is when we are going to be doing the what's it called? The vote for 2 members. Let's just take a quick sample right now. Is there anyone here who is at all interested in being a board member? Just type yes in chat. People nominating Frankie. So what do we got to do? You got to show up to the quarterly board meetings and stay active in PV, so that way you can actually be an informed vote on the board.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck no, not this year. I'd rather explode. How active is active? Active.
It's like you participate in conversations every once in a while. Like you're not a fucking stranger, basically.
You have to actually be able to perform the duties of a board member, attend the meetings, and actually remain informed on on what's going on in the org, so that you can meaningfully contribute.
Also, Frankie's asking us to save her. Frankie,
guys, I'm reading chat. This is supposed to be a check. The board of directors is supposed to be a check on leadership. Can you stop nominating us?
Yeah, don't nominate us. The whole point, like,
Not really.
also, Frankie, don't like Frankie. I know Frankie will be nominated. Frankie is actively saying that she does not want to like
Nominate the bitch anyway. It's fine. She's the one exception.
Yeah. So, if you feel that anybody in Progressive Victory would be good on the board, feel free to nominate them.
All right. Come back if the official way to get nominated. You DM me, and you have the person who is agreeing to your nomination DM me as well. That is how you do it. Tell me who that person is in your DM, by the way.
Wait, hold. So traditionally, nomination is done by like, you just send in who's being nominated and they don't know. Traditionally, that is how it's done.
Look, we have a lot of shit we're doing.
A proper
nomination process is part of that.
Like, I know how this works. I got nominated to be on the fucking community board for my local radio station.
You prefer the Jenny way? I do too. It's just not something. It's just harder. Okay.
What do you mean it's harder? It's easier to do it the Jenny way. The normal way. Also, we're very ahead of schedule now. This is awesome.
Interesting.
What are you interesting about?
Someone FYI. No, I got a different message. Someone was like, "Hey, if
people
someone
are
refuses
DMing
a nomination, you can't put them up for vote." I know. It was a joke, probably. Why do you abbreviate your name to Benj? I don't know. Something my mom did. Keep doing it. I just keep doing it now. That's actually how I prefer people say my name, but I don't care that much. The only one I don't like is Ben. All right. We are all Benj's mom? Correct.
Nope. I don't want to be that. I don't want to be it.
The PV pledge. Let's get on with this.
All right.
If you hopefully you all read the newsletter, but if not, I will give a brief recap. You want
do
it? Go
that.
for it.
I want to do a little bit.
For it.
So, yeah, for those who read the newsletter, you know a little bit about what the PV pledge is. So, like, what makes a politician progressive? Yeah, like it's kind of a vague term, and it should stay vague to some degree. But like, what makes a politician progressive? Well, our name is Progressive Victory, so we get to say what progressive is. And so we have developed a 10 being normal. We have developed a 10 points little pledge that if a politician wants to be like the cool kind of progressive, they sign on to it. We're going to detail the kind of thought process behind all of that, but that's what it is. It's just a 10-point thing that politicians sign on to if they want to be considered progressive. It's a wide range of topics, ranging from like urbanism and transit to banning more kinds of financial crimes to banning certain kinds of investment. Like it's crazy. There's a lot of cool stuff on there, and we're gonna go through all of that in some detail here, and then you all get to vote on it. You'll get to vote on whether you actually like it, to see if it's a thing that we want to like say, hey, every candidate who's gonna get like the full PV endorsement package, all the bells and whistles, sign on to that pledge. Make a 30-second little video. It'll be great.
Yep. And I want to be clear, we have already shown this to a bunch of candidates. There have already been 12 candidates who have seen this current version. The state
Some of them have already changed their policy platforms to align with it.
But that's not to say that if you don't like it, you should not vote it down. So the platform, we want this to be democratic, and we want to vote to update this every year at every following PVCon.
Progressive must mean that you're always pushing the bill.
So we worked with candidates. Special shout out to the Abdul El Sayed campaign, who members of their team helped us with some of the ideas on here.
They're so cool. They're so
so cool.
They're so cool.
And to be clear, a candidate doesn't have to change their platform. Just some of them decided to because they're cool. But again, everything up here, we're going to explain it. We're going to go in detail. But the most important thing is, don't worry about if you think a candidate would be willing to sign up on this, or if you think it's too big of a restriction. I assumed some of this stuff would be a no-go for candidates, and every single one has not complained. Literally, the only complaint we get is on one thing, and I'll talk about it later. Other than that, every candidate loves it. And again, the point of the pledge is to bind candidates and restrict them. So don't... So this is your leftists. This is your chance to purity test. Do it on those grounds. Okay, let's go through with this. Let's start with the first part because it's broken up into 3 parts.
In order to receive both an endorsement and coordinated support from Progressive Victory, candidates must publicly affirm that they are taking the PV pledge in a short 30-second to 3-minute portrait mode video uploaded to their primary social media account. Pick a policy of the 10 below that you are most passionate about and explain what it means to you. I just stole that from him. I didn't even give him the chance to do it.
So the PV pledge is broken up into 3 parts. It is designed to be a YouTube short. That's the point. That's why it's 30-second to 3 minutes. It is so it's broken up into 3 parts: the requirements, the tenets, and the policies. The requirement is basically, this is the ask, because PV is a digital org, and we are a media savvy org who works with content creators. It's very important that any of our endorsement platforms or policies are media related and can be used to further that. And most importantly, clippable, so that we can send them to content creators to see if they're interested in having these candidates on. So it's a great
to build
That's
how
interest. You
interest.
start the little circle that we showed earlier in the slide.
It's also to build interest amongst their audience, to like say, this is the candidate that we're going to take a look at today, and then you play some of their videos and use that as an introduction. Because I mean, some of these policy positions are pretty progressive. I do enjoy them.
Lewis is like, because Lewis was the first person who beta tested the pledge when he's like, I had to talk about the 8 out of 10 policies I agreed with in my video. I was like, yeah, we watched it. That's why we changed the policy.
Hi, Luis Villarreal, politician in chat. Hello. Ah,
Thanks, by the way. That was some very
Yeah.
valuable feedback.
politician from Utah. I used to live in Utah. I lived in a suburb of Salt Lake when I was a baby.
All right. Jay, this next part is the tenets. These are some philosophical.
Are you ready
these
for the
some-
worst slide in the presentation, by the way?
Yeah, yeah. Jay, darken the feed, cut the audio. This part's not going on the streams.
Don't cut the stream, just darken it. Just shut it off. All right, we'll be
Just
back in a bit.
shut the audio. This part's not being published.
Let us. All right. When are we back? Let us know when we're back. We're back. All right. Welcome
We're
back, everybody.
All right. Welcome back. We did no such scheming. That we were
No
completely
scheming
above board.
happened. We
Nothing
didn't.
happened. Just your friendly
No, we
neighborhood
didn't.
OBS problem.
We didn't Fed post at all.
Yep. Completely accidental OBS issue. Nothing whatsoever. All right. Let's talk about the 10 policies on here. Policy number 1. National ranked choice instant runoff voting for all elections at all levels of government. You
Pretty
must be in
normal stuff.
favor of that.
Pretty normal,
Oh,
over the place stuff right there.
yeah. 2, single payer universal Medicare for all that codifies equal protections for all minority groups, including federal passage of Roe v. Wade, protections for gender affirming care for all ages, and expansion of disability protections. So, not Medicare for all who want it, Medicare for
not
all.
a public option either. This is eliminate insurance. No health insurance exists anymore.
AKA the progressive option.
The progressive option.
Yes.
Get that fucking Pete Buttigieg shit out of here.
And now we get to number 3, the one that every candidate has a problem with until they read it more closely. Imposing new mandatory legal obligations on all campaigns that are either publicly
Companies,
traded.
not campaigns, companies.
Companies that are either publicly traded or seeking to become publicly traded on the United States stock exchanges, including a $25 federal minimum wage adjusted annually to the nearest dollar for inflation, mandatory unionization with 1/3 of the board seats apportioned to the union, and a consumer finance protection bureau antitrust review where the company may face breakup in order to proceed with the process of becoming publicly traded on the U.S. stock market. What is it that candidates take issue with? They just see the number 25 and react before they read the full thing, because every single candidate has said, that number's too low. That number's too high. I actually don't believe in a minimum wage. I believe in a living wage that adjusts based on whichever district you're in. And then we're like, can you read the specific language? And then they're all, oh, okay, just publicly traded companies? Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
With one exception, there is one candidate who is so staunchly in favor of living wage, and it will come up in the candidate panel tomorrow. There were also 2 other candidates who are like, hey, what if I just don't believe in the minimum, in like this idea of a minimum wage, and we just like have it so that we impose a $20 minimum wage, but we change the way all wages work throughout the country so that instead of being paid a wage, you're paid your wage is determined by a multiplier on the minimum wage that has to automatically increase each year because it's adjusted for inflation. And I was like, holy shit, that's to the left of our policy. That can count. I'm okay with that. If your policy is to the left of ours, you're good. You don't have to take it. That
I have
counts.
I have 2 things I want to add on here. The first is a question from chat, from Unfortunate Naldo. Okay, I actually have one question about this one. Wouldn't it create an incentive for companies to avoid going public? Yes,
Yes.
it would. That is the point.
If you want to be public, yeah. There's a reason why Lego is still a good company. And
Yep. That is the point. It is to do 2 things. That if you're a massive fuck off giant company that can pay your employees better, you're required to pay them better. And the second is if you're a mom and pop shop who actually can't do it, you don't need to, and you're not like. And there's
Discord IPO coming soon. God help us all.
God.
You want to go publicly traded? You want to benefit from the United States' resources, consumers, and legal stability?
You best be treating them good.
Fucking contribute back.
Yep.
That's the bare goddamn minimum.
Is there spots to read over this on my own? I believe there will be soon. Also, the other thing I want to bring up, Benjamin,
Yeah.
I believe you were the one who proposed the $25 number. Where'd you get that from?
I actually proposed $26.
I know you did. I know you did. Tell the story.
So the reason it was 26 is because if you actually look at the first few years of the first few decades of the minimum wage, it was pegged. It corresponded 1-to-1 with the rate of productivity. It stopped doing that. But if you were to go back to that today, it would be $26 an hour. So realistically, when we treated the minimum wage for the first 30 years of its existence, had we continued to how that was, it would be $26 an hour.
Mm-hmm.
We said 25 because that's what a lot of the candidates we were talking to are already going to. So that's where we put it on. And again, it's only 8 of 10 policies. So if for the ones who do think it's a big one, there's other ones on the pledge that they can pick. All right. Moving on to the 4, 5, and 6. 4. This is an important one. Align United States foreign policy with international and United Nations standards by providing no support of any kind to Israel until there is an end to the genocide and apartheid of the Palestinian people, where Israeli law is rewritten to allow for it to become a true, multicultural, secular, one-state democracy where both Palestinians and Israelis live equally protected by law, and to also support Ukraine in its continued effort to defend against Russian invasion and occupation.
We don't want to support genocide country that no, don't do that.
We ain't tankies here. We
We're
actually
not
have a
tanking.
good take on this one. Number 5, college for all, tuition-free community college and federally subsidized state college. And then number 6, a Green New Deal with support for the creation of many new nuclear power stations, as well as subsidies for nuclear fusion research.
So there's particular emphasis on nuclear power in here, like Green New Deal, big number is renewables. We need renewables. And then also nuclear power is an important part of like making that all kind of come together. So if you're like, it says Green New Deal, but it's all nuclear, it's because we need both. Both need to happen fast. What about geothermal? Fucking do it. Fucking do it. It's in the Green New Deal.
All right. 7. The revocation of Citizens United and the adoption of a publicly financed federal election system, as well as banning of members of Congress and their immediate family from trading stocks, becoming lobbyists and consultants, or holding a position on the board of a publicly traded entity until 10 years after they are no longer in office. I want this policy to be so good that no matter how much I try to buy off a politician, they can't.
Benjamin could try if he wanted.
And boy, have I tried.
What does that mean?
You can count me out, Ben. How big?
Put him out.
Have you seen the check yet, though, Lewis?
You can buy me out? Holy shit!
Well, he didn't say that. Let's be clear.
No, he did. He edited it to that.
Oh, okay. That's my candidate.
That's my candidate.
All right, number 8. Nationalization.
Now, can I read this one? This is my.
Yeah,
go for it.
Go for it. Candidates love this one, by the way.
I love this one. Jenny loves this one. The nationalization of all railroad tracks in the United States and adequately funding the Department of Transportation to create, maintain, and upgrade world-leading 250-mile-per-hour plus high-speed rail owned and operated by Amtrak, connecting all state capitals and major metropolitan areas within the contiguous United States. This shit is good. As we were discussing this, we kept thinking of reasons why it was good. Like, it's not just good on the surface, it's good for like every reason.
Yeah. All right, moving on to the last 2 policies. Number 9, this one in there for the content creators and for our terminally online viewers out here who want better React content. Expanding copyright and fair use guidelines to account for both new media content creators and the rise of generative AI by requiring companies to default opt-out user-generated media from generative AI training data and imposing penalties on companies when fair use content is demonetized. Hey, you know those... Hey, every time your favorite, let's say, Star Wars content creator has their intro demonetized because YouTube's system sucks, guess what? You're getting fined now, YouTube. Hey, YouTube, when you use that YouTuber's videos in your AI training data, you're getting fined, YouTube. And then lastly, Number 10, banning all interest payments where the ratio of interest to principal exceeds 20%, where effective interest rates exceed the listed interest rate, and penalties notwithstanding, the amount of interest collected exceeds 100% of the principal.
So this
What
is
does
this is money
mean?
this is money accountant shit. Frankie, who is our resident like accountant in chat, is losing her mind about how good this is. Benjamin, could you do your best to
I
dumb
will
it down
explain this.
for the non-financially
So-
literate among us?
So what this means is when you have a credit card or a loan or any sort of thing with interest, a company might lie to you and frame it in a different way, or a mortgage. And they'll be like, oh, it's okay. You actually have a 3% interest rate. We're just going to make it so that you only pay the interest part and you never actually pay the actual debt. So that way you're actually doing it forever. Not only does this end that, it also ends the ability for there to be forever payments. It ends the ability for them to basically gouge you on the interest, because now the total amount you're paying can't be more than 100% of what you put in. So if you have an $1 million loan, you can't pay more than $1 million in interest, which percentage-wise, there are a lot of mortgages right now that have paid more interest than the actual amount of the loan. It's
So
fucking crazy.
So this right here is the way that basically everybody thought that a good loan was like 100 years ago.
Yeah.
If you did anything other than what this tenant is 100 years ago, you'd be laughed out of
You'd
town.
be in jail.
You'd be in jail. The fucking sheriff would show up with like his fucking boots jingling, and he would fucking shoot you.
The entire world changed one day because some schmuck named Louis Ranieri came up with the mortgage-backed security, and we have never been worse off since. Hey, all right. Now let's get to the vote. All right. Before we do the vote, how are y'all feeling about the PV pledge? Any policies you think we missed? How are you feeling?
Yeah, what? Yeah, let us know in chat what you're feeling about this.
This
God,
is
we have
Pete- this
100
is-
people watching.
This is Progressive Victory's official policy platform. We will update this annually at every PVCon. This feels pretty good. I was late. Can we go over it again? How does Vosh do this? Holy shit. Even when I know it's fake.
There will be a
Just-
recording, as Vez says. It's true. The vote is not this instant.
All right. Before we vote, perfect, Aram. I was about to get into that. Before we vote on this, can we get some clarity on what it actually means to accept the PV pledge? Also, do candidates need to say, I'm taking the PV pledge? Yes, candidates will need to say, I'm taking the PV pledge. They will need to put out a 30... They will put out
Specifically that phrase.
They will put out a 30-second video where they talk about their favorite policy on the pledge, and they will say, I'm taking the PV pledge. 12 candidates have already agreed to do that with this version of the pledge.
Jesse in chat.
But if we need to
said-
change it, let's change it.
Jesse in chat asks, the train thing specifically, was wondering if it had to be state capitals, because who the fuck goes to Augusta, Maine? Because everybody goes to Portland, Maine. And basically saying, like, can we, instead of going to state capitals, do we do major metropolitan areas? I think you do both.
I figured so the logic there was if we put state capitals, will already be so much investment happening that they'll have no choice to basically do it. So is this on the PV website? It will be, or at least the
When
policies.
it gets voted on. Yeah, when it becomes official by being voted on by all of you, then it'll go up. Can we have more anti-ice stuff? Sorry, I just really fucking hate ice.
Can we
Says
rework
Melts.
the word pledge? I don't know. I think it's quite good, and most
Yeah.
candidates have liked it. We asked them what they thought about the word pledge.
PV manifesto.
PV
That goes hard.
manifesto.
That goes really hard.
Wouldn't that be expanding college subsidies because colleges are already subsidized? Not yes, but also there's private.
The big thing is free
colleges.
community college. The big thing
The
is free
main thing
community
is free
college.
community college.
I stand with PV is really good. It
Eh,
doesn't hit. It doesn't hit
does-
though.
it doesn't hit as much. I don't know. PV vow. Yeah. All right. Let's put up a vote specific. So what we are voting for is we are voting on the policy platform of Progressive Victory that is included inside the PV pledge. So let's get ready. Here's how we're going to do the vote. We're going to put a poll in chat if you are in favor of the PV pledge or and its policies as it currently stands in concept, not the specific wording. Vote yes. If you have an issue with any of the policies and want to see a significant change that is an alteration to the spirit of each policy, vote or even just one policy, or think something's missing, vote no, and we will keep doing this until the time expires. We will stay here until
we
we
have
hit
15
50%. Which, okay, well, we'll come back to it after the panels. But after that, we will stay here all night until we come to a version.
I think
All
we
right,
should
I'm
also.
putting a
I think
poll.
we should also probably like. I don't think we should do it in the side chat, but like in community updates, like say here's the whole list of policies.
Well,
Vote yes or no.
we're just doing the people. We're doing the people.
Oh, you
here.
know, that's
we
fair.
gave people
That's fair.
ample warning to show up.
That's very fair. So if they ain't here,
Hey, be lucky we didn't go with the original idea of only dues-paying members could vote.
a bit more regulation on AI, specifying that text to media be watermarked in some fashion. Yinzer, I think that's
Interesting.
I mean, that is good.
That's very good. I don't think you have to change the language of the pledge. We can just add. I don't think that changes the spirit of what each policy is.
No. Yeah,
thing,
I think specifying that is good because the current policy or the current thing is like trying to cut it off at the source. But I mean, those models already kind of exist, so I think I agree with that. Where is the poll? Benjamin is currently creating it.
Making it.
Want to tweak 9, but I like the spirit of it. What do you want to tweak about it? Oh, I think that's also what.
All right, and the poll is going live.
I mean, people can suggest edits. If you don't think that the PV pledge is good enough,
if you don't think it's there, vote no.
Vote no.
Even if you like it, but you want to see more, vote no.
Vote no. Does free community college include trade school? If not, should we add trade school? In terms of legal policy, I don't know. In my brain, it does, but I don't know.
There are 105 people in chat. Can you please vote?
Please vote on the message. Also, I'm gonna keep keep replying to this poll here. Where's Carrot? There's Carrot. If you want Israel to change, we need to advocate for opposition to the mic. What?
Ooh, abolish ICE needs to be added. Yep, that was definitely not the case when we first wrote this.
When we wrote this, ICE was like bad, but it had not gotten to like the apocalypse level bad that it has gotten in the last like couple of weeks.
Okay, so here's how we're going. So here's how we're going to move forward with this.
Can I get a static link to the platform? It does not exist yet because we're currently voting on it.
You can just share the document. You can just share the document from Google Drive. Yes. Okay.
Okay. I don't know where it is if it's on my head.
All right, 76 people voted. I'm calling it. All right, first vote has not passed. Let's go through the feedback and see what the reason is. We have 13 minutes that we can keep updating the pledge and swapping things out.
Is it the PV pledge concept?
No, it's the policy platform. Yes, that one is the document.
Okay.
I would keep the infrastructure in place, keep the integrity of AI.
I don't have permission to share it, Benj.
Jay, can you do it?
Yeah, Jay, could you toss it in chat, please?
How many people here would change their vote to yes if we added abolish ICE?
Just a lot of people. Not yet. No. Not just abolish ICE. Probably me. Still need more. That'd be a start. Needs more. Okay, yep, there it is. There it is in chat. If you want to read the whole thing out loud, or if you want to read the whole thing, that is where it currently is.
I would like to see stuff like increased accountability. Remember, we can only have 10 policies, so we have to take one out to add another.
We really want to keep it at 10 policies, so that way it's digestible.
Tran-
and also
trans
keep it,
women
and
are
also,
women.
that trans women is it
I feel like that falls
yes,
under the tenants.
it does fall in there already. It kind of includes it in more of a medicalized terminology, but it does have it in there.
10 is just the right number. We asked every candidate how many we should have on here, and they all said no more than 10.
And also keep in mind that this is not like a permanent forever document. If one of these happens,
We will
or if-
update these annually, or if one of them
Mhm.
passes, we change.
So if there's like a lower priority one that we like don't want, that we don't really want to think about too much, then we can say swap it out for something else.
Okay. Replace fair use. Yeah, the content creators really like that one. I don't
Content
want to.
creators really like it, and also AI, like that.
I'd
The
swap
copyright
out
stuff is
8.
where AI is. The nationalization
again,
of railroads.
don't
That's
do it
so
on the-
good.
Get rid of the nationalization of railroads. Who here would vote? Which? All right. Here's what we're gonna do now. Here's what we're gonna do now. Everybody who already voted yes, stop typing for now. I want everybody to stop typing in chat. This is the only way we're going to get through it. Discord is not built for this kind of thing, so we're learning on the fly how to do votes.
Mm-hmm.
There's only ever been one real election done in a big Discord community, and it was for the president of Nepal, of all places.
All right,
Just
everybody,
wa-
everybody,
The
everybody
only
actually
thing I
stop.
want to
Everybody
everyone
actually stop
stop.
typing. Everybody,
The-
please stop typing.
The only thing I want to see right now is Y or N to respond to this. Who here? If actually, I can make this a poll. I can make this a poll.
He's going poll mode. All right, you can keep typing in chat now. It's okay.
So
I saw a message by Lewis, and I want to highlight it. Where was it, Lewis? I can't find you. There you are. Abolish ICE, reform immigration, prosecute punitive actions during prosecute punitive actions during ICE used by Trump. I think I know what you mean by that, but the grammar on that is a little weird. Stick ranked choice voting onto Citizens United. A lot of the other policies are already 2 to 3 policies smushed together. That's interesting. That's interesting. I think children's medical rights should be added to the Medicare for All part. Like, kids should be able to get vaccines even if their parents are anti-vax. On a policy proposal that includes abolishment of ICE and complete dismantling and or working of DHS.
okay.
Criminal prosecution of all current ICE employees by DHS.
New poll.
So if you only vote on this if you voted no the first time.
No. If you voted yes, then just put I voted yes.
Oh, okay, there you go.
Oh. It's
Okay.
inside chat. Please vote. Stop burying the vote the poll with convo, please. Just for
Yep.
now.
Jay, our producer, is talking my DMs because he cannot type in chat. Instead of abolish ICE, I think comprehensive immigration reform, a pathway to citizenship, amnesty type beat. That can include abolishing ICE in its current form.
Okay. New poll. New poll.
Abolish ICE is the moderate position. That's good. Let's put it on here until it happens. Yep, I'm seeing you. I'm seeing you. I'm seeing you. Don't worry about it. Sorry, that was kind of dismissive. I am seeing your message. I apologize. I did not say it out loud.
Okay, so this next poll is if we added an 11th policy, if and ignore what I said about there only being 10, this is hypothetical just to know how to do this. If 11 were okay and we added one big policy that was specifically abolish ICE, pathway to citizenship, and comprehensive police reform, would you vote yes, or is your vote still no? That's the new poll. Yeah, it makes sense. The ICE stuff hadn't happened yet when we first came up with the policies. Probably is more important. Okay, that is okay. It seems we have our direction
We
now.
have. Yep. We have received the mandate.
The mandate of heaven has happened here. Okay. So I guess here's the real question then. Next poll. Which one do we take? Which one do we replace it with? Which? Can you combine 1 and 7?
Uh,
I
I mean, I get it's kind of far away, but like maybe.
I think I know how to do it. I think
Okay.
I know how to do it. I think I know how to do it.
All right. No. We cannot replace number one. Number one has to stay.
We can do
Well,
it.
well-
I wouldn't, but they could if they want to, but I don't think we need to.
The
I don't think we
policy.
need
The
to.
policy should stay in here somewhere. Lewis, this makes me sad. Lewis, I am sad now. It does have
Okay.
to be worded differently to combine both of them. Yeah, how you doing it, Bench?
This next poll is a bit different. You can select multiple options. So what I'm asking you here is which policies do you think we absolutely cannot remove, are essential to a good platform? Oh, excuse me. Apologies. So you can vote on multiple options, please, for any, it's just a list 1 to 10. Which policies do you think are the most essential? So for me, I'm going to do my votes because I am also a community member. Thank you very much.
No, you're not. No, you're not. That's not true. He is. He definitely is.
Yes, please start the sound check for the Red State channel.
They're already doing it. They're already doing it. Yep, they're already in the other stage. Don't bother them. Don't bother them.
Okay. So the one that everyone likes the most. Okay, votes are way still rolling in. Okay. There should be about 1,000 votes in total for this because you should all be able to vote multiple times. Or I guess
How
no,
many-
there shouldn't be because you can vote up to 10. So that would be if everyone voted for 10. So there should be about 400, 500.
How many did you say you wanted us to put in? Our top 5 or what?
No, I said pick whichever ones are the ones you like the most.
I see. Okay. Very subjective. That's cool.
To any candidates listening in, the community has spoken. They like the pledge, but we need to add an abolish ICE provision into it. So
Yeah. I mean, Louis Villarreal.
fair point. We should have thought of that.
Yep, the most active participant, the most active politician in this chat has been like, "Yep, do that."
I see a couple others in here.
Where? I do not see. Louis Villarreal's here.
I don't want to put them on the spot.
Ben's a
case
community
they-
member unless he's yelling at an engineering team. How do you know so much?
Okay, so which one does the community? Which of the why?
They're still
okay.
rolling in.
There's so we can see which one. What can somebody tell? Oh, okay. We can see which ones the community loves the most. Number 2, 4, and 7 are the most important to the community. The one that is the least important to the community is
9.
9. Okay. So if we have to remove one, it's number 9. I'm assuming nobody. Okay. So that's what. So number 9 is the thing. So here's the final poll.
Also, I just want to remind everybody.
Read AJ's
not-
suggestion.
One of these not being on the pledge does not mean that PV doesn't like
Support it. It's just not part of our main
it's
policy
not part of
platform.
our it's not part of our big policy platform.
I think we can combine 1 and 7. I'm
Okay.
very confident that we can combine 1 and 7 and have
Okay.
language written for that
Okay.
before the thing. So here's what I'm going to do. Because we weren't voting on the exact language anyway, and because we know what it is, I'm going to do this. Ratify PV pledge. Yes. 1, 7 combined, and the abolish ICE path to citizen.
Hold on. AJ also wrote something.
I ran out on I ran out of the character limit, but it would also include the pathway to citizenship and increased police reform, the general Black Lives Matter stuff.
Yeah.
AJ
specifically wrote as well a comprehensive humanity first copyright reform that. Oh, this is copyright. Never mind. Sorry, my bad.
Okay. Assuming we were able to do this, would you? Yes or no? This is the vote. Ratify PV pledge if we are combined 1 and 7 and add abolish ICE and the other stuff we mentioned.
Oh man. Okay. All right.
Literally
friends.
100%.
Hi,
It is
friends. I've
literally
got several
currently
politicians waiting to
100.
speak. Hi, friends. I have several politicians waiting to speak.
Yeah, I think we're about to be ready for
what
him.
what is more progressive victory than us dicking around in a Discord server forcing politicians to wait on us? What is more us than that? It would be very funny if. Hold on, I'm trying to see if any of the candidates themselves voted because that would be very funny.
That would be very funny. They're all in the other call though, so I doubt it.
Damn. Okay.
I mean, yeah, none of those. Lewis
All
probably did that.
right. The community has spoken.
The community has spoken.
That's the
Holy
literally
shit.
100%. I've never seen a unanimous community vote before.
To be
Holy
fair,
shit.
the votes are still coming in, but there's no way it could lose.
Yeah, no, it's called. I am Decision Desk. I'm calling it.
Yep.
All right. Let's get started with the candidate panel. Hydra.
We'll publish a thing.
I
later
am
today.
going to actually not host the candidate panel with Jenny. I'm going to ask Hydra to take my place. I am going
Hydra,
to go
you here?
write the
Hydra's
final
not
language.
here. I'm getting them to
Hydra's-
join.
Please inform Hydra that he is in fact taking my place on the candidate panel, as I am going to go
I don't
rework
think Hydra's. I
the
don't think
PV
Hydra's
pledge.
available.
The Hydra's available. He said he would sub in if we had to.
Okay.
To
So, hi, Robert.
to Jenny, when you do ask the candidates about the PV pledge, give the
Hi, Adam
the
Murphy.
caveat. Hey Adam,
Sorry.
Give him
There is
the what, Benjamin?
the caveat
Heyo.
of 1 and 7 combined, and that.
Okay. Sounds good.
All right, I'm gonna dip out. Hydra's gonna do the thing. Is gonna do it. All right.
Alright.
See you.
Bye, Benjamin.
Hi, friends. We're gonna be a bit scuffed while I figure out how to invite people on my phone.
All right. Also, hi, Adam.
Hey, Ed.
I distinctly remember when we watched the Game Awards and you were drunk in my chat. That was awesome.
That was great. I remember that
It was
too.
very good.
It's nice to see you again, Jenny.
Yeah, and I see you as well. All right, now I gotta pull up so many docs.
Mic check. Is everyone okay? Can we still hear me?
We can hear you.
I got user error. Okay, awesome. Thank you for having me.
Hydra, are you here? Hydra, please.
How do I? You got to double click main stage and then accept the offers.
If Hydra's not here, I can figure it out. I believe. Nothing on screen during this one, right? Just all their cams. Yep. There should be no screen share. Should be just this.
He made it. And then you got to
I
turn the
love the
camera
little
on again.
chat up on the top right, as if you just, you can see it.
Erica, your hair looks very nice. I would like to say.
You're muted. You muted
Thank you.
yourself.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. I'm lightning speed opening up all the documents that people sent me earlier.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hydra, yes. Hello.
I'm here. Yes. Hi. Hopefully he's going to be able to join on his laptop soon. I think he's in the audience question mark.
Salam. Salam Bhatti? Where
Where is
are
he?
you? Where are you?
He may have not joined. Oh no.
Uh-oh.
I mean, he's not on the stream stage.
All right. Where are you?
All right. I'm going to text him.
I think Jay, I think we have one more and we're good. So I think we'll be just good. All right. Everybody's looking at their cameras so intently. Are you all looking at chat or are you looking at each
Yeah,
other,
reading the
staring each other
chat.
down?
I'm trying to figure out how to
I'm
open
doing
up.
both, yeah.
Max, someone says your mic is struggling. Do you need to adjust input or give it a test go?
Oh yeah, Max, you are very quiet. You could take his place.
That is much better.
Ooh, it is. Yes.
I doubled the output. Is that too loud? Should I put it down?
No, we are just hearing your voice through Matt's microphone now.
This is insane. Really? Just come sit
Oh,
in my
man.
lap. Let's just make this easy. We'll do it together.
Do you remember? I feel like we're back in like 2020 and 2021 when nobody knew how to use audio, and we've all gone out of it. We've all left it behind, and now we're coming back again. It's evil.
I think it's just because so far his mic hasn't been picking me up. I don't. Are you listening through earpods or does it come through your speakers?
It sounded like
I'm connected through headset, so I've also changed my input sensitivity. Have you changed your input sensitivity?
Yeah,
Ben.
my input sensitivity is low and output is high, so I can.
So fun fact, it was currently picking you up on Matt's audio while you were saying it. You don't think it was picking him up, so.
It wasn't before.
Leftist audio is true. Jesus.
Oh, and now my video's not working because I left the stage. This is fantastic.
I'm kicking you off. Get out of here.
I'm just gonna sit here patiently. Everyone, tell me how I can be of service.
The weeping angel.
Yeah, we want. Is Salam here?
I just texted him. I
Okay.
think they are working on getting onto a laptop. I told him to text me when he can join.
Okay.
Keep an eye on that.
I guess, do we just get started then, and then just everybody give Salam a big welcome when he joins?
Yeah, let's go with that.
Oh, Matt's gone. Oh wait, no, his camera's still here. Sorry, technical difficulties. Let's just start. Okay. Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody in Progressive Victory, and hello to all the candidates here up on stage with us. Would you all like to introduce yourselves, starting from the top? Adam, would you like to go first? Who are you,
Sure.
and what are you running for?
Hey everybody, My name's Adam Murphy, Democratic candidate for Virginia's 9th District. Running for Congress, first time. I'm a software developer. Very excited about this. This is a crazy time in American history, and it takes people like ourselves to stand up, but it also takes people like you to support us to also stand up, because none of us could do this alone. And I'm really excited to be here and kind of talk with everybody.
Max Diaz.
All right. Hey, my name is Max Diaz. I'm running for South Carolina's 1st Congressional District. First time running. I'm an aircraft mechanic by day, environmentalist by night. But yeah, no, I decided to join up in the race because I was looking around for I'm gonna note, okay, because I must. Matt was not running yet when I made the decision to run. So, but when hard to hear, Max. 1 second, let me put my output up some more. Then.
Ooh, there we go.
Okay. Better.
A little bit. Now we can hear you through Oliver's microphone.
Well, anyway, I was getting into it. I looked at the field. I wanted to look for who I could support and who I felt like would really advance the sort of interests of, really dealing with our practical problems and helping the working class and doing something about climate change, everything, and was left unsatisfied, so I joined the race.
All right. Erica, who are you?
All
And what are
right.
you running for?
Hi, everyone. Well, thank you for having me. So I'm Erica Watkins, and I am running for Oklahoma's 1st congressional district, which is in the Tulsa metro area. We've actually got a lot of progressive energy here. I'm super excited. I'm a mom, I'm a veteran. I have a master's degree in global economics, and I decided to run for this office because I don't like fascism. And I'm tired of the Democratic Party not being an actual left party. I think that that's like the bare minimum that they should be. I don't know, but call me a crazy radical, whatever. So I
Woke
decided
even.
to, right. But yeah, I've been doing community organizing and doing that for a few years with, public education. Advocacy was kind of my lane, but I decided to broaden my scope a little bit and go um, to try to go to Congress because we need actual representation for the people. So yeah.
Excellent. All right. Oliver, who are you? What you running for?
Yeah, what's up, everybody? What's up, Progressive Victory? My name's Oliver Larkin. I'm a Democrat, first-time candidate running in Broward and Palm Beach County's 23rd District, Fort Lauderdale up to Boca Raton. Community also includes the city of Parkland. And I'm a former Bernie Sanders 2016 campaign staffer, traveled the country organizing for the Sanders campaign, also organized a union and won a union with the communication workers in my workplace. So I've really been on the front lines of Medicare for all, raising the minimum wage to a living wage, getting corporate money out of politics, and really just decided that this was an election that I needed to run in and give our community a different choice and, stand up for the immigrant community in South Florida, the trans and LGBTQ community, and stand up against genocide.
Incredible. All right. Matt, who are you? What you're running for? Oh, we cannot hear him. Oh no, we can't hear him. This is unfortunate. Oh no, we can't hear him.
Oh, we can see Salam now. Yay.
We can see Salam.
Yay.
Woo.
Okay,
We can-
so if I put my input back down, can we hear me all right?
We can hear you now.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So, everyone, thank you so much for being patient. My name is Matt Fulmer. I'm the other candidate at this panel running for South Carolina Congressional District 1. Max and I met kind of like a few months after we had both decided to run for it. And we realized that we basically have the same platform and we're kind of the same person. So we said, you know what, let's just make this a coalition thing. Two heads are better than one. He's a great dude. I'm on the other end of the district, so he's actually letting me use his house right now for internet, so I'm not out there with the 5G. So what a guy. A little bit about me. I'm 32 years old. I've been taking tables or being a bartender for most of my life. Down here in South Carolina, I've made $2.13 an hour for basically all of my career. And I decided to run for office when looking around at the candidates that were going to run and saying, this isn't good enough. Democrats have to run on solutions that are big enough to meet the moment, and I wasn't seeing that around here. And you got to be the change you want to see in the world. You can't expect anyone else to fight for something if you're not going to fight for it yourself. So I'm happy to be here with all of you. Everyone I've met with this group is awesome, and I'm so excited to have a group of people to work with while we try to accomplish things like single-payer healthcare, fully funding public colleges, trade schools, vocational programs. And I'm immensely grateful for Max, immensely grateful for y'all. Thank you so much for having me today.
Yeah. And last but not least, Salam Bati. How you doing?
I'm so thankful and appreciative of y'all. Thanks for your patience as we figure this out.
Well, introduce yourself. Who are you? What are you running for? I know you've been here before, but introduce yourself.
It's great to see you again, Jenny, and hey everybody on Discord. My name's Salam Bhatti. I am a public interest lawyer, and I am running for Congress in the 1st District of Virginia. What we've done in the past is worked at the Virginia Poverty Law Center to do some amazing legislative work for tens of thousands of Virginians, increasing SNAP for 25,000 families, expanding free school meals for tens of thousands of kids, increasing cash assistance for the poorest families, not once but twice, repealing a bunch of unjust and racist laws. And we did it once, and we're going to do it again from the halls of Congress.
Incredible. All right. Well, thank you all for being here once again. I'm joined here with my name is Jenny. If you all didn't know, I'm the community manager for Progressive Victory. And over to whatever direction this is, probably this way, is one of the deputy organizing directors, Hydra. And we're going to be
Hydra.
we're going to be hosting the panel today. So, for those who are not aware, this is what we are calling the Red State Strategy Panel. All of these various candidates are running in or nearby red districts and are trying to overturn those candidates. So with that in mind, the first question I'll start with out for all of you, and whoever just wants to jump in, please jump in. But keep in mind, try to keep your answers relatively brief because we do want to get as many answers from as many people as possible. What are some issues that affect campaigning in your community? Jump in. Everybody's so scared.
I know.
Do you want to go?
I think the most important thing is it is you. Like, you got to take ownership of yourself. Both Max and myself, we don't have any establishment support, but the kind of candidates we wanted to see in this race weren't there. And so I know what it's like to really doubt yourself and to see yourself as someone who politics is really far away from, but it's not. I'm relatively new to this. My website went live on November 8th. And so far, Max and I have had some really amazing conversations. Like, you can see that other people have been waiting for people like us. Other people are happy to, pick up the banner alongside us. And we're changing some minds, which is what it's all about. Bernie didn't win 2 different elections, but what he did for the conversation around Medicare for all is absolutely amazing. We've seen the public polling, move in the direction we want, and I think we're going to get there in our lifetimes. So I'd say, first of all, the first barrier to campaigning is you, and I hope a lot more of y'all, pick it up as you can. And then, other than that, it's starting small with local relationships. We're going to local clubs. And that means you got to go first, not as a candidate. You got to go as a participant. Like, you got to fill out your contact Rolodex. So, anybody else?
Yep.
The establishment's our biggest hurdle. I'll tell you that. We've got primaries. There's a lot of people in the primary, and the party's already come behind one candidate who's very centrist and much older. So what's been really enjoyable, I mean, we knew we weren't going to get the establishment support. We didn't want the establishment support. That's what really defines our campaign, is being on the path of progress. And it's really created that line of demarcation, like, oh, okay, the party's backing this person. Well, obviously I'm going to look for somebody else, and people are finding our campaign. So it's been a real fun time these past few weeks.
Yeah, I would
to
say
answer that question too. I don't know. Oh, do you want to go ahead, Oliver? It's fine.
Sure. Yeah, I would say, running a real progressive campaign without corporate PAC money in a place like South Florida, where there's such strong corporate control and establishment control, the first thing that we really are just trying to communicate to people is that it is possible to run a different kind of campaign. We've been canvassing for a couple of months, and people ask us at the doors, does canvassing really even work? And we say, yes, just look at what happened in New York City a few months ago. Canvassing absolutely works. It's just so foreign to any kind of corporate-backed establishment candidate that runs on machine politics. And so it's really just showing people that there's the possibility that it can happen. and it's empowering to people, and it's something that we can have them actually participate in because, like Matt said, it's you, it's also your volunteers. What I've been saying is our campaign's message only goes as far as the next volunteer or the next supporter who's sharing it with somebody else. It has to be a game of addition. And so that's really, it's face-to-face conversations over and over and over again and telling people that it is possible. And not only is it possible, but in a very close district like ours, in a state that has lost so much ground to the Republican Party, this is really where we need to make a stand and not have, another district fall, as another domino to the Republican Party in the face of a milquetoast corporate Democratic Party that is losing ground election cycle after election cycle. We need to actually stand up for what we believe in and not just continuously compromise to what the fascist party wants.
Yeah.
I was going to
So
come
I'll
at this.
say, oh yeah, we can. Sorry.
I
You
can
can
wait.
go ahead.
No one said mine yet, so I can wait.
I was like, okay. I was like, because mine is really similar, but I think we have like a kind of a multitude of issues in Oklahoma running as a Democratic candidate. For one, the loyal party, Democratic Party people. I mean, it is a lot smaller. Therefore, your donor base, not only your voter, but like it all is all smaller here in a place like Oklahoma. But additionally, we are so overlooked by national organizations, like obviously not Progressive Victory, because hello, but so many places don't want to invest in even great candidates or any of the building up that infrastructure to actually try to have some sort of fight against these Republicans. We are a very apathetic voter state. We're not as red as people think we are. Even in the last presidential election, it was something like 41%. I'd have to double check of eligible voters actually showed up to the polls, and that is insane. It is 70% of our state legislature is that they are actually just they win their Republican primary and then they just go straight on to office because nobody runs against them and we have closed primary system. So it is very hard to like get legitimacy as a Democrat, even though a lot of people believe with what we're saying. Like it's hard for everybody just has kind of, oh well, you're not going to go anywhere, so we're doing the same thing, lots of on the ground field work, having those conversations, because that is something that you're not going to see from the current office holder of the seat.
So I'll go a slightly different direction than everybody because everything they said is very accurate. Establishment, just talking to people, that's all super important. But I don't know how everybody's districts is structured, but Southwest Virginia is incredibly rural, and our district, the 9th, is the size of New Jersey. So the biggest thing that I would say to overcome is two things. It's the size, realizing that the issues that we have on the eastern part of our district, Roanoke, Montgomery, Martinsville, Henry, they have growth problems. They're bigger. They're growing cities. While on further west part of the country that used to be coal country, there's a lot more decline, people leaving, and they have radically different cultures and issues that they face while similar things kind of cut through the whole thing, like cost of living, heating bills. So that's a really big thing. And you have to be able to reach out to these people places where cell phone service is just non-existent. Just you get to some parts and it's just dead. They don't have fiber. They don't have internet. So they're reliant on either their local TV news that they get or a newspaper. And remember, as you all know, media is completely captured right now, right? They're very much rubber stamping a lot of the stuff that is some of the most insane things we've ever seen in this country. So I think the biggest challenge that I'm facing is reaching people that want change, because right now the system is not serving folks at all, but being able to actually get in front of them and talk to them. And that's kind of the challenge I feel like I'm facing.
I guess I'll go ahead. Yeah, no, the biggest challenge I'm facing, I definitely have to speak a little bit on the basically the whole establishment thing, which I'll come at it from a slightly different perspective, just to not tread the same ground. I think that while that's the biggest hurdle in the primary, right, is you're not the status quo. You're the different, a scary left-wing man in the center-right party. But I think it's also going to be, in our sort of circles, provided we get through, the biggest boon in the general is that we actually offer something different. we actually offer something, period, contrary to what we've seen from the Democratic Party at an establishment level for the past pretty much all of my life. Um, so I don't know. I guess I want to throw something a little hopeful in there.
Hmm. All very insightful. Thank you all very much for saying. My next question for all of you. So some of you brought up the idea of like kind of apathy, that voters are very like disengaged. Specifically, Erica mentioned in Oklahoma, which is traditionally considered to be a red state, but when you actually like look at it, it's like it shouldn't be. At least from my perspective, and a lot of people in Progressive Victory, we think that it is because there's a general lack of energy and passion on the left, or the Democrats, if you will. So how do all of you kind of plan to actually reach these disaffected Democrat, or maybe even disaffected Republicans, but I'm specifically interested in the disaffected Democrats? How do you plan to reach those voters who are turned off of politics from this like division and the crazy shit that's always happening? How do you plan to actually reach these people?
I guess I'll go because it's one of the reasons I ran in the first place. Um, is because I wasn't seeing this. I really like to try to stick to issues and policy stuff as much as I can, things that really affect people in their day to day. Because when you're kind of doing the whole narrative building and stuff, you're automatically going to shut people out. That's pretty much what I've watched on mainstream media my entire life, is just catering to one crowd or the other. Meanwhile, if you just focus on managing the country um, in a pragmatic way that's meant to actually serve the needs and well-being of the people in the country you live in, uh, if you start spreading those ideas, people tend to latch on.
Mhm.
Yeah, we're running our campaign on issues that are not just popular for Democrats, but popular across the country. We've got, taxing the billionaires. We've got Medicare for all. We've got campaign finance reform. Everything's polling over 60%. So this is the time to do it. We've seen other candidates in Virginia not run on this and not bring the voters out as a result. And what we've seen, especially, Zoran is, of course, a microcosm, but we've seen independent voters come out. And so that is going to be a standard we're going to be utilizing of canvassing, as we're, the chat is blowing up on it. Canvassing is the way. We got to meet people where they are, literally. We're going to be annoyingly present at events throughout the district, and that's going to help bring out more voters, bring up the hype, and bring out the votes.
I'm curious, present in what way?
Literally, literally there, in
Oh,
person.
okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess that makes sense.
That's a similar thing that we're doing. We're going out to a lot of community events, and then with my the organizing background, I've been able to tap into a lot of people that don't participate in electoral politics because they don't believe that there is actual potential for representation for them, and that's kind of opened up a new voting block. We saw in my district in CD1, which is Tulsa, when we had our mayoral race, the runoff actually was between two Democrats in Tulsa, and the progressive candidate won over the centrist moderate candidate by decent margins. And so that shows that these more progressive policies of affordable housing, healthcare is a huge thing in Oklahoma. We have rules, hospitals shutting down, education. Obviously, we are 50th in the nation, so of course, but actual things, we have to be able to connect to people instead of talking at them. What my campaign does really well is we listen, we deep canvas. So instead of going into it and being like, "Hi, I'm Erica, this is all my things," it's what matters most to you. And I can tell you that all of the people, no matter what political party, are saying the same things. And so we're actually listening to what the base, what the constituents want to see from representation, and applying that to our messages when we get out, so that people feel seen. Because unfortunately, people don't really care to participate unless the vast majority of the electorate, unless they, it's something that affects them. And we have to be able to have that conversation of like, it might seem like these headlines and everything are so crazy and so far off, but they actually affect your real life. in the day to day, and being able to break that down to them without coming at them of I know better, I know what's best for you is the what we're taking, the approach we're taking.
Mhm.
Yeah, one thing that
I think
is
that's an incredibly key point.
Go ahead, Adam.
To just
you let
just
me last.
thank you. Not coming at people with the assumption that our policy is somehow, well, it's better, so therefore they'll have to agree with me. You have to talk to people and not just give them a like, oh yeah, it's mathematically better. Yes, we all know that. We're all here knowing that. But we need to be able to give them a reason, an emotion, a feeling to want to actually change, to show them that it's not going to be the same old, and that we did hear them. Yes, it might ultimately, the answer still be Medicare for all, because that's clearly the better way to go. But you still need to hear their emotions out. You cannot just assume, well, I know the policy and you don't, and you're wrong. Like, just talking to people and being more open about that, I think that's a very key point.
Yeah, in Florida, there's a narrative about Florida. We've all seen Bugs Bunny sawing it off the map. We send Pam Bondi and Marco Rubio and all these other goons up to DC and the Trump administration. But there's also something that's true in Florida that is true in red states across the country, which is that even as the Democratic Party has failed to win elections, people are voting for very progressive ballot measures. And this has been true in 2018 when with over 60% of the vote, because that is the ballot threshold in Florida. Ironically, that passed in a constitutional amendment that didn't hit its own 60% threshold. It just passed 50% and raised it to 60% for everything that followed after. That's a separate story. But in 2018, Amendment 4 restored 1 million voting rights for 1 million returning citizens. In 2020, we passed with 60% of the vote a $15 an hour minimum wage. And in the most recent election, even though these policies fell just short of the 60% threshold, we had clear majorities in what would have been blowouts in electoral politics. Abortion rights, 57, 58%, about 1.5 million more people voting for abortion rights than voting against, as well as recreational marijuana after we legalized medical marijuana a few years before. And if you look at red states across the country with Medicaid ballot measures, with these very progressive policy ideas, this is policy that independents vote for, that Republicans vote for, and it's not tied to the party identity. So if we talk about issues and we talk about, as many have suggested, Medicare for all and these policies that poll incredibly well with overwhelming majorities and even strong pluralities of Republican voters, it's a way to kind of get out of the left versus right partisan discourse that, as many have alluded to, it just completely turns people off, especially after 10 years of this Trump stuff. It's exhausting. If we talk about policies, that's actually a way to access people. And I think it's something that, the New York City Mayor Zoran did very well in speaking to Trump voters and then responding to those needs.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I think I'm the last one. So the question was, how do we connect to these sort of apathetic groups? Everyone has said, everyone is a great speaker, and I appreciate your responses. So I'll just put a button on it, like make sure we're going to places that aren't just political. Show up at the farmers markets. Find the groups that have started to not believe in electoralism, like DSA. There's a couple other organizations like that around our area that we're going to and introducing ourselves to. Make unions. South Carolina, not a big union spot, but there are some things that are adjacent to it. So make sure we're going to places that are not just politics, but have people. Because I believe our message is correct. We're slowly getting there. The wind is in our sails, but we do have to. People have to stand up and be willing to be a public face of the operation.
Mm-hmm. All right. Thank you all very much for your responses. I have a bit of a follow up to that. It's kind of related. So as we mentioned the apathetic voters, but there are some people who are a little bit more politically engaged. Not like hard line, they're going to every city council meeting, but they're at the very least willing to vote. Yeah. And everybody's got different beliefs, but in your specific districts, as best as you can tell, because all of you've been going around knocking doors, talking to people. What are some issues, maybe even surprising issues, the funnier the better, that the more red-leaning voters and the more progressive voters in your districts actually agree on? And then follow up, if you have it on deck, how are you are you going to, or how are you going to try to actually take those more red-leaning voters and change their minds to vote for you, a progressive?
What we've been doing is planting seeds. Call us Johnny Appleseed. And we started this with our neighbor. Our neighbor, he's in his 70s. He's been a Republican his whole life. And what we said to him was, the party you joined when you were younger is no longer the same party it is today. And I just walked away from that, and then just let him think about that. About a week or two later, he donated to our campaign. And another conversation I've had with him, we were talking about how, we shouldn't have medical debt in this country. Like, he literally agreed to that, and pretty much that Medicare should be for all. People are seeing through the facade of the health insurance industry, seeing that they don't provide any value to the country, and that it's time for a change there. So we're riding on that. We have, of course, seen others. Like, I was in a rural part of the district and having a meet and greet in a restaurant, and a Republican walked in and he asked, "Hey, what's going on here?" And I said, "I'm running for office as a Democrat." And he like instantly like took a step back, like literally. And he's like, "Why are you letting women walk?" He's like, "Why do you want men in women's bathrooms?" And I was like, "Sir, I just want you to have health care." He's like, "Oh, I can't talk to you." So, you see a little bit of both.
I want to say that regardless of how people describe themselves on the ideological spectrum, basically all Americans, all people have the same basic values. We want to take care of people when they're at their most vulnerable, when they're children, when they're at the end of their life, when they're ill, when they're injured. We want to be a meritocracy. We don't want to be confined by the status of our birth. We want to be able to create and build ourselves. And if you believe in a meritocracy, you need to give people ample opportunities at education. And people want to know that their representatives care much more about their voters than their donors. So I don't think we really have to work that hard. We just have to show up as people and be vulnerable, listen to them, give them space, and then sincerely show them what we're trying to accomplish. Because most people are trying to accomplish the same thing. There's just this kind of political tribalism that gets in the way of those discussions. But at the end of the day, I can talk to my MAGA coworkers and they know I'm a good dude and they're excited about me and what I'm trying to accomplish. If anything, because they know that I just care about others, and I can explain it with a language that they haven't heard it from their parents and their more conservative communities. But at the end of the day, we are trying to get to the same space.
Yeah, I think one thing that I'd say is, in the American ideal of the small business owner, the entrepreneur, what is that if not a rebranded worker owning the means of their own production? And in South Florida, where there's very much a hustle, grind kind of entrepreneurial culture, talking about issues like Medicare for all as the key that's going to unlock that next great American renaissance of small business and entrepreneurship. If you're free to leave your big corporate job because you don't have to worry about relying on your boss for your health insurance or your kids' health insurance, it will allow you to take risks. And I think that is something that I find really exciting running in a red state and in a purplish district, is that our message of Medicare for all is something that we can take from the primary election into the general election. And it's the same message that this is the key to unlocking so many different parts of the American economy. And it's also just looking someone in the face, someone who may worry that you're getting one over on them, that someone else is getting a benefit that they didn't pay for, this or that, and saying, you deserve health care. Forget anybody else. You, the person I'm talking to, you deserve Medicare for all. You deserve the right to health care. It's a human right. And in the United States, where we pay twice as much per capita as any other country, we're the wealthiest country not to guarantee health care is a right. This is something we can do, and it's going to benefit people across the political spectrum.
Yeah. That is kind of the frame that I use. So I have a Democratic primary, and since we are closed primary system, I'm not reaching out officially through the campaign as canvassing Republican doors or anything yet. Although if I do when I win the primary, I will be on 100% Republican doors. I've worked on previous campaigns in the past, and that's actually my favorite thing to do, is to talk to the Republican voters. So right now I just kind of do it in my social time. And I'll just be completely honest, because that's who I am as a person. There is a local dive bar by me that is like my little like hideout. Like, I'll go and I'll read, or I'll take my laptop and I just vibe. And I'm there all the time. And it is almost all MAGA. They call me their little socialist congresswoman, but I connect with them so much because they try to, they try to get under my skin and everything. But I end up at the end of like in the conversation, I'm just always like, wow, it's almost like both parties, there are people in both parties that are making a lot of money keeping us fighting. But at the end of the day, we're all neighbors. We're all in the same community. And, this bar does community feedings. They do things to get, and it's just a little dive. But we all actually agree a lot more than we disagree. But, mainstream media and all of the loud algorithms and people being funneled into their echo chamber there completely makes them, and like people don't know what to do when they are faced with a really like loud out there progressive candidate who'll sit there and smoke a cigar with them. And everything that they're ended up bitching about, they're bitching about capitalists. They just don't know it. They think that it is establishment politicians and being able to kind of be like, well, it's actually maybe because, Citizens United and putting those little, just as somebody said, planting those little seeds of like, actually, this has all been kind of orchestrated so that the working class isn't coming together and having these conversations in bars. So I put myself in places where they're at, and then same, I've had people that are like, I've never voted for a Democrat in my life, but like I'm actually going to change so that I can vote for you in the primary. So yeah, that's what I've been doing.
Dang darn it! The hospital charged me $300 for a single healthcare visit. Must be those dirty Democrats who made this happen.
Yeah.
I'm finding in my district kind of a unifying thing that's really crossing any party line is actually these AI data centers. It's something that is so huge that as they're coming to Southwest Virginia, people hate them. I mean, they hate them. Wythe County literally found out about it like spur of the moment. They got voted on in a secret behind the door Board of Supervisors meeting like 8 months before that. Comes out in the news. The entire community showed up. There was like 100 people at this Board of Supervisors meeting for the first time, and they normally get like 4 or 5. Like the entire community gets activated, and it doesn't matter what side of the aisle you're on. Because I'm a software developer too, I can kind of speak to this. I can really say like, no, dog, big tech's gonna hurt us. It's not. They're automating our jobs away. This is not something we want. There's no job economic. And we're giving more and more of our future to these people. So what I'm finding is that any person you talk to, blue collar, white collar, you just mention this to them, all of our jobs are at risk with this. And we are not prepared as a society to go into an AI future where 25, 30% of our country is unemployed because the system is not designed to support those people, right? Like it would break. Our entire economy would break. And that's exactly what these big tech companies want. They want that control. They want to have that over us. So I find that's one of the best ways to cut across the aisle right now. Nobody, literally nobody wants the data centers. Nobody. There's like one guy I've met that liked it, and I'm pretty sure he's getting paid somehow by them.
There's not enough time for me to unpack that, but I need to know. Like, well, I'll talk to you later. I need to know about that. Anyways.
I wanted to mention about data centers, the AI of it all. A lot of people think that it's just going after white collar jobs, but I was talking with a farmer in a rural part of our county, and he was talking about how when he's sitting in a John Deere combine, that's literally all he's doing. He's just sitting there and it's running itself. Anytime some sort of issue pops up, he just pushes a button, John Deere remotes in and takes care of it. What he's learning is that this isn't to make things easier, but this is for John Deere and the monopoly behind it all to really just take over entirety of farming. So not only are we losing migrant laborers who, get their visas, they work here legally and everything, and they're providing a great service and to the economy as well, making good money. We've lost them thanks to ICE, and we're going to be losing our farmers thanks to AI. So I think that's a really great unifying issue across party lines, and a lot of people are resonating around Senator Sanders saying there needs to be a moratorium on these data centers.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Well, I guess I'll ask the next question. So we live in scary times. There's a lot of people who are very worried about the future and worried about reprisal from like the Trump administration or a future conservative government. How do you calm those fears and convince volunteers who may be afraid of the consequences of volunteering?
Can't be
Honestly,
afraid. They
Man,
want us.
there's
want,
I was
they-
sorry, there was crickets on that for a second. That hit like a friggin' bomb.
That's a new
This-
one. I don't know who's afraid of volunteering yet. We haven't come into contact with that one. But I mean,
what I've been telling people is like, you know, you're looking around to see who's going to be the one, who's going to be that agent of change. You are. We are the ones we've been waiting for. We need to get out there and protest regularly. We need to get out there and show them that we are not afraid. Our voice may crack, our voice may tremble, we may get teary-eyed when we are facing the oppressors, but our courage is in our numbers. Our courage is in showing up. And what the psychology is that we're seeing of these ICE agents, they're betas, right? They do this in numbers because they seek the approval of others. So when people gather in mass around them, disapproving them, and they're either going to escalate or run away, and we see them doing both. We really need to keep showing up, power in numbers, and understand that the Trump administration is a temporary blight on our society. We will continue to fight back. We're going to win the House in the midterms. We're going to win the Senate and the executive in 2028. And we're going to not go back to the centrism of yesterday because that brought the fascism of today. We're going to go towards an extraordinary vision because these are extraordinary times.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
we have
Oh, you go ahead.
Yeah, I think we have to find community and we have to seek it out in person. It is more important than ever in the face of real repression and authoritarianism that people show up and know that they're not alone. It is too much to just sit by yourself and consume the news and all of the fear that we ingest every single day through our cell phones. I've seen it in indivisible protests and in DSA meetings that people find not just solidarity, but a real community, a real support network. And I think it's also important to acknowledge how bad the last 10 years in particular have been to just family structures, to relationships that people have had with family and friends that have, become completely captured by the fascist argument, by the authoritarian argument. It is more important than ever that we build solidarity and we build a community with one another. And so that's why I'm always encouraging people to come to an event. It doesn't need to be outward facing, speaking to voters. It can just be, come to an organizing meeting, meet other people who are supportive, and know that you're in a space where you can find community, where you can find friendship, and you can build something that is more durable than one single campaign, but really about turning around what it means to live in a community in South Florida and feel, respected and safe and like your voice matters.
Yeah. So I'm sure a lot of people here are familiar with the Steve Bannon quote about flooding the zone, that it was in the last Trump administration, but that the reason that it is just like a constant barrage of headlines and executive orders and just this inflammatory tweet and this thing that he cannot legally do is meant to keep people overwhelmed. And I think that what we're seeing with ICE, while it is absolutely disgusting and terrible and scary, I don't think that ICE is really indicative of what is to come. I think that it is more indicative of they're scared, just as we said, like there is going to be sweeping victories in the midterms. And we know that, what institutions and guardrails that we still have against this are still in place. And these people are going to be criminally charged, the people responsible. And they know that their time is coming and that they will be held and that is why I think it is almost like a panic. There is a term for it that has eluded me right now, but it's something about just basically kind of just everything. They're going to throw everything at the wall to see what sticks at the end because there's a panic. And that's what we've been talking about with like our volunteers and our base. And like a lot of people have already been out, but I keep it like really real with because I do have people that have said, I don't know if I can go knock doors and I don't know, and I don't know if I can do any of this. And it's usually the white liberal people. And what people don't understand is like what we're seeing right now on the streets has been the existence for indigenous communities and Black homegrown communities in this country for hundreds of years before it was technically even established, right? So this is not a new thing for the United States. This is something we've always done. If we haven't done it within our borders, we've done it in the global South. So I think getting people to kind of realize their privilege and like what their duty really is to stand up against this and use what privilege they have is something that we're doing to kind of navigate the fear that people have. And I'm a veteran. I've been to war, and so we can take these fascists. It's nothing. So
I think it's kind of comical as you were just saying that the more into a corner they feel they're backed, the worse it all gets, and the harder they kick back and try and bite. Where the situation they're getting into themselves into, where they're going to be prosecuted later, where there's going to be trials and imprisonments and whatnot, they're only making it worse for themselves later on. The more they keep kicking and screaming, whereas it would be less bad for them later if they maybe toned it back a little bit, weren't doing that, or if they never did it in the first place, and just worked in the interest of the people. No one would have to do that.
There's been a quote just playing in the back of my head ever since this question was put forward, and it is, the mark of a good leader isn't how far one advances themselves, it's how far they advance others. And I think courage is contagious, conviction is contagious, love for other people is contagious. So
I had a different quote come to mind. You know the Bugs Life movie where there's a million of us to one of them, right? Like that's the energy we need to also recognize, that there's so many more of us. At the end of the day, you're right though, that courage is contagious. Like by standing up, like we got a Field of Dreams this a little bit, right? If you build it, they will come. And people do come. Like just by standing up, you get tons of people who don't show up normally that see, oh my God, you're actually fighting in a way that is different. And I think that is really critical. So that's a great point.
Yeah, and building off what Matt said about just showing that love and people are attracted to it. I mean, a lot of us grew up on Mr. Rogers, and every single day he just brought that same love, that same vibe, that same aura, and it just attracted an entire generation. So let's do that, Let's keep showing up with that love for our neighbors. And wait, did Speedy Delivery originate Amazon Prime 2? Let's not get there. But the message is there. Keep showing up with love, and we'll attract a lot of folks.
Revolutionary optimism.
Yeah, I have a question actually. I'm seeing a sentiment in chat that I think is going to be reflected more and more and more, especially as ICE continues to be the way that it is. No Punchman in chat says, this conversation makes me wonder if this kind of political advocacy is right for me. Because I hear all these candidates saying, we can flip these conservatives. I have honest conversations with them and earn their respect. Meanwhile, I have seething hatred for each and every Trump voter. I have dismissed all of them as an unwaveringly subservient to the tech oligarch agenda of making America a third world shithole country. And of course, like everybody is different. There are different people for all of these things. Are we trying? Like we're the red state. This is the red state strategy panel. Like we're trying to convince red voters to vote for progressives, and we're trying to convince blue voters to vote for progressives also. But there are some people, I'm sure that all of you have met at least one, that is just fucking crazy. And then you know a little bit more of their area, and everyone there is fucking crazy. How do you I just want to know what you guys feel about that. How do you want to reach out to these people? Do you even want to try to convince them? Is it worth your time? Should you be taking a more aggressive posture against these people? Like there's a lot of approaches for this. I just want to hear all of your thoughts.
Okay, so this is something that I've thought a lot about and thought about from like the very onset of me going into this. Because I mean, I grew up in this area. I lived in the Low Country, South Carolina, all the way through, middle and high school, up through college. Um, and the one thing I could say is there are certain people who are like they're too deep in the sauce for you to actually reach. That is a fact of the matter. Um, but most people, and I really do mean most, aren't completely entrenched. Most people barely even pay attention to the news, which is maybe the most depressing thing I've I've had to encounter throughout campaigning is people don't even pay attention to like the very baseline obvious stuff in the news. Um, but when you're talking to people, including people who are typically Republicans, you and you're going in there with this progressive agenda, a lot of it comes down to you're appealing to get them to vote in their own personal interests. You're trying to give them something that will improve their lives, and you know they understand that language. They understand that language very well. So yeah, that's kind of been my experience is that if you come at it from that angle as this is something that can make your life better, you see this problem, well, there are solutions to it. You see this injustice, well, we see it too. This is where it comes from. They tend to respond positively.
So I think there are two questions in there. One was the sentiment of the chatter, and one was this question of are some people too far away? Yeah, there are some people that are too far away, and we don't need to interact with them, and we certainly don't want to invite them into spaces where they might endanger other people. But on this question of like, are Trump voters irredeemable? Should we have hatred towards each and every one of them? Most people are just a product of the environment they're raised in, and those environments change throughout their lives. I mean, I know Trump voters that are now like Labor Party people that are like real hard lefties, and they're Trump voters from 2016. There is an evolution that can and will happen, and I certainly want to be as much of a facilitator of that transition as possible. And it does start with love and respect and giving them space, approach them as an equal, let them say what they want to say, and then you can build off that. You can find common ground. It is that simple, and maybe that sounds sappy, but it's true. And I've seen my own evolution. When I was younger, I was probably about 22. In 2016, a Bernie canvasser knocked on my door, and he was trying to get me to come out, participate in the primary, and vote for Bernie Sanders. And I had this idea of like a Democrat is a Democrat. I'm this lazily intellectual, 22-year-old. I was like, hey, it's cool, man. I'm a Democrat. I'll vote for whoever it is. I don't need to get involved in this process. And now I'm a candidate, and I have really strong ideas about Medicare for all and single payer versus continuing the ACA. So to deny the ability of a Trump voter to evolve, when I've evolved so much myself, like I can't shut anyone out. So it takes a lot for me to give up on somebody, and that's few and far between.
I think in Oklahoma, I think there's kind of, I mean, there's two, well, pretty much anywhere, you have kind of two types of Trump voters right now. You have like the diehard MAGAs that are absolute like racist, bigoted, white supremacist pieces of the shit, right? Those people, we're not going to waste energy because they are hateful. They live on hate and fear. They view other Oklahomans, other, their neighbors, me as less than human beings because of, being queer or being a person of color or being a woman, and that is not okay. There still is, especially, and I can understand the sentiment in this comment because like I had a lot of feelings about like hating everybody that voted for Trump too, especially the second time. Like, how are we going to do this again? But that is an easier stance to take when you are in a safer blue state or a safer blue area than it is in a place like Oklahoma, because I have to exist in the reality that we're in, that it is just how it is right now, that the majority votes like this, and this is why they do it. And a lot of it is because they are not educated or knowledgeable, which is very, very intentional. And then again, the funneling so much money into keeping us divided. So it's not that I feel sorry for them, so to speak, but it is that they are being brainwashed because fear is the power of a motivator. And you have people in these red districts that they've never really left their county, and they've stayed in their town of 300 people for their entire lives, and so their worldview is going to be based on that, and they believe what they're told. And so you have to be able to give, because like I was born and raised in Oklahoma. I used to be a Republican a long time ago, and I'm obviously very clearly not now, because I didn't even really go to liberal. I just kept going left. But it is, if people had not given me the grace and had the conversations with me back then, like where would I be now? If people had just told me, well, you're just you're a piece of shit, that you're the one that got us here, and you don't even deserve because you voted this way, even though it's like I didn't know any better at the time. And so I think that you got to have like a little bit of empathy. But I also think in red states specifically, the reason that we are talking about this is because that is just the nature, that if we do flip this seat, it is mathematically that we have to get some Republican votes over. And we can flip the seat, but we do have to be able to appeal to those people. And we are able to find common ground with more of them than we're not.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a game of addition. So of course there's tremendous need to reach out to people who are disaffected and don't vote at all and have never participated in an election. But when I was organizing for the Sanders campaign in 2016, I was doing so in New Hampshire, which was a semi-open primary state. And so we had to speak to independent voters. And I cannot tell you the number of conversations that I had canvassing or phone banking with people who said, I'm going to vote for Bernie or I'm going to vote for Trump, but I've had it with these corporate establishment politicians. That is a sentiment that is felt all across the country. When I was with the Sanders campaign in Wichita, Kansas, they broke the record for the largest caucus turnout that had previously been set by Barack Obama in 2008. In Salt Lake City, I spoke at a rally of 17,000 people in Red, Utah. There is a need to, when we're talking to these voters, identify the corporate power and identify the class struggle that rises above the partisan identification, because most Americans do identify themselves as working class. The economy is really hard for people. And so if we are able to identify the power dynamic and do the power mapping and say, it is working class people, no matter your political beliefs, we can have disagreements on conservative versus progressive economic policy, but we cannot have an honest debate when our elections are bought and sold by a corporate class and by billionaires like Elon Musk, who can spend $275 million to elect a president of their preference. So if we're able to speak to these voters, it has to come through the lens of taking on corporate power and really identifying this working class politic that has really motivated a lot of, wrongly, but Trump has kind of worn it like a costume and been able to ride himself to, 2 terms in power by embracing the working class message. And that's a message that if Democrats, especially in red states, are going to win, we need to reclaim that.
That's all very insightful. Thank you all very much. I don't know, especially considering that like a lot of people here in Progressive Victory were radicalized in part through like online content spaces. And so much of the information that we are seeing is, oh, Trump voter 2016, Trump voter 2024 still hates black people. And it can be a little frustrating to see everybody talking about like bringing forth or like giving grace to this person, letting this person get off scot-free, when it really feels like they deserve the utmost contempt. And I understand from the position of a politician, right? You theoretically want them to vote for you, but maybe tapping into some of that, like tapping in a little bit to some of that anger, tapping in a little bit to some of that resentment, and making people kind of regret their choices. I think that there is something there, even if it's not like, it should not be the main push of your politics. Of course not. We don't want to be doing grievance politics. We don't want to be doing politics of hatred. We want to be doing politics of hope and the future. But understanding the kinds of people who are willingly voting to kidnap people in the United States, like that might be something to just kind of keep in your mind as you talk to more constituents and as you try to have a greater reach throughout your district and throughout the United States broadly.
I think about it in kind of just a cold utilitarian way where And no matter how you feel about them, a vote's still a vote. And if you can get their vote by appealing to their base selfish desires, you're still that much closer to getting elected and doing something good for people.
I think it's important to point out that we don't need everybody's vote. Like, we don't need Stephen Miller's vote. So the people that I'm going to give time to are the people who, you know, I think that there's more common ground there. People who just they're part of a totally different information chain than I am, and I don't know how they come to their beliefs. Even though I think the core of who they are is a good person that wants the same fundamental things I want. They just see the world in a totally different way because they watch totally different YouTube channels. Their Twitter feed looks totally different. You know, they're tuned into Fox News, so on and so forth. But it is important to point out that, like, nobody changes their mind when they are attacked or belittled or disrespected. Like, our minds, you know, we cannot handle that. Like, in order to change our minds, we have to feel emotionally safe and a connection to other people. You know, it is this emotional part that comes before rationale. So I can understand how there's a lot of people out there who've hurt us deeply, and the ones who have hurt us the most, and we're not going to win over. We're not trying to win over. I think the people we're trying to win over first aren't even Republicans. We're trying to win over normie Democrats because we're participating in a primary, and we're trying to get people out to vote in a primary who normally wouldn't because they don't know primaries are going on. So I think that's the first boss. And
I
yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry. Sorry. I was gonna say, I also think that as somebody like not as much now, obviously, as running a congressional campaign, but I have been a chronically online person for sure, especially like when COVID happened, I had a newborn and a 2-year-old. So like definitely understand. But I also do believe that dead internet theory is real. And I do think that a lot of the hate and rage that we feel, that it kind of gets us to frame every single Trump voter is based on bot activity that is not just AI that is completely going off without any type of regulation, but then also like we know there's documented proofs of troll farms in, you know, other countries. And of course, like, you know, not like we don't do similar things as well, but that's the nature of geopolitics, right? And so I think we have to be careful and to make the distinction between the hate and the vitriol that comes in comment sections, and then because, you know, this person that might say a completely disgusting thing, especially with the ICE, you know, they're not going to say it to your face. Most of them probably don't believe that. A lot of them will probably look at it and be like, ugh, but they're still not really leaving that camp yet. And so I think that what, you know, some people have said that if you double down, that there needs to be, I think, some sort of social accountability and shame for the people that continue to uphold this because it's not what this country is supposed to be about. But I think that having that distinction of like the in-person conversations and then the ones that just go and troll all day on the news, you know, news article comment sections, that's the difference.
Before the next person answers the question, Annalie Lemaiha is here for the next event. If you are still in the audience, go check out the other stage. It's called Stream Stage. It was pinged by Pickalime a little bit ago in chat. It's so that way you can get mic checked and make sure that all is good before we start it up here. So thank you. Anyways, whoever was going to continue on, please continue on. No one. Oh boy. Well, yeah. Appreciate you all in indulging that a little bit. And thank you very much for No Punch Man for like bringing that up as well. I genuinely very, very huge that you did that. Because yeah, it's an important thing. Let's do one that's hopefully relatively quick. Let's see if we can make this the last one. Oh, Hydra's got to go. Thank you very much for staying up, Hydra. Okay, I have let's see if we can make this the last question and see if we can make it relatively quick as well. So you're all running in red states, as we all know, but like, it is unfortunate that not everybody in here is going to probably win their seat. Mathematically true. 2 of you are running for the exact same race. we hope that everybody wins their races and that progressives in that seat, but we all have to like know that it's not guaranteed. However, winning the seat does not necessarily need to be the bar for victory. As we saw in the 2024 special election season, there were a ton of blue swings, not all that resulted in wins, but plus 10, plus 15 swings that did not lead to a Democratic victory. So, I would consider that a victory. But for all of you, what does a reasonable victory look like in your races? So, like, even if you don't win, what is the minimum requirement for considering yourself to have won to accomplish your objectives for this
So,
election cycle?
thank you so much for this question because I feel like I'm already there. When I got into this race, there's a guy who's ahead of us who ran last time, almost won. He's the expected dude to win the campaign. And I said, I'm going to get in this race so I can go talk to groups of 30 people and tell them why I think single payer healthcare is so great, and so on and so forth. So the victory is just having a space to share the platform and to share the movement that we're all a part of. So to any degree we can move the needle, I've already won because I wasn't doing that before. I was just taking tables. So the victory is already happened. If I win at the end of the day, that's awesome. But my goal is not to be the person who casts a vote for Medicare for all. It's that one day somebody from this district casts a vote for Medicare for all. And the efforts that I make, the efforts that Max make, we're moving closer every single day. So that's enough. And it's that's not to say that we're gonna half-ass this thing, but we know what we're up against, and we know it's important to go up against it to whatever degree that we can.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like Matt was saying, it's about spreading the message. It's about changing the conversation, shifting the Overton window, right? And about planting ideas in heads. At the end of the day, oh, sure, let's say one of us gets in the primary. Let's say we don't win the general. Okay, it's not necessarily expected that you're going to make that big like 14% swing. No, it's not 14%. I think it was like 7%. But it's not necessarily guaranteed you're going to make that huge swing. But if you get that mouthpiece as even a candidate in the general, and you can talk to that many more people and get people actually considering left-wing ideas, actual progressive policy, you've already made a permanent shift in kind of the local political paradigm. That's really the goal.
I think I've already won in the sense that I was in a rural part of our district. God, I have so many rural stories. I apologize. Is that going to be will SNL make a mockery of me? Like, oh, he's going to tell a rural story. No,
I
but we
mean,
were
that's
in
how
a,
you that's how you know you've won right there.
yeah. And so a Virginian Democrat could sometimes be considered a Republican. Virginia Democrats can be quite conservative. And so I had a room of about 200 or so older white people. Mean age must have been 55, 60. I'm going through my stump, and they're appreciative. They like it. They're light applause here and there. And then I'm coming to my last point, and I'm a little nervous inside. I don't know how this older white crowd in rural Virginia is going to respond, but it's part of my campaign. It's my truth. I'm authentic. I got to say it. I say, for God's sake, we need to end the genocide in Gaza. That got the loudest applause out of my whole speech. That blew me away. And when I told a state senator about this, who hadn't spoken out against the genocide, I told her, I was like, listen, this is what they're doing. And she's like, what are we missing as a party? And I'm like, you're missing a genocide. Like, oh my God. And so
Sorry,
every- everywhere I go, and that's it. I just want to put the party on blast. That's it. I want to let people know that there are candidates willing to say this out loud, and I know you're feeling it.
Sorry, not to derail. The what are we missing actually caused me brain damage. Okay, I'm sorry to interrupt. Keep going. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to piggyback off of what Salam just said, because running here in South Florida as the first federal candidate to be endorsed by DSA chapters, we're endorsed by both the Broward and Palm Beach DSA, in the heart of anti-communist, anti-socialist politics in South Florida, also challenging AIPAC and groups like DMFI in one of the strongest AIPAC strongholds in the entire country, I think is opening up new terrain for what political possibilities are in South Florida, and truly connecting it to what Democrats need to do to avoid the 2024 election losses. In the exit polls immediately after 2024 and half a year later, Gaza and the US support for genocide remains the number one issue why people did not vote for Harris in 2024. And so this whole electability argument that we've been sold is a complete phony. We have in serious contention in our state for the Democratic nominee for governor, a guy who was a Republican like 5 minutes ago. We've done that twice already with Charlie Crist. We cannot continue. And to be even more clear, I'm running against a Democrat who was appointed twice by Ron DeSantis. Okay, so challenging the party orthodoxy that says that to be a Democrat in Florida, you need to be just one shade brighter of Republican red. That is what we're challenging, and I think this is a very winnable race, but that is what we're taking on, and I think if we can do that and build, a platform for more DSA candidates and more really strong, bold progressives who will challenge this failed foreign policy, both in Latin America and in Gaza, then I think we'll have built something more durable and lasting for South Florida.
Yeah, the one shade bluer than a Republican, they're just gonna vote for the Republican. Like, you're not capturing anybody.
Yeah.
I mean, that's him joining Doge, voting for the Laken Riley Act, all that.
Yeah. So victory for me here, and in our campaign and what we're doing here, it looks a couple of different. So yes, we are in a primary, so of course the goal is to win that. But we actually have a state question on our primary ballot that is raising Oklahoma's minimum wage to whopping $15 an hour from $7.25, even though we need, I think it's about 22, 23 now for people to be able to live, but it's a start. So having a like an exciting primary at the top of the ticket for federal office will get more voters out that will vote for this minimum wage question. So that is a huge thing that I will consider no matter what happens. I mean, obviously the goal is to win, and we want to increase voter engagement, especially among younger voters. Because when I gave the stats earlier, our youngest voting bloc, the 18 to 25, I think it's hovering between 10 and 15%. So that is it is tiny, because the young people don't care, because they know that the American dream is a lie. They know that everything that they're in a generation that didn't see what was promised. They've just seen nothing but climate disaster, nothing but just capitalist hellscape. And so they don't care. So if we can at least get our voting, our younger voters to participate more, I think that would be a personal victory for me. But then of course, having this race, whether win or lose, go to the general, if we can at least get the messaging out there, as other people have said, because I think that if we can have especially if I'm able to win the primary and go to the general, if we can have a actual leftist candidate in Oklahoma, of all places, that is actually running against genocide, that's running for Medicare for all, that wants to actually, that I think that will help the progressive movements nationwide, because if we can do it in Oklahoma, we can do it everywhere, and it'll help normalize that conversation in the other spaces as well.
Mhm.
Just to kind of echo what everybody's saying, I think, getting the message out there, having more people recognize that progressive policies can, work for you and make more sense than just continuing the status quo. Some objective goals I would really like to achieve is actually to have our primary have larger turnout than the Virginia gubernatorial and lieutenant gubernatorial election, because Southwest Virginia has 3% turnout in a primary. It's poop. So if we get 5, 6, 10, whatever, that's a huge victory. And on top of that, it doesn't necessarily matter that I win, but rather that Southwest Virginia gets activated again and choose to start fighting for their future, and making sure that the future that they get is not status quo, corporate politicians, everything that we've already seen over and over again, but rather just the truth, real people from real walks of life choosing to stand up for it. That's what I think it needs to be. And I think that would be the greatest win, is that, win or lose, that energy continues to move forward in every election going after this.
All right. Well, thank you all very much for your answers. Thank you very much for your insight. Thank you very much for your time. I know we definitely went over a little bit, but thank you all genuinely so much. You've all been absolutely wonderful. As you see, everybody's posting your links. You're posting your links in the chat. Feel free to continue doing so. And various PVers will be in contact with you in the future for all the various political engagement that you could want.
Yay. Thank you for having me.
Yeah. Thank everybody in chat. Make sure to say thank you to our wonderful guests here. Do not go anywhere though, as Analilia Meija will be joining me for an AMA up here on stage. So we got it. We got another hour of politicians, and you can all ask them direct questions this time. It'll be great.
All right. Well, thank you so much, everyone. This has been nothing short of amazing.
Yeah.
I deeply
Love
appreciate
this.
it.
Have a great
y'all.
evening, everybody.
We'll see you online.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, how did everybody think about that? What'd you all think?
Now I return.
You return. Welcome back, nerd.
We are having some technical difficulties with Analilia Mejia. So,
Analilia. You got it right earlier. It's Analilia.
Analilia? Ay. Okay, every time. The Cuban came out for a second from me. All right. Well, it appears that we are going to have to delay the Analilia Mejia AMA for 15 to 20 minutes.
Yeah.
So here's the good news. We're going to fill this time with more PV pledge discussion.
Indeed we are, because Benjamin wrote some shit. Who's ready for more pledge?
So I did not host the last one because I was trying to figure out how to word some of this shit, because combining the two was a little hard, and I was trying to come up with a policy that would hit the spot that all of you requested, while still would not be so over the top that a candidate that we are talking to would be like, "Ooh, now we want to take on the police." So tried to thread that needle, took a little bit of creativity there. So this is what we came up with.
Share your screen.
So this is the first one. Yeah, I can share my screen. So this is what we've got. So this is how I rewrote the first one: ensuring free and fair elections by implementing national ranked choice instant runoff voting, the revocation of Citizens United, the adoption of publicly financed federal elections, and the banning of members of Congress and their immediate families from trading stocks, becoming lobbyists, or holding a position on the board of a publicly traded entity until at least 10 years after they are no longer in office. Okay, so that's how I combined the ranked choice voting and the what's it called ones. Do you guys like the combo?
I like it, personally.
No green highlighter, please.
Our producer Jay is in chat like, "Fuck you, no green highlighter." No, you fuck. I will kill you. I will kill you. I'll kill you fucking stone dead.
Stone dead. That's a new one.
I'll kill you graveyard dead.
Okay, this is what I wrote for number 7. Reestablishing Fourth Amendment protections for citizens by abolishing ICE, imposing new policy that prevents police fired from one station to be rehired by another, and to create a fair pathway to citizenship for immigrants.
Oh.
What do you guys think? Add end to qualified. There you go. That's what I was forgetting. I'm going to remove that policy. I'm just going to get rid of end the qualified immunity. That'll be better.
Yep, that'll do it. End qualified immunity.
I completely forgot the thing. Not green enough. That's true. Everyone vote no until the whole thing is green.
Absolutely not.
Private prisons? Oh, that's actually not a bad idea to...
No! Who is doing it? I'm actually losing my mind. Who's able to suggest?
This is what I get. This is what we get for putting the document to anyone.
Hold on, Jay? Can you change it to anybody can view? Please, God. Also, do we want this streamed? Considering that the spooky information is on here. Also, your notifications are popping up on screen. It's very funny.
It's fine. All the notifications are just people pinging me in the
Stop
community.
looking. This whole thing is supposed to be private.
What?
You're looking at the tenants that we cut stream for earlier. Idiot.
You're the one who said share your screen.
Benjamin is in fact our biggest leaker. What the fuck, dude?
It's not a big deal. Everyone told me I was being too dramatic on cutting it anyway. On not being public with them anyway. I got like 3 candidates being like, "What are you doing? Why is this pink?" Because it says.
I don't know. I think someone just turned it all pink.
It's because someone suggested. What are we doing? What are we doing?
Stop sharing your screen.
Ozzy.
Stop
you,
sharing
Ozzy.
your screen.
It wasn't me, Sam. It wasn't me. Okay, whatever. We're living with this now. Abolish private prisons. Whatever.
Yep, I think you can easily fold that in with the ice one. Easy. That's an easy addition right there. Dicking around in Discord
Okay.
again, as we
Whatever.
should. No. We are not delaying talking to a politician by dicking around in Discord. We are
buying time.
We are buying time because the politician is getting their
Busy.
stuff sorted.
There we go. I fixed the highlighting.
There we go.
Share. Anyone with a link can view. Since
View.
There
we go.
You motherfuckers. You cheaters. Adam Murphy's still in chat. I guess we can ask him. What do you think of the new line on there?
Would you say all of this?
I can't see if he's typing because so many other.
Typer.
Well,
What was the line?
reestablishing Fourth Amendment protections for Citizens United by abolishing ICE, repealing qualified immunity, abolishing private prisons, and creating a fair pathway to citizenship for immigrants.
He did say Citizens United instead of just citizens. Guys, I'm on screen.
Did I? Oh, rip. The brain melding. It's a long day. How long has it been? It's been 6 hours. Has
It's
it
been 6 hours. Oh no, it has not been 6 hours. It's been like 4.
It's yeah, but it's been for
We
me.
did
'cause
we did the first 2.
Well, we had the sound check, so it's 6 for
Right.
me.
Yeah.
I'm hungry, but only. Sounds good to me. That's one candidate. There we go. There we go. We'll count that as an official vote. Speaking of which, I'm gonna make the what's it
Producer
called
Jay
now?
gets to be on stream. Producer Jay gets to be on stream. Amazing.
Yeah, bring him up.
No, he's on stream, so in your notifications.
For-profit prison. Yeah, I'm just gonna put for-profit private prisons. We tweaking the language. This is
Ozzy, no. Jimmy.
very flexible to the needs of our politicians, content creators, and community at this org. We pride
That's
ourselves
everybody.
on this. This is democracy, not poor planning. Actually,
Democracy is simply a way of.
all right. Speaking of which, I think we're good to put it up for a poll now.
Okay.
Ratify TV pledge. Yes, Navia.
Hello. What's up? Navia's the prosecution,
language. Which part? Where? Wait. Which repost it? I can't do it. My screen's being annoying.
Prosecute
ICE. I agree, and I want to. I don't know how much do we want to? Who here's vote changes based on prosecute ICE?
Because like currently it's just abolish.
Mine.
Like
okay.
if would you
prosecute.
vote? Would you vote no for
Not
this
me.
pledge if we did not add it?
We need to prosecute ICE too.
Prosecute ICE? I think that you guys need a lawyer to write the prosecute ICE. No. So this is just a pledge saying that like, yeah. Instead of saying prosecute ICE, just like I don't know. You would vote no with that language. You know, one is above the law.
I would vote no without the language. Okay. Reestablishing Fourth Amendment protections for citizens. Well, wait. Ending qualified immunity takes care of that. It's already in there.
But no, that would. No, you go, sorry. Oh, but yeah,
No.
they're not freaking police
Yeah,
officers.
yeah, because that's the whole reason they can't. It's qualified immunity. That's the whole point. That's retroactive.
Yeah, because don't they?
You're right. Actually, it isn't
Yeah.
retroactive. We actually. No, wait,
Yeah,
it is because it's still against the law. It was still against the law without without qualified immunity. So
Yeah.
if you took ending qualified immunity just gives them one less defense to muddy it in court. I don't know. I don't want to put it in there. I don't know. I don't know how much it would. I don't know how much of a bitter pill that could be for politicians. Let's see. Hey, Adam, you're still in chat. Thoughts?
Would you say prosecute ICE officers on the news? Would you make that like one of your policy platforms on the news? Maybe not like your policy platform, but would you advocate for it on like the live news? And like feel free to like have like whatever language you want on it. I'm cool with whatever. Oh, he's typing. Benjamin, earlier, you have no idea how much joy it gave me that Sam was like, I'm a believer in the Bench Jenny podcast. That was very good. I like that a lot.
Okay. All right, let's put it in there. Let's see what happens.
All right. Cool.
We can always put it up for if candidates start getting upset about it. We can always put it up for. We can always do another vote. So, reestablishing.
Or they just like don't say that specific part.
Yeah, or they
but
could just
we
skip
don't.
this one.
I don't know if we want to make that like a. I don't know. Yeah.
All right.
Base links Adam's fucking website. Graphic man. He's not even in your state. That's incredible.
All right. This is the new language. Let's put it up to vote. Let's do this.
All right, everybody. All right, stop sharing your screen.
Ratify the PV pledge.
Oh yeah, baby. Oh yeah, baby. With this link, like as is.
We might
Wait,
tweak the exact wording. We might tweak the exact word choice. The policy prescriptions of
the policy
them,
prescriptions. Yes.
Mhm.
Vote no. Expand the trains. I mean, the trains is pretty expanded. The trains is
much
pretty
more
expanded. That's pretty good.
From Key West to Maine, we must have maglev.
Maglev.
That would be pretty cool, actually. Like
That would
maglev.
be cool. Yep. Adam Murphy, that's on the ding dang list. A train to everyone's house, says Jade.
All right. Continue, guys. We still need some more votes in here.
Vote.
7.
Got 30 people who haven't voted.
It's in chat.
Thank you, Susanna. There we go. Can do them. Do it. I actually think it's impossible for it to fail currently.
Oh
And also
yeah, we are way. I just still want the votes though, but we are way past.
Also keep in mind, there is opportunity to revise this in future.
Yeah. How long will this be going on? Until Annalila Lilia Mejia is ready for her AMA, and then PVCon 2 days.
2 days.
So
Today and tomorrow.
the panel you're on tomorrow is the hour before the final hour.
Wait, hold on.
Wait, we forgot wealth taxed. I mean today until 10 p.m. About to get dinner until 10 p.m. Maybe a little later given this. But
taxes.
We forgot wealth taxed. I didn't forget wealth tax. I didn't forget. That's a joke, but no, somebody did DM me saying we forgot progressive taxation. I just don't know where to put it. So hopefully next year.
Add it next year. Pick a line is correct. Add it next year.
Yeah. Hopefully one of these gets done between now and January next year.
Yeah. Or at least one of these has significant push.
Hopefully the abolish ICE one.
Yeah, I mean, there's with Trump administration.
There's some energy. There's some.
I mean, there is energy. I don't know if it's going to happen with the Trump administration, but we can hope. We can.
I mean,
hope.
what would likely? Honestly, Trump's kind of stupid enough to accidentally do the high-speed rail one.
Mild obligations past 10 p.m. Do not you worry, Jay. We'll make sure to get out before that happens. Because, and consider this, our what's it called? Our itinerary doesn't even go that far. And also, this is technically the community vote for the PV pledge that we're just doing early.
Yeah. Let's see what the vote was again. I'm going to re-link it in chat. Copy message link for anybody who hasn't done it yet.
It also, can I mention, it makes me intensely happy that on the itinerary that we have for like who's hosting stuff, my name is spelled wrong in half of the times it's on them. Not every time, half of them.
That's fantastic. Oh wait, we got a Kansas candidate in chat.
Where are you?
Welcome.
Ah, Brayden, hello. Saw you in chat the other day. Are we good? Are we alive?
That's true, Shellhound. Stephen Miller might convince Trump to nationalize rail so he can post making the trains run on time. That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
That is true. That is in fact true. I was playing Risk of Rain 2 with my treasure.
All right.
That's incredible.
I guess while taking back a look at the pledge again. All right, I'm gonna say it. It passes. We now have PV officially has a policy platform.
Hell yeah! God, that's so good.
Well,
and then we can start asking policy.
Time to make that graphic.
Also, by the way, I didn't mention this earlier, and I really should have. Did you guys all saw in that PowerPoint presentation that Benj was showing earlier with all like the various initiatives and stuff that were happening, and how all the campaign posters looked fucking awesome? That's Lilu mostly.
I don't think they saw that part yet.
No, we already saw that. That was earlier when you went through
initiative posters.
Yeah, last year's initiatives. Lilu, and I think Durade did a handful of them as well. Like
genuine. They did some of them, yeah.
Yeah, but like genuinely, the fucking style that Lilu has been fucking killing. I'll say it.
So good.
I'll say it. Generational. That's just so fucking good. I look at those posters and I'm like, damn, that inspires hope. Yeah, dude, I do that day. Absolutely incredible.
If only we weren't in the process of experimenting with different styles.
I mean, we're experimenting with different styles.
Should I leak a couple of the I'm gonna leak one. Just
get Ozzy's permission.
Technically, I don't need Ozzy's permission.
You should get it anyways.
I should, but you know. Is Ozzy even in here?
Yeah, she is.
Ozzy.
Dude, I pioneered a lot of the style. Nice.
Am I good to leak this?
Ozzy's in stream stage? I see. She's just doofing around. What are you leaking? He's DMing it to you.
Check DMs.
while that happens, how's everybody enjoying the little PvCon thing that we kind of threw together so far? How's everybody enjoying it? Just to check notes
Good.
now.
Okay.
It's amazing. Hell yeah.
This is just a concept. We
Do it
might
more
not
often.
even.
Fan. We are going to be trying to
No.
do this annually. Not more
No.
often. Annually.
This fucking sucked. I'm gonna be honest. This is really cool. My exhaustion in the days leading up to this has been like killing me. This was incredibly we joke about how little planning went into it, but honestly, it's not that very little planning went into it. It's that a lot of planning went into some things and very little planning went into other things because
and
those other things took so much work.
And some of the thing is like, wait, please, I'm way too mean to be part of leadership. Fan, apply for leadership. Thank you.
Yep. Okay. Yeah.
That is the yep.
Don't worry. Jenny said the same thing, and now she's a complete bitch. So
I
we're good.
didn't say that. No. I literally one of the fucking things I say is I'm not meanies. I'm never meanies. I would never be meanies. I had to become meaner.
Give it 1 or 2 coup attempts. You'll have the right amount of spiciness. By the way, again,
that was a coup attempt about me.
This is the idea we're experimenting with, or at least one of them. This was a concept. It was pretty good.
It needs more orange, but
Ben, your hair looks stupid. That's true. You were mean earlier to me, Jenny. And worse to my hair.
I'm gonna disconnect you from the call.
Shellhound, do I come with the requisite fire? Shellhound, you genuinely concern me that you're gonna get me arrested sometimes with some of the shit you DM me. Unironic, like sometimes you will DM me something and I'm like, there's oh my god, the NSA is gonna destroy me. It's in your DMs and not PV for a reason. Yeah, that helps PV. It doesn't help me, though.
Wait, Jenny is one of those people who's the nicest person you've ever met, but definitely has 1,000 pages and her 10 million disorganized journals about everyone's weaknesses just in case, like Batman.
All right. Should we? I guess while we're still waiting, should we just move to the PV board of director vote?
Jenny released the burn book. Give me a couple more in-person events with directors, and I'll release the burn book.
Revisit nominations really quickly. All right. If you have been nominated or you want to nominate somebody, now is your chance. Re-DM me. I know of a few. Sir Frost is one. Jimmy is one. Matt is one. Others. I'm looking. Let me pull up the list.
Damn, Jimmy, do you want to be on the PV board? Yeah, also, you should allow for nominations.
Jax, Luma, are you nominating them or are they nominating you? You are nominating them. Okay, Jackson and Citri has been nominated. Hydra has been nominated. Frankie has been extremely nominated.
She is not gonna be on there.
Who else has been nominated?
Like
Jeriquid has been nominated.
Mm.
Is Jeriquid even here?
I don't think Jeriquid is here. I think we should probably vote on these tomorrow, yeah? So that way people can be informed that they've been nominated and
Well, they all know they're nominated. It's just whether or not they're here.
They do?
Well, they'd have to be.
What? Oh, they'd
Hold
have
on.
to be?
Yeah. Oh, another candidate just messaged me. Okay. Interesting. Hydra has
We
not
didn't do the Jenny
accepted
method.
the
It's
nomination.
logic.
Frankie has not accepted the nomination. Matt has accepted the nomination. Jimmy, I'm assuming the is you not accepting the nomination. Can I nominate myself from the Chamberlain? Yes. Just get one other person to also nominate you. Literally any other person.
Shellhounds.
I nominate Chamberlain. There you go. You've been nominated. Chamberlain is here. Okay,
Sh-
so
Shellhound, you don't need to do that. I'm gonna be doing it already. It's gonna be great. Who wants to nominate me? I don't know you very well, No Punch Man. We've had like the one meeting. Although you seem cool. You are in fact meaner than me.
all you need is one other person in all of PV.
Frankie just blanket nominated everybody. What's going on? You just joined. We are finishing up nominations and are going to begin voting on the some of the two PV community member held seats of the PV board of directors. Should you hold on? I'm gonna bring up the slideshow again so that way people can see what the actual stuff is. Boop, 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 boop.
Luma, pick one.
There you go.
Are we ahead of schedule? Absolutely not.
No, we were ahead of schedule.
We were ahead of schedule, and then Discord fucked us.
Yeah, a little bit, as it tends to do. Jesse, send that to bench.
What is going on with the AMA? Yeah, it's not
working on it.
Which part of the schedule we are on? The part where we jump ahead to the board of director vote. Graphic, you have been nominated. Do you accept the nomination?
Graphic man. Sure.
Yeah,
okay.
sure. All right. Graphic is being added to the list.
Oh, apparently. Okay, yeah. Discord's fucked us.
You nominate Ivy. Ivy, do you accept the nomination? I fished for it, LOL. Yes, Ivy is on the list. Who else? Okay.
Anyone off call we should nominate? I'm half tempted to nominate Floor on the grounds. He keeps showing up to our meetings. He's not invited to. I'll vote for anyone who pushes to rename our coalition to the Greater Jersey Coalition and pushes to give us Puerto Rico.
Persephone, are you asking, or do you just want an excuse to come up on stage? Because you could just ask.
Persephone, Benjamin actually tapped out earlier, but mostly just to write things. And Hydra helped out a little bit.
It's both. All right, get up here.
I'm doing pretty good. Wait, what? It's both? What's going on?
I'll throw Persephone up here.
Okay.
Hi, Sevi.
Hey.
Okay, as of go for it, Persephone.
Big news. I just got home and immediately jumped into PVCon because I'm a real PVer. So I'm gonna wash my hands and then I'll come back.
Oh, Persephone, someone just nominated you.
Why?
They didn't specify.
Have they?
You know what you're being nominated for, Persephone?
Wait, how crude can I be up here?
To you? It's a risk reward type thing.
Don't fed post, but I mean,
Master Earth has been nominated.
I was gonna say nominated for the fat titty award.
Yeah, you're good.
I will.
Well,
accept
I don't know about that part. Do you accept being on the board?
Do you accept your nomination to be on the board?
I'll find room for that in the schedule. That's fine.
Okay.
This is live streamed. Hang on. Give me a sec.
Oh no. I have no idea what that could mean.
I'm gonna go get my ironic Women for Trump hat.
No! Oh
no! Hold on.
Ain't no way. Do we call hypocrisy if ranked choice voting remains on the pledge that PV doesn't use ranked choice itself? That's a good question.
Look, okay, America has a lot higher of a budget.
Sometimes ranked choice is hard.
We don't use it properly, but it's there. Become a dues paying member, by the way. We have only gotten like 3 this entire event. So I see some of you in chat. Progress.win/member.
That's good.
We might be back. Chat, we might be back.
What happened?
The candidate that we were waiting on. Almost done with mic check.
Almost done. All right. So far, these are the people who. There are some other people who have said that they're interested, but I have yet to see somebody nominate them, or they have not messaged me with somebody's name that I can ask. I'm
Remember,
waiting on
chat,
one more
Frankie
before I
is
read it.
open. You can buy a nomination from Frankie if you need.
Okay.
That's
If you need a
definitely illegal.
nomination, they are
Okay.
purchasable from
New
Frankie.
last
Hello.
one in. Luma has been nominated.
Oh shit.
Here we go.
Luma has been nominated. Incredible.
That's fire. Luma has my vote. Aussie.
Here's a ranked choice vote. Don't make me professionalize this. I was going to use a Discord poll. Okay. Do we not want to say that we chose our board of directors via Discord poll?
Guys,
Do we
ranked-
really
ranked choice
Do we
voting-
really want something else?
Ranked choice voting is genuinely really like complicated to infrastructure.
Like you
And I
can
also-
do it. It can be pretty easy if you have an infrastructure for it.
You can,
But we don't do it.
Multi-choice
If you
poll?
are a small
Multi-choice
government.
Earth, Master Earth, a multi-choice poll would
I don't
make
think that would work.
that would make ranked choice voting harder.
I
it'd be
think that would. Okay.
Yeah, I like 2 rounds.
Yeah. Well, we have 2 candidates.
We have
to
2
do,
candidates.
So it's just going to be person who gets the most votes, person who gets the second most votes. So that's
Right.
how we're going to do it. Ew.
There has to be intelligence test before you're able to
Impeccable
vote.
retort.
Thank you, Elliot.
Do we do a debate?
Do we do a debate?
Not
Oh.
exactly a debate, but I am going to give everybody 2 minutes to come up and make a statement.
That'd be so
Okay.
sick. A debate for money.
L.
And if you're
Okay.
not already, speaking of money, become a dues paying member, chat. Do you
There's
have
not
money?
enough shilling going on in the community
Do
lately.
you have money? I don't care. Progress
Hold on, I
/
have this funny GIF. Look at this anime girl. If you take the card, she'll be happy, and if you take the $5 for yourself, she'll be sad.
You have $5 a month. And I know most of you motherfuckers watch Vosh. Okay, so
Give
I'm gonna
me
pull out the
$5.
same playbook. I'm gonna pull out the same playbook.
It's
Stop buying
2
DoorDash. Stop
Stop donating the. I'm
buying
kidding.
weed.
It's 2 coffees a month,
It's
for the
2
love
coffees
of
a-
God. And you get a
and
membership
fucking
card eventually. We'll talk
My
about
bougie
that
ass
later.
up here in Central Mass.
Try
my local
inviting-
joint.
All right.
That's 1 coffee.
We'll do the
One
vote
coffee.
later. We
Hi,
got
friends, the
Emily- we
candidate
got
here. I'm
Emily
going to invite
here.
them to the stage.
All right,
Everybody off.
here we go.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh my gosh, it took forever. Forgiveness.
sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you very
This
much.
is what happens when you invite someone that was born in the 70s, y'all. I don't know what to say. I tried so hard on my phone. But thank
Well,
you
it
for
might be Discord.
the grace.
All right, get out of here, Bench.
Absolutely. Oh no, I was going to join you for this one, but I'll leave if you
I
want.
I explicitly said I was going to kick you out.
All right, I'm out of here.
Get out of here.
It was
You have
nice.
to do.
Oh,
You have to do all this.
no, Benji.
It was
Yeah.
nice meeting and then leaving you.
He's got to host basically every event tomorrow, so I'm giving him a break.
Oh, you're
Okay.
giving him a break. Okay. Well,
Yeah.
that's solidarity. Solidarity. That's a good
mhm.
thing.
Indeed. All right. Welcome everybody to the second candidate event of today. We have.
Oh no, your
the-
audio. I don't
Oh,
know
no.
if you could hear me well.
I can hear you
Your
just
audio
fine. You
just
sound
cut
wonderful.
out for a little bit.
Am I still audible for everybody?
No, it's perfect. It's
Oh,
perfect.
okay.
For a second it cut off for me.
I see. Okay. Well, thank you everybody for joining once again. But here we am I pointing the right way? Is this the right direction? I have no idea.
Yes.
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 Here we
It's
have
your left, right?
it's my left.
Always left.
Yes.
Always left.
But it's mirrored on my end, so if I do this way, it looks right. Welcome to the stage, Analilia Mejia. I am pronouncing that right, yes?
So close. So
no!
J's and H. It's cool. It's cool. J's and H in Spanish. It's a trick. So it's
Mhm.
Ana Lilia Mejia, and
Analilia
I'm so
Mejia.
grateful to be on with y'all. Yes. Thank you. Thank
All
you.
right.
It's a hard name. My mom made it up. What can I say?
I'm not. I know, Navia. No. It's but yeah. Thank you very much for joining. Today we have an Ask Me Anything. People are going to be asking you a lot of questions. I will be asking the
Okay.
first question. But before we do that,
Okay.
who are you? What are you running for? Give us your stuff.
Okay. All right. So my name's Ana Lilia Mejia, and I'm an organizer with 25 years experience. So maybe some folks on here are like, I've been working longer than folks who are on this call, but I am just like an organizer that's dedicated my entire career in fighting the outsized reach and power of big money in our democracy and in our economy. I've worked throughout my career. I've been a union organizer. I have been a community organizer. I was Bernie Sanders' national political director in 2020. When the senator dropped out, he kind of voluntold me that I should help bring in some progressives into the Biden administration. It was kind of hard, I have to admit. I was the deputy director of the Women's Bureau in the US Department of Labor because that office, you get to work on anything that impacts wage earning women, which is literally everything.
Everything.
So yes, it's literally everything. So being a strategic organizer, I was like, that's where I want to go. The Department of Labor is the most progressive part of US government. And like I said, the Women's Bureau, I was able to work on anything from mass incarceration and reentry to raising the minimum wage, expanding labor rights, immigration reform, you name it. I now run the Center for Popular Democracy, which is a network of grassroots organizations across the country that are trying to, our philosophy is that people on the margins are actually the margin of victory. So we work on bringing people into civic engagement so that we could contest for governing power. And about 7 weeks ago, in New Jersey, my member of Congress ran for the governorship, the gubernatorial, and won, which created an opening. And in my day job, I have been working on a campaign to bring in better Democrats to Congress because I'm kind of sick of just filling seats and any old blue. And in this moment where so many are trying to flip Congress, we're trying to work to send better Democrats who will then work as a block to make demands. Yes, right? Because that's how it works. And so I jumped in about 7 weeks ago. There were like 14 people who are in this race. I'm pretty much the only like progressive, viable,
Isn't your election
candidate.
in like? Isn't your election in like 2 weeks?
Yeah, in like 3 weeks. I've been doing this for 7 weeks, so wish me luck.
Boy. Oh my God.
But in 7 weeks, I went from who's that to top 3. We are, just honestly, we're hitting the pavement, talking to people, talking to voters. We're for those who understand field programs and electoral programs, we're at about 60% of our voter ID goal. For those who aren't familiar, essentially, you do the math, you figure out roughly how many people you think you need to identify as a supporter so that when you get to GOTV, you're doing more of a knock and drag than identifying who maybe is going to turn out for you. And I am, here's the truth. Most people are so sick and tired in this district that I'm running in of machine politics, of big money, buying elections. I'm running against a former member of Congress who, is notably accused of trading stocks for companies while they're a seated member of Congress. No bueno. And another candidate who, frankly, played a role in deepening the reach of ICE and expanding one of the largest detention centers in my state. And so I jumped in. I am trying to win for the little guy, and I'm glad to join y'all tonight. I'm excited about what questions are going to come up. I hope
Yeah.
there's Jersey in the house, though. Is there Jersey in the house?
There is some Jersey. We have I know we had we have the NJ lead here. And I know
Oh,
we have the
no.
Northeast Coalition lead
Again.
who is from Jersey. We got a couple Jerseyites here.
All right. Well, what's up, Jersey? Y'all know, folks who are from Jersey, you know that we are snarky. We talk smack about New Jersey, but no one else is allowed to. And we debate as to whether or not it's like pork roll or Taylor ham. I don't know. And we feel very strongly about our pizza.
Excellent. It's really good. All right. I would like to invoke my host privileges to ask the first question, if that is all right with everybody.
Ooh, go to
and it's
town.
gonna be
Yes, please.
Alrighty. I normally wouldn't. I don't really consider myself to be a single issue voter. But
Yeah.
if there's a lot to like. There's a lot to have opinions about. There's a lot to vote on. But if
Oh my
there's
God,
like a
yes.
thing that would make my little autistic brain the most happy, it would be an expansion of train networks across the entire United States. Public transit, both
Mm.
urban, like interurban and intra-urban, everywhere.
Oh
Trains,
my
buses, the
gosh.
whole
Can
deal.
you imagine if we had like a fast rail in
Like
the
high-speed rail?
United States?
Oh, it'd be so good. It'd be
Yes.
so good.
That would be so. Have like Italy has, you could go all across Europe. You could go, and it in a country in which it's so expansive and there are so many things to actually experience in these United States. Imagine if you could quickly zip from Boston to New York to Philly, like get down to DC, get through to, I don't know, Missouri, Chicago, all the
Yep.
way to Cali. It would be amazing. Imagine what it would do for tourism, for employment,
Mm-hmm.
for just getting people to know their own nation.
Yep.
But I have to tell you, in Jersey, we have 100-year public transportation system. I mean, actually, it's older than a century, and it is crumbling. And it is not a question of when, but more. I mean, not a question of if, but more a question of when it will fail. And so I have to admit that my first objective is actually to restore funding to our public transportation because, again, the district that I'm running in, a lot of people commute into New York City and it sometimes sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, my question was going to be, would you support like any of that? And the answer is obviously yes. So I'm going to push it a little further. And you may have heard this
Yeah.
already, but I want to hear your take on it live. Wouldn't you support the nationalization of all railroad tracks in the U.S., adequately funding the Department of Transportation to create, maintain, and upgrade world-leading 250-mile-an-hour plus high-speed rail, owned and operated by Amtrak, connecting all state capitals and major
Yes.
metropolitan areas within the contiguous United States?
Oh my God, if I had a magic wand, I would do that tomorrow. It would make my own life easier.
This
There are so many things that I think that if we had, I mean, it sounds so boring, but it's so critical. If we had tax fairness, if we closed corporate loopholes, if we were just more strategic about the use of government funds for not only the common good, but to actually spark innovation and uphold like a better economy for folks. Man, it's like, to me, it blows my mind how things that are very clearly obvious and easy are stymied because someone else wants to make a buck, and it's more lucrative to, I don't know, do the wrong thing than the right thing very often in our political process.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much for answering that. That's like one of my pet things that I love a lot. But now let's get into
I
some
don't know
community
why
questions.
you keep cutting off for me. I don't know
Oh no.
what's happening for me, but
If I do,
I
feel
don't know
free
if it's
just to let
just
me
me.
know. Can you hear me now?
Damn it. It's just I think it's just when you speak, Jenny. I don't know if there's someone else. There is. I don't know. This has been the
Technical
most
nightmare.
comical comedy of errors, y'all. Let's see if maybe if I
Hold on. I muted and unmuted
see.
myself. Did that work? Oh no.
Okay. Bye
Can you
now.
hear me? Can you hear me now?
For the love of
Damn it.
God. All right, let's see. Maybe if I just disconnect my earbuds. Let's see.
Oh, okay, maybe. Oh, cannot hear you.
Say something.
Oh, wait, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Damn it.
Damn it! Discord is a good application. Discord is a good application.
You know what's crazy is that I heard you before. Now I cannot. Not quite sure what's going on.
I'm gonna quickly leave the stage and come right back.
Let me try one more time. Hold on. Okay.
Okay, can you hear me now? No, she cannot. This is tragic.
I don't know if
Oh no.
Wow, this is horrible. I'm so
Oh
sorry.
no.
This is I know, it's like madness.
Oh no. Bring back Skype. Hello. So hold on before. So
I
hey.
can hear Sam.
You can hear Sam, but not
I can hear
me.
Sam. I know. I don't know what is going on. Why I could hear you and not.
Okay. How can we handle
Is
this?
I'm
In the
so
meantime,
sad.
to Honolulu, thank you so much for being here. Why don't you just because we can all hear you just fine. So
Yeah, sure.
so why don't you just continue? I think we were gonna talk about a little bit more about public transportation.
No, I
meanwhile,
was
Jenny can-
gonna read your question, Sam.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if you want to ask your question, go for it. I don't know.
All right, so apparently I was next up to ask a question. So Honolulu, I don't know if you remember me. Can you hear me?
Yes, I could hear you
Okay, great.
perfectly.
So I don't know if you actually remember me. My name is Sam. I worked a lot with Adi Barkan on the Avenov fight, and I ended up founding this organization, and all these wonderful young people who are so excited to talk to you and hear from you. They're here, and they're all like, I would consider these people highly talented and creative organizers who are just getting started. And so
Oh,
I
that's
would love
awesome.
if you have a few minutes to just tell
Yes.
them about what that experience was like from your perspective, as someone who seeing that nomination happen and then just seeing the national organizations that were supposed to protect a progressive Supreme Court just sort of like trip over their own feet and fall down. Like, what were you thinking
Yeah.
at that moment, and how did you step into action as an organizer there?
And so, oh my gosh, I miss Adi. For folks who don't know, this was an incredible organizer who started Be a Hero, who advocated for Medicare for all, for expansive healthcare, and was suffering from a terminal disease and sadly lost his life. But he fought all the way to the end, and such an inspiration to many. I have to admit, as someone who has survived sexual assault, I had, the whole Kavanaugh experience is a mixed bag of both anger and triggers and disappointment and motivation. I mean, the bottom line is that our Supreme Court has been completely taken over by ideological extremists. we are in a situation in which we not only have clear corruption, in my opinion, but we also have just an intentional misinterpretation of our constitution, an intentional trying to regress where we're at. At Popular Democracy, which is the organization I lead, they were, and which Adi was actually working at before he left to launch Be a Hero. And in fact, when that famous airplane ride, where it was Flake, right, where he was
Yeah, Jeff
saying,
Flake.
urging them to be a hero. Popular democracy, our theory of change is that you get people engaged. You do not, you don't comply with authoritarians. You call the question on people who are corrupting our democracy, and you take action. So we led a bunch of civil disobedience in the Capitol building, the Capitol Rotunda. We took actions across the country, and even now, and I think about that moment of, whether it was Ana Maria, my predecessor, confronting someone in a elevator.
Yep.
Yeah, that was a powerful moment. Or, again, the confrontations that we were having across the country and on airplanes. It just taught me a lesson about how important it is that when you have an opportunity to call the question on our electeds, like, it is your right and responsibility. It is the most patriotic thing you could do, is to call the question on our government. And so I would say to young folks coming up and coming into this movement, my advice is, the things I could teach you early that I learned late, is that it's really important to always to educate yourself and to be the sharpest. Like, y'all always try to be the sharpest, like, tool in the box, right? When you understand both what are the laws that are being applied, what is the system, or what is the protocol in which our government, the seating of a new Supreme Court justice, what's the process, where are the levers, where can you create either momentum to push a narrative, or how can you stymie the process? And
Knowledge is power.
understanding that, yeah, knowledge is power, and shaping the narrative is critical. Most people don't understand that governing power actually has three facets. The first one is the ability to decide. So obviously the Senate decides, right, who's going to be the next Supreme Court justice, but there are two other levers: the ability to set, or facets, the ability to set the agenda, and the ability to shape the narrative. And as organizers, we did a lot of work trying to shape the narrative, to call the question, and then we forced the question into the agenda. We weren't successful, but organizing is mostly trying to test out all the things that don't work until you get something that lands.
That's capacity building for the next fight. So the reason why we
Yes.
needed that fight was because in the next fight that happened a month later, I don't even remember, I think that was right before the election too. Like, we had to get our
Yeah.
people out to the election in 2018.
Yes.
And if you look at what
Yes.
happened, Nancy Pelosi became a speaker because of that energy, in large part.
That's right.
And I think without all those thousands of women you bust in to tell their stories, I'm not sure that would have happened. So
Yeah, for sure.
congrats to you. Okay, Jenny,
Congrats
can
to
we go to
us.
test? Congrats to us.
Can
Jenny.
you hear me now, Annalelia?
No, it's
I
not working.
can't hear Jenny. Damn it.
Do you want to get
I
Benjamin back up
imagine
here?
I imagine the way to fix this is probably to have Annalelia
Jenny, I'm
leave
so
stage
sorry.
and come
this
back.
sucks. My bad.
Okay.
Because it is.
Wish I could read
Honolulu, is it
lips.
possible for you to leave the stage, like go back down to the audience,
Yes.
and then we're gonna pick you back up? We'll
Yes.
see if that works. Okay.
Well, actually,
Done.
not like leave the call and then come back. I think leave the
Can
call
we kick her?
fully.
Can we kick her
come
from the
back.
call?
No, she. I think she just went back, or maybe she did. I have no idea. I don't know
Maybe
where
she
she
did
is.
leave the call.
I think she did
She
leave
is
the
in the
call.
audience.
No,
Okay.
she's not.
She's-
Oh no, there she is. Okay, I see her.
And then I've
Can we
invited
kick
her
and ask
back up.
to rejoin? Okay.
Annalelia, can you hear me?
Okay.
Can you hear
Can you-
me and Jenny?
She cannot hear me.
Damn it. I cannot hear Jenny.
Have her. I
Someone
think we
else
need to
speak,
have.
though.
I need to. I think we need to have her like disconnect
Okay.
from the call and then rejoin the whole call.
They
Oh,
want you
Lord.
to disconnect from the call completely, not just go down to the audience, and then
I
reconnect
want
with the
everyone
call.
to know that this is the most ridiculous thing. I am so apologetic.
This
Now
isn't
I
your
can't
fault.
hear
It's
anybody.
actually it's not your fault at all.
I'm so sorry. I maybe shouldn't curse.
It's okay. It's okay. We're all adults here. All right. So if you would just quit the call and then
I can't hear
rejoin.
anyone.
Oh no. Okay. Okay.
Oh
no,
my
not even me
God.
now.
All right,
Can
let
you
me
hear
try
me?
again.
Oh no. Can we
Okay.
just kick her and then?
I did. I just did.
And then I think Pickleam, you're in touch with her over in text, right? Can you ask her to just rejoin?
Okay.
Or whatever.
Are you back? Can you hear us?
Okay.
Can you hear us?
Let's see.
Can you hear us?
What?
Can you hear us?
She can't hear us.
Don't think so.
No.
No.
Love of God.
Hey, Discord. Remember how we were telling you? Wait, can you hear us?
Can you hear us?
I can hear. Well, now I
Yes.
can hear you, Benjamin. Sam,
Can you hear me?
say
Hi.
something?
Can you hear me?
Oh my God, this takes turns. This is some bullshit.
So
Okay.
can you hear me now?
Oh wait, again, I'm not supposed to curse.
You
I
can
shouldn't-
swear. You can
No, you
swear.
can
It's
curse.
okay.
You can
You can
curse.
say the
All
fuck
right,
word all you
Benjamin,
want.
Benjamin, you're gonna have to
Benjamin,
tell me what Jenny
you
said.
understand? Can you manage this somehow?
Benjamin, do you just want to take
so-
it? This makes me so mad.
Yeah, I'll take it. I'll just take it. Can you hear? Can you hear
All right,
me?
I'm checking that out here.
I could only laugh. This is
So
Tell her
so
that I give her permission to use the fuck word all she wants.
Jenny is saying that this is a pro cursing space. You
No,
can use
say that
any,
exact
any
phrase, you
language.
idiot.
You can use the fuck word all you want.
okay. Let's see. What can we do?
Wait, can you not hear me now?
Okay, now well now I can hear you. I turned off my earbuds. Jenny, yes.
You can hear me?
What?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Oh, and there goes the video. Oh
No,
wait, and
are
it's
we
back.
back?
Shit.
It's gone?
Well, I could hear you.
You
I
can hear me.
See you.
You okay?
Yeah, and I can see you. Can you see me?
So we're good?
We can see you.
We're
okay,
good.
we're just gonna
Yes,
keep going
okay, let's
like
keep
nothing has
going.
happened. Everything is
Roll.
working.
Yes.
Hey,
and I'm very
hey,
apologetic,
Discord.
y'all, for all the F-bombs. I am from New
No,
Jersey.
more, please.
No.
We're good.
Benjamin
we
was
were joking about way worse language earlier. Don't worry.
Yeah, Benjamin
Oh, no,
Benjamin was Benjamin literally I told him to say this when you could hear him. I give you full permission to say the fuck word as you please. I have said it multiple times on this stage already.
And sometimes I'm like, oh, maybe that's not like, statesman like, but I'm not a statesman. So it's
You're
cool.
not in the halls of Congress right now. You're in a Discord server with young adults. It's fine.
I don't want to corrupt young
But
minds,
if you-
but what can we do?
If you do make it into the halls of Congress, please feel free to to open a video and tell Discord to get their shit together. That would be appreciated.
That's straight up. Straight up.
All right, get out of here, Benj. Get out of here.
I love it.
I'm only here for tech support.
I'm grateful. Thank you. That was, y'all, that was just a hot mess. I'm so sorry. But you gotta
Okay.
laugh. What are we gonna
Yeah.
do?
Okay. Whew.
I know.
Who has questions for Ana Lilia Mejia? Mejia? Yes.
Mejia.
Mejia. My bad. Ana Lilia
Perfect.
Mejia.
Yes, perfect.
If you have
You know what's
questions,
funny?
if you
get
have
my
questions, type
first
them in
name
chat,
right.
and I will read them.
Yeah.
And if you were
funny,
doing this
Jenny.
paying member, you can come up yourself. I'm just saying.
I was gonna say, Jenny, you're getting my first name right. And usually people get my last name right and butcher my first name all the time. I love it. I love it. One day I'll do my Bernie impersonation, how he says my name too.
Do it.
Or
No,
maybe-
do it.
He goes, and Alulia,
Ana Lilia
away.
Mejia.
Yet again, I'm asking you. I love him. I swear.
He's so good.
He really
right.
is, honestly.
Our first question comes to us from our lovely deputy operations director. What is your skincare routine?
Ooh, thank you. I appreciate it.
From
I'm
Frankie, by the
48
way.
years
Frankie's
old.
their name.
Oh, thank you, Frankie. At 48, I moisturize a lot, is what I'm going to say. I for a long time I was doing the 10, like 10-step routine, but I just don't have time anymore. So I just cycle through one night, double cleanse. I'll do an oil based like balm, one of those like balms that turn into like milky when you add water to it. And then I do just a little bit of like a foam cleanser, get it all, get all the makeup and all the red lipstick off. And then just a simple either one night I will do an acid for exfoliation. The next night I will do retinol because again I'm 48. And then the other 2 nights I will do just straight deep moisture. I often seal the whole thing in with coconut oil because again moisture and in the winter my skin dries out. And that's it. I return to the 4-day cycle. So it's acid, retinol, moisture, moisture, acid, retinol, moisture, moisture.
Damn.
Over and over again. Yeah. And always use sunblock. And it actually really matters. But I'm married to a man that seems to be aging in reverse. It's really, really annoying. I know. It's like so rude.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's very annoying. But thank you for the question.
All right. Our next question, Dr. Gresslord, would you like to come up on stage and ask it, or shall I read it for you?
Ask it. Let's go. Maybe I won't hear you.
All right, get on up here, Dr. Gresslord.
Hello?
Can you hear them?
No.
No.
Okay. Well, this is
Can't
the
make this
first
shit
time
up.
main stage screwed me over.
Yet again. All right, Dr. Gresslord, I'll take it. Sorry.
Well, okay.
I'm so
Well, who
sorry,
could have seen
Dr.
this
B.
coming? This
Later.
could not being terrible. Yep.
This is like ridiculous. I'm so sorry, y'all.
I don't think this is necessarily your end. It's just the application that we use is the only one that could do what we do, and it has its problems.
Yeah.
Okay. What would be your strategy in trying to pass progressive legislation in a Congress that is hostile to the progressive agenda, either corporate Dem controlled or the GOP majority?
So there are I started to mention that I jumped into this race because I believe that we need to send organizers to Congress and have a block of people who will be able to move as a unit and make demands as a unit. Yeah, even if you're not the majority, if you have a block that's big enough to stymie the votes of the body, we would be able to have at least some leverage to be able to make demands. Now I know, that requires flipping several seats and retaining some seats and maybe having stronger, more bold progressives in them, like myself. If I'm elected to office, I would essentially be replacing a former member of Congress who, for the most part, would be more conservative or centrist than I would plan to be. So, one, there is leverage if we vote as a block, if we move as a block. So that's one strategy that I would use. And the other thing is that, the truth is, and I was listening to the folks that you had on before, there are a lot of people in America who are voting against their self-interest because the Republican Party or more conservative or MAGA are actually speaking to the concerns that keep them up at night. And I think we need to do a better job about not only speaking to the concerns of working class people across the country in red areas, blue areas, and purple areas. But the thing I know is that even if I'm elected in a blue zone, quote unquote, as a member of Congress, I could have town halls wherever I want. And so I would most certainly be going to the district next door, which is represented by Tom Kean, a Republican, and I would stir the pot about how what are the issues that are impacting that their representative is maybe not voting in a way that really represents their interests. There's a lot that we can do. I mean, government is about getting regular people to care about what's happening and to make demands together. Right? Like that's how our government and our democracy is set up. They're representatives. They're supposed to represent you. But as an organizer, if we have more members of Congress who are both inside organizing themselves, but also going into red zones and organizing the constituents of our ideological opponents, we're able to make better demands. Because guess what? People ultimately, once they have the information, they get pissed off if they realize that their representatives are failing them and exactly how. So I would use both of those levers to really try to push building a block and educating my opponent's own constituents. And
Yeah.
that's before we even get to a majority.
Yeah, that's the panel that we just had on right before you came on was a panel of like what we're calling the red state strategy, where we are
Mhm.
deliberately like trying to support progressive candidates in red districts, not only because those red districts need to not be red, but also because we think that progressive politics will
Yes.
turn red voters blue
Yes.
a lot better than the
Yes.
corporate dem garbage.
Yes. Agreed. Agreed. Because here's the thing, corporate Dems are ruining our lives. Actually, like corporate, like the biggest problem we have in government, y'all, is the outsized power of money. Like you can't run an election without kowtowing to corporate PACs. I mean, I'm essentially running, and I'm on like 50 cents to the dollar of my corporate Democrat opponent. Now I got people power, and I put people power against money power all damn day. But the truth is that I mean, you
Money
still have
power
to
is
be
still
able to
strong.
compete. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's still strong. I mean, how are you going to pay for lit or yard signs? It's not possible. So we really need in this country, we need such like massive electoral and democratic reform. I think if there's anything that if I could magic wand, it's Citizens United, to be
Oh,
frank. It's
Woo! I
yeah.
agree. That's like
Yeah.
one of the worst pieces of legislation ever passed.
Yeah. It's here's the thing. I think in order to get the Supreme Court to reverse course on it, what we're going to have to do is impeach members of the Supreme Court that are clearly corrupt. That's Alito and Thomas for sure. And I think that we should figure out how do we demand and enact ethics reforms in our Supreme Court, and that will help us kind of do a little bit of course correction. But we've got a long ways to go, y'all. But you know, we've been here before. Like authoritarianism and this like corruption in government, it's not the first time. I mean, y'all, what was Jim Crow if not authoritarianism? For a subset of the population, that's what it was. And it took organizing, and sadly, like 100 years. This is the devastating part for us to organize ourselves enough by sharing stories, making demands, expanding, who was aligned, who was quote unquote the base of people who were trying to reject or discard that system. Now, history doesn't repeat necessarily, but it does inform. So we should take the lessons of the civil rights movement. We should take the lessons of what happened, that what brought us to great hardwiring, greater justice and economic freedom in our country. And we should learn those lessons and apply them so that maybe it doesn't take 100 years.
Here's hoping for the faster than 100 years. Goodness. But
I know,
have
I
another
know. It's crazy.
I have another question for you.
Hit
This
me.
one is from Tomei, who's from New Jersey. By the way, because of the technical issues we're experiencing, I'm not going to be bringing anybody up, even if they're a dues-paying member. I am so sorry.
Because I won't be able to hear you.
You won't be able to hear them. So I'm so sorry about that, but we'll continue on. This is from Tomei, from New Jersey 12. We've seen a
Ooh,
lot of
there's a
small
special
progressive.
race there too, actually, in 12. Bonnie Watson Coleman has stepped down, and I think y'all have like an interesting contest. Actually, one of my former college classmates is running for that seat.
Very cool.
Yeah.
I'm not in New Jersey, so it's we've seen a lot of small progressives win in Hoboken, presumably Hoboken, and one big one in Jersey City back in
Yes.
November. And there's going to be
Yes.
another open Democratic primary in NJ12 later in June. Bonnie Watson
Yes.
Coleman was a progressive champion
Mhm.
for over a decade in Congress, and her seat is being challenged by progressives and moderates alike. If you win the election, do you plan on helping the progressives win in other races in NJ? If so, how are you going to do so?
I mean, I plan to help progressives win everywhere beyond New Jersey. I'm, in my race, I've turned to progressive members of Congress who have helped me advocate for. Oh, now I want to know what Jenny's laughing about.
I'm a funny question in chat. I might ask it later. We'll see.
Okay, I can't see the chat, so this is like I'm like, ooh, I can't wait.
It'll be a
But
surprise.
okay, cool. I'm down. So yes, the short answer is yes. I think we need to be helping. Like I said, we need a block of progressives to go to Congress and people who are not only able to, function as a block to make demands, but also, I mean, the truth is, we need bold people who are going to speak truth, that aren't going to be afraid, that aren't like career politicians that are trying to get into the seat and hold on to it till they let go from their cold dead hands. I think we have it's a disservice to our democracy and to each other if we continue to just let any old blue, especially in places where there is an opportunity to have a progressive elected, like NJ12 and NJ11. So hell yeah. I mean, I'm benefiting from the support of organizers turned members of Congress like Dewey Garcia from Chicago and Ayanna Presley from Massachusetts and Delia Ramirez also from Chicago and Illinois. Obviously I got the endorsement and support of AOC and obviously Bernie Sanders. I mean, we should help each other because how else are we going to reclaim the humanity and justice in our government? So hell yeah.
Very good answer. Thank you. The next one's a bit of a long one, but in part because probably they were going to ask it like this, and just it's a big one. This is from Navia, our California state lead. Hi. Sorry, I'm okay. I choked on my own spit. I've been up here for a
Oh,
while.
I was gonna say, bless you. I was like, what happened? I was like, yeah. I was like, what happened?
I'm okay. Hi,
Okay, good.
Annalelia. My question has to do with what you talked with Sam earlier. You talked a lot about confrontation, speaking out, what some might call using the bully pulpit. Being from California, the majority of us have a special hatred for ICE. I've canvassed in San Francisco, and a very, very common sentiment I've seen expressed by voters from my CAT members and from lots of other people is that they have an unbelievable seething anger for ICE, and they feel despair that the actions of its spokespeople, its leaders, and its foot soldiers are going utterly unpunished. They want so
Yeah.
badly to see retribution, punishment, prosecution, and yet they feel despair at the fact that seemingly the closer that someone is to a position where they can actually do something about it, the more restrained and less angry, or alternately, the more performative their language becomes. My question goes beyond ICE. Namely, how do you plan on comporting yourself as a congresswoman? How do you plan to channel the anger of voters in your district? How do you plan to use a bully pulpit? How do you plan to speak to your Republican colleagues? And perhaps more importantly, how do you plan to speak to your Democratic colleagues? Do you plan on being adversarial with Democratic leadership, or do you think that's unproductive? Do you think there are other factors that voters aren't considering when they bemoan the restrained behavior of even progressives in Congress? That's a question with a lot of answers.
I love it. I'm here for it. First, I will say my position is that we need to abolish ICE. I've been very public in saying that. In fact, I was at a rally today with some of my opponents, and I'm the only one that's saying we have to abolish ICE because it's only been around for 22 years and it's clearly a failed experiment. At this point, it's been completely corrupted because it's in essence a paramilitary force for an authoritarian regime that is MAGA and Donald Trump. So that's how I talk, and that's how I'll probably continue to talk. Now, your question about how I would navigate, what I've learned over 25 years of organizing and being an outsider that builds leverage to make demands and but yet knows how to navigate internally. Are you still okay, Jenny? Okay. Don't choke.
I'm scrolling through questions and I keep seeing that crazy one for earlier. I really want to ask it, but it'd be kind of a waste of your time.
No, I want to hear it. I want to
No.
know.
Okay, we'll do it later. We'll do it later. Keep going. I'm sorry.
Yes, so I'll finish this answer. I would say, organizers, especially I'm trained in nonviolent civil disobedience. I believe that, there are 6 steps actually to nonviolent civil disobedience that I apply to my efforts in trying to navigate political systems and make demands on behalf of people. First and foremost, the first thing is you have to understand, identify what's the problem, right? And be connected to the issue. Then you need to educate yourself on what are potential solutions, who are the villains, who are the victims, what are the values that we're trying to move. You then have to make a commitment that you're going to align yourself to in search of that correction, that you make a commitment that you're going to seek to retain what is called the beloved community. And that means that you are fighting to win, but you're not fighting to destroy. So I've applied that in my work, and by that I mean, and then you take action. I might as well finish the 6 steps. That you take action, you make a you evaluate or make a collective demand, and then you restore. It's like restorative justice or building the beloved community. I have found myself in opposition with Democrats often in the work that I do. In New Jersey, I helped lead the campaign to pass, the minimum wage, to increase the minimum wage to 15 with cost of living increases, or I fought gerrymandering in my state. And I mostly had to fight the Democrats. And I applied an inside baseball, outside baseball kind of strategy. The first thing that we always have to remember is that politicians aren't our friends and they respond to power. And power is organized people or organized money. So when you have a demand to your friends or foe, you need to have people behind you, people who are willing to take action to threaten the self-interest of the person that you're trying to convince. Most often with elected officials, their self-interest is getting elected or reelected. So if you are mucking about with their constituents and informing them about what is the decision that the elected has to take and why, and what is the impact on them if they fail to take it, you know what you're doing? You're impacting their self-interest. So that elected official, you're not going to them cup in hand, you're going to them with power. Remember what I said a little bit ago, like governing power. Like what we ultimately want is governing power, which is essentially the ability to decide, the ability to set an agenda, the ability to how do you call it, shape the narrative. You said, if the New Jersey 11 voters send me to Congress, I'm going to use a combination of educating constituents so that I could stir the pot, so that they are helping make a demand that I could then give voice to. I am going to be trying to organize not only like folks who vote for me, but folks who are paying attention or are constituents of my ideological opponents. I think progressives need to do more of that across the country. I believe that in the end, elected officials navigate what they are seeking, or what they focus on is their self-interest. Are they going to get reelected? Are they going to how are they being viewed? Are they at risk of losing that seat? Well, if you make a stink, if you educate their constituents, if you use social media, if you are effective in shaping the narrative, then you get a little bit more leverage, right? You shape that narrative and it allows you to set a particular agenda with that same cohort. You don't always have to be oppositional. I mean, I just recently, I reached out to, we were having a situation. I'll give you a share story. Delaney Hall is one of the largest detention centers in the Eastern Seaboard in New Jersey. Democrats helped make it so it wasn't just Republicans. And in this center, 3 times a week, families of the detainees come to visit them, often for the last time before they're going to be deported. As you could imagine, there are parents being held, and partners, parents, grandparents come with children, sometimes babies, to give one last hug or kiss to a family member that's about to be sent away. And these families are forced to wait outside in whatever weather in the cold. In the middle of winter, I've seen infants held by grandparents waiting to be able to see mom or dad in that detention center. Recently, I visited and I was appalled at the fact that all they really had to protect themselves in the middle of January was cold metal benches with an awning. Like, talk about the lack of dignity. No bathrooms, no heating stations, nothing. And in order to visit your loved one, you have to get there an hour before and sit in the cold. And when I visited, I noticed that the land next door was county land. It wasn't federal land. There's a federal building, and it abutted. It was adjacent to land that's owned by the county. And I know the representatives of the county, and I know that they have an election coming up. And I happen to be running for Congress, and I have a platform. And so I reached out, and I was like, "Hey, here's an opportunity to do something right. And here are the choices. I'm either going to cut a video, it's going to laud you for doing the right thing, or I'm going to cut a video and I'm going to say, look at that. They're not doing the right thing. Let me know which one you prefer." That is not, that's a little antagonistic. That's a little spicy, but like, I understand the self-interest. I understand that I have power. I understand that I can use my lever, my bully pulpit, to give voice to a problem and get people to realize, oh, who's the villain? What's the value? What's the action? And you know what? In 48 hours, they put up a tent and they put up porta potties. Now, that's power. And who am I? I'm just a candidate. So I think that if we are our representatives, ourselves, our community, we need to be unafraid to be strategic and use the levers that are available to us. And sometimes we have to fight straight on, and sometimes we have to do a little bit of the creative, like, don't you want me to say nice things about you? Or do you want me to say bad things about you? And then sometimes it's an inside baseball by running your own. And I think we should use all the tools at our disposal. Sometimes it's better to, attract, what is it? Attract flies with honey than vinegar. But sometimes you got to throw vinegar in someone's eye. So, but you have to be strategic about it. Sorry. I'm
I
not
just
saying
like
I'm
I just like
literally
imagine
throwing
I
vinegar
I
people's eyes.
imagined the vinegar in the eye, and it was very owie.
A little bit. Figurative,
A little
not
bit.
literal. Okay, now I want to know what's the spicy question.
It's not spicy. It's just stupid.
Okay, let's go.
So this is from the state lead of Maine,
Oh,
Jesse,
why are you telling on them?
because they deserve it. Is Annalelia a goopocrat or a crunch-servative? Does she take cereal goopy or crunchy? They also which do you take cereal goopy or crunchy? And they are also saying that they are a single issue voter, so choose wisely.
Okay. So I'm going to just like blow your mind on this. I microwave the milk just to kill the cold, like 30 seconds. I know I'm messing you up. For like 30 seconds, maybe 25, it depends on the microwave. And then I put the cereal because I kind of like the lukewarm milk with the crunchy cereal. I have to admit, no one has ever asked me this. And I don't think anyone, aside from my husband, who I've been with for 25 years, does anyone know that I do that? But now you do. You should try it.
There are a
You
lot
should
of
try it, and you should listen. You should try it, and in particular, it is Chef's Kiss with Cocoa Puffs. Just saying.
interesting.
Yes, you should try it.
Jesse is
Like, serious.
I think Jesse just wants to hear you say, "Are you in favor of Goop or Crunch?"
I just said that I'm down for the crunch, but the milk has to be lukewarm. I hate cold milk.
There's a lot of mixed opinions from this in chat. I did get
Listen,
pinged.
y'all. You know what? To each their own, but you should try. I'm telling you, go to the grocery store, get some Cocoa Puffs, microwave that milk, try it, and call me. Saying. Man, I can't
That's
see the chat.
incredible.
Now I want to see the chat. Oh Lord. God damn it. But I'm afraid to
Oh boy.
muck about because I won't be able to see if I
Yeah.
try to find the chat. Yeah.
Okay.
What else you got? What else you got? That was a
All right.
great question.
My next. It's very good. All right. The next question comes from Penny, who is from Arizona or Georgia.
Penny.
I don't remember at the immediate moment. Are you at all worried about the current threats from the Trump administration about basically disappearing people? And how do you plan to fight
Yes.
them if they try something against you personally?
Yeah. I am. I try not to think about it. I would you know, I have 2 children. I have a 14-year-old and a 9-year-old. I really worry about that. But you know, sometimes I think about how dangerous we could be to each other, you know? And especially cuz like, you know, y'all, this is this entire our entire existence, our government, this conversation, everything is made up by human beings, right? Like we create all these constructs, we create all these paradigms, these systems, these rules, this forms of responding to each other. And sometimes I'm just like, man, why do we have to be assholes to each other when all we're trying to do is like live free? You know, like I'm committed to the idea that every single one of us deserves dignity and the building blocks that allow us to thrive. I just want to be happy. I want to raise my kids. I want my community to be healthy. I don't want people to disappear. I don't want people to be harmed. Like the only way in which you could uphold that is to demand it, right? And so if I sit down and I allow fear to curtail my actions, then I almost guarantee a terrible world. And so I decide to try not to dwell on the possibility of something terrible, but I know that it's possible. I worry about my kids. I'm more worried that their future will be destroyed by an authoritarian regime that seem to have made a deal with, you know, technocrats that could give a rat's patootie about democracy or even our lives. So I think about it and then I try to be brave and do it anyway. Well, that was a shift from the crunchy, goopy
In
question.
fact, it was. I had to stop myself from like smiling because I was scrolling through chat to find like other questions and I kept seeing responses from that. And I was like, oh man, I remember the happy times of 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, I
But
know.
yeah, I
But y'all,
get,
you know
I
what?
get.
It's like fear is crippling. Fear is
Yeah.
so crippling. And they want us to be
I
afraid. So
I think that it's fear is crippling, but it is the strength of character and the strength of will to push through that fear and be brave and know that what you are doing is right. What you are doing is just, and what you are doing is legal. What you are doing is fine, and it should be fine. And in addition to that, like, there is still hope amidst the darkness, right? Like, we've seen
Yeah.
ICE do terrible things to people, but also
Yeah.
consider some of the most high profile kidnappings they've done. They've botched entirely. Like, they kidnap a guy to a torture prison only to then release him back into the United States after being told to bring him back. and then
Yeah.
they try to throw the law book at him, only to fail at throwing the law book at him, and he's probably going to be fine. And that's just
Yeah.
the story is over and over. There is still hope, even if it's pretty scary.
Yeah, I tell my kids often, like, courage isn't not being afraid. Courage is being afraid and doing it anyway, doing the right thing anyway.
Hmm.
Um,
I agree.
But I have to admit, my 14-year-old the other day was like, I don't want you to do this. That's hard.
Yeah,
It's hard.
I can imagine so.
Yeah.
How about another question?
Yeah, let's go.
This one comes from Squid, who is in California.
Heyo,
I have a question
Squid.
for me. I have a question. How confident are you will be able to consistently get ad time in New Jersey's media market? What is your primary way of reaching older suburban voters? And my follow-up is, are you even going to be trying to get them?
Yeah, because it turns out that older voters, like people are people, and like, being a middle-aged woman myself and raising, working in organizing and in movement, which is a lot of young people, but also helping my elderly parents. I just get exposed to people's hopes, dreams, desires, demands across the board. And what I've learned about suburban New Jersey and many suburban areas is that, folks are struggling. Even it may look like, I know this is like the world's smallest violin, but there are folks who bought a home but stretched themselves, and that mortgage payment, man, it kicks their butt. And if they lose a day of work, or they lose their job, or they lose, even if they're independent contractors and they lose a consulting gig, they may not spiral in that first loss, that first week or even first month, but after a while, they start circling that drain. They start
You can
pulling
only have
from
a couple
their
of rainy
from their home
days. Yep.
equity. Yeah, you only have a couple of rainy days, and that's everybody in America, because our economy is completely rigged. You have three corporations: BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street. These are like private equity, like trading, whatever firms. And they own 95% of S&P 500. They have the majority stock in 95% of S&P 500 corporations. Think about that. 95% of the companies traded on the S&P 500, the majority stock owners are these like three companies. That means that the majority stockholder in ExxonMobil, and you know I mean, you name it, like Procter and Gamble or McDonald's, like they're all owned by one subset, because we have these giant monopolies. And so it's not surprising that everything is expensive, right? Whether it's grocery stores or gasoline. You also have private equity firms buying up like starter homes, right? Smaller single family homes that used to be very affordable, and that's where how people entered the market. Buy a little home, get some equity, and then leverage that to buy maybe a bigger home if they grew their family. Well, all of those homes are being bought by private equity firms, and that's why you can't find an apartment or a home, and people are like, future generations are getting screwed. It's monopolies. It's a rigged economy, right? And so I think we have to fight it. We have to name it. We have to fight it, because we're just not going to be able, like, it's just not tenable. Like, our nation, our quality of life, like, honestly, not just quality of life in, can you afford nice things, or going on vacation, or like green spaces, or taking a day off, but just being free from strife and violence. Because the thing is, people don't starve quiet, people don't lose ground quiet, people like rebel. And that's dangerous for all of us.
Hmm.
Anyway, I keep getting heavy. Well, I need a light question. Let's go.
This one comes
Someone,
from
please
our.
don't fail me.
This one comes from our. This one comes from our deputy executive director, Benjamin. He was up here earlier. Thoughts on the Manhattan congestion pricing?
Well, being from New Jersey, I'm like, so I mean, look, I know. I know. I'm like, look, I understand it. It has a role. It is an intention. The intention is to, obviously have an impact on climate to dissuade people from using their cars, and also to make it easier to commute. And I feel like, was it applied for a minute, and it felt like, I think there was like a moment in which it was either the testing or versions of it made it easier to navigate New York City. Um, but I think, going back to like expanding public transportation, making it easier for folks to navigate in and out of the city, I think that, like, investing in that would be kind of like a more accessible, user-friendly way to deal with the same problem. But,
Mm-hmm.
From what is available, I could understand why they pivot to that strategy. But there are better
Yeah.
ways.
There are better ways, probably, but it seems to be working pretty well for them, and I hope it
Yeah.
continues to work. I suppose.
Well, I think they paused it. Did they not pause it for?
No, I think it's still going. Yeah, Frank,
They
you would know
put it
this.
up? Okay.
It's back.
I had been
It's still
paused
going?
for a minute.
Our yeah, Frankie, our resident New Yorker, it never left in all caps. So
Okay, Frankie.
seems like we're okay.
All right.
Question from Mateo in the Northeast Coalition. As a young 18-year-old organizer, my question is, what advice would you give to someone planning on pursuing a career in politics and organizing, as well as advice to someone considering running for office in the future?
Well, given that I never thought I would run for office, I have to admit, I'm like, I don't know if I'm your best bet on advice, because I'm totally doing it like ass backwards, y'all. I mean, I jumped in 7 weeks ago. It's a congressional race. Most people had been setting up their campaign for at least a year before I jumped in. The irony, of course, is that I'm still kind of beating them, because again, people power, organizing really takes the day. Now, for young organizers, the best piece of advice I could ever give anyone, and this was the advice that I was given, and I am so glad I took it, is that you should seek out people who are doing the thing that you think you want to do, or you have an interest in doing, and reach out to them and ask them, can you just sit down with them for 30 minutes, 45 minutes, an hour, and ask them to reverse engineer how they got to where they're at. I've actually had only one person take me up on doing that. It blows my mind, but I
Ooh.
did it often. Where I would just reach out to someone and be like, "May I please come in and have a conversation with you? I'm a young person. I'm studying this thing. I would love like 40 minutes or 30 minutes of your time. I would love to understand, like, what were the lessons that you learned as you went through your career." But literally just say, "Tell me what you did right before this. Okay, and then what did you do before that? And how did that help?" And just reverse engineer your course, right? Like your trajectory. And it's a way of asking people to teach you early what they learned late. So I figured out, I started out in the labor movement, and I sat down with labor leaders and I was like, "Well, what was your path?" And labor leaders shared that they, traveled, they took assignments that moved them outside of their comfort zone, like literally landed in a different geography that they had no connection to, and they had to figure out how to organize. How tremendous an experience that is. On electoral campaigns, the same, right? Like, I say y'all because I went to a campaign in Texas, and y'all sounds better than yous guys, but I'm from New Jersey. So, but my best advice is look at the people that are doing what you want to do or close approximately to what you want to do and ask them to reverse engineer their trajectory and then use those lessons for yourself. That was like the best, most invaluable. I'm so glad I did it. I don't think I'd be as far as I am without it. Because I'm first generation. My parents, my dad died a couple years ago. He barely spoke English. My mom, she doesn't speak English. My parents were like, they stopped being able to help me with homework in grade school. So I had to navigate by myself in many, many ways. And I'm so grateful that I had and I took that advice from someone who's just like, there are people out there, ask for help, ask how they did it, and know that really in the end, like, this is last thing I'll say, hard work is real. Hard work makes you like really distinguishes you. People want to help folks who are like young people who are just like go-getters. Like, I'll try that project. I'll jump in. Explain it to me. I'll try. I'll do it. That's amazing. It gets you noted. It's exhausting in the beginning, but it there's a lot of fruit.
Mhm.
All right, what was the silly question you saw? Saw you laughing again.
And no, I was just we're bullying our boss in another chat. It's great.
I love it. I love it.
Um,
Down with the bosses.
down with the bosses. Fuck you, Benjamin. Anyways,
Oh no, poor Benjamin.
no, he deserves it. He deserves it. He didn't read. He didn't read. Okay. Our last question, as we are approaching our 1 hour mark, comes from
Yes. Oh my
Extron, who
gosh, that
is
was amazing.
yeah, very quick, huh? Comes from Extron, who's from New Jersey. As North New Jersey region lead, I've learned how entrenched NJ is into machine politics and blatant corruption. I have gained a lot of hope, however, with the recent election of a lot of progressives in Hudson County. As a progressive yourself, what steps do you think NJ needs to take in order to root out corruption and to see more progressives like yourself become viable candidates?
Oh boy. Well, first, the Democratic Party, the New Jersey Democratic Party needs to stay out of primaries. They should let voters decide and not put their finger on it. I created a big stink in this election when, both the Essex County and Morris County were essentially determining whether or not they would give the line to their candidate of choice. I made it harder for them to do so. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to stop them altogether. I was able to determine that, the party isn't, machinery isn't as, locked in or strong as they would like to project. So one, we should challenge it at every chance we get and make demands around transparency and democracy. The National Democratic Party doesn't engage in primaries, at least, not directly, not maybe behind the scenes.
Yeah, no, they don't. They
So
don't say they do it.
they don't say they do it. I will say that, but relationships are still relationships. I would say the biggest thing that we need to do is one, our progressive candidates need support and need to support each other. So the question from before, like, how would I help other progressives? Like, by actually helping them, giving them advice, giving them money, giving them an endorsement. That's easy. I think that we also have to invest in ourselves and train ourselves to be able to navigate the electoral process, so that we are more viable candidates. One of the best lessons I learned though is around fundraising. In order to compete, and again, I'm only like 50 cents on the dollar. I have my competitor, the former member of Congress has, announced that he's raised $1 million for this race. And it's very, for someone that isn't taking corporate PAC dollars, isn't taking APAC money, it's difficult to raise that kind of money. Especially because I jumped in, as I shared, just 6 weeks 6 weeks ago or 7 weeks ago. And I've had to quickly raise close to $500,000. And as a working class person, as you know, an organizer, it's really hard to do. But I went to my community and I was like, I reached out to my friends, my fellow organizers, and I was like, have you heard of distributive organizing? Distributive organizing is when you reach out to, let's say, 10 people. You say, hey, 10 folks, I need your help. Will you help me in this particular way? So I went to all 10 and I was like, will you give me $100? Right? And they're like, okay, yeah, sure. So now I have 1,000, right? 10 people gave me $100. I have 1,000. But then I turned to those same 10 people and I said, can you get 9 other people to match you? Go to your network. And now I turned those 10 people who raised me 1,000, who gave me $1,000 into 10 people who could raise me $10,000. So it's learning how to apply the skills that we have as organizers in creative ways to tackle one of the biggest problems, which is how do we raise the amount of money that we need to be able to compete with folks who bundle or get PAC dollars, right, from corporations. That may be the gem to close out tonight. Everyone that wants to run for office should definitely apply distributive organizing in all those ways. You could do it with fundraising, you could do it with your petitioning, you could do it with your voter outreach. I mean, I give my neighbors a list of our neighbors and I say, can you talk to them for me? That's, you multiply yourself like gremlins, but nice.
We, people in chat have been joking about like the multi-level marketing scheme, but for good.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. But for democracy, you're welcome.
For democracy. You're not expecting any immediate returns to your wallet. You're expecting good candidates to be in office and make your life better by building infrastructure and passing good legislation.
Yes.
But thank you very much, Analilia, for joining me here, despite the technical issues we had early on.
Yeah, that was awesome. That was awesome. All the F-bombs. You made me laugh so much. I'm so grateful. Thank you all.
You made me
This
laugh
was
as well. You
super,
made
super dope.
everybody laugh a lot. It was genuinely very, very wonderful.
I'm
Thank
glad,
you.
I'm
Thank you
glad.
so much.
I'm grateful.
All right.
All right, bye,
Yeah.
y'all.
Bye. Thank you very much, Analilia. We are going to be doing phone banks for this lady. You best all be doing them.
Yes.
You best be calling people for her. And also donate.
Yes. Oh, no.
Bye.
Bye.
I think she accidentally left. I'm not sure. But yeah.
Well, either way. That was fun.
That was fun. Benjamin was suggesting things in a group chat, and then he had suggested them after other people did, and it had already been agreed upon. And then everybody just made fun of him for like 5 minutes. It was incredible.
I was just like, hey guys, what if Extron was the last question? And they were like, that's great. Have you read the group chat where we spent 5 minutes talking about that?
Very good stuff. I think that was one of the coolest AMAs I've ever done.
Yeah, that was really fun. The tech issues included. That was actually kind of what made it
awesome.
So many good clippable moments. I'm looking forward. Join the AV team if you know how to edit, because we need to clip this shit.
I know how to clip stuff using DaVinci now. I can maybe help.
You're busy.
It's so easy to clip. Penny.
They're on
talk
Tuesdays.
To Lilu.
Go to the meetings.
Talk to Lilu. Do it. Okay.
No, talk to Jay. He's in here, I think.
Well, Lilu is everybody's here. It's fine. Okay.
All right. These people.
The last. There's like 1 hour of stuff left. I'm gonna pass the fuck out. So I'm gonna probably just.
Yep. Get out of here. All right. It's time for the.
Bye, everybody.
What is it time for? Board of Director vote. That's right. We are voting on the Board of Directors. Let's pull up a graphic. Let's have some fun with this. All right. Entire screen, all hands. All right. Skip slide. There we go. That's where we're at. Hey, Sam wants to come up. Okay. So before I start pulling people up, other than Sam, I'm going to just briefly explain how it's going to work. Because we want to be short, because we want to save time, and because everybody here presumably knows each other, and most importantly, because if we did it in a way that would allow other candidates to have the weekend available, like if we did it over the course of a couple days, it would allow so many candidates to do it that we kind of wouldn't be able to do it in a short, fun, brief process. So that is why we're going to do it like this. Each candidate who has been nominated will receive 2 minutes to talk about why they want to do it. And then after that, we're going to start a vote via Discord poll. The candidate then after that, we're going to do another poll, but we are going to remove the candidate who received the least amount of votes. On the bright side, Persephone has just taken herself out of the running, so it means we'll do it even faster now. Sam, is there anything you want to add?
No, I just want to say how exciting this is, that we're going to have elected members of our board to hold the executive team accountable. Have we really explained what this is? The purpose of the board is there to be a check on and an oversight over the officers of the organization, and the officers in this case are the department heads, the directors. They're going to be spending money that is raised on behalf of the community, and we need board members who will hold them accountable for good decisions on that. And this is the community's check on the people who are making the day-to-day decisions for the group. Do we really want to do one? Or do we have like 30 candidates? Do we really want to do this like one at a time? Or hold multiple people in the same round?
So we don't have that many candidates. So here's the list of candidates we have, and one less because I can take Persephone off. We have Sir Frost, we have Chamberlain, we have Graphic, Ivy, Master Earth, Luma, Jackson, and Jimmy. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 candidates. 2 of them will be elected. 8 great candidates. I love alliteration.
Okay, all right.
Let's bring everybody on stage.
Yeah, I agree. That we can do that, but that's not too bad.
All right. Let's do this. Request to speak. Invite. Matt, invite. I see Master Earth, invite. Jimmy, invite. Who am I missing? Is Graphic already up here? Where's the Chamberlain? Chamberlain, invite. Where's Ivy? Did I get Ivy already?
I'm already here.
You're already here. Did I get Luma? I got Luma. Jackson, I'm missing you. You are the remaining person. I don't see Jackson here. Somebody ping Jackson. Looks like Jackson's not here. We can give him a minute. Okay. Well, here's the bright side. While he takes his time getting here, we can start with the other people. So, like I said before, everybody, you're going to get 2 minutes. If you win the vote, the one thing is, it doesn't mean you have to still pass the background check. And if you are unable to make the meetings consistently, the board can still remove you. However, if we do remove you for any other reason than not fulfilling their responsibilities, the community has full permission to come and beat our asses. So,
could we do the speeches? Can we have the policy of the only person who should be on camera during the speeches is the person giving a speech, just to minimize distractions.
Okay, that seems like a good idea.
Including us.
All right.
Including us.
Okay, that seems like a good idea. All right, Jackson, you're here. Finally, get on stage. Because this is community members giving speeches, should we actually cut the stream? Or is it because it's such a public-facing position, theoretically, they should be okay?
People should have to give a. I think they should have to. Just don't. You're not allowed. You're not required, and I would recommend using your full name. Use your screen name in a speech.
Wouldn't their
So
full
just pretend-
name have to be
Yeah,
legally disclosed
in this
if they
in
would?
the speech, right? So right now
In
they're
the
not.
speech. Okay.
Yes, right. But it also would only be
Okay.
disclosed
Okay.
to the IRS, not to the public. I don't believe. I don't know. Actually, they may be.
No, it would
They
be
have their
no,
full
it would
name.
no, it would
Yeah.
definitely be
I'm
public.
sorry. Yeah, your full name. Just so you know, if you take this position, your full name will be public, but we can give you an address that is not your home address.
Rockful, I
So,
apologize, but the nominations closed earlier today.
so if that makes anyone want to drop out, please do so
I'm pretty
now.
sure someone endorsed Raffle, but I don't remember.
Did somebody?
I nominated Raffle actually a while ago.
Were you the only one?
when it happened? It was me, and I believe I think Leaf seconded that, and I also
Leaf did as well? Okay, then you're
yeah,
all right, then get up
yes.
here.
Also, Jackson's still not on. Or never mind. There you are, Jackson. Okay, cool. We're good.
Yes.
Okay.
I figured out the
This is
mobile thing.
9 candidates. All right. Let's go in order, starting with the Chamberlain. You have 2 minutes. I'm gonna take I'll be timing you. Let me open the timer. If you go over, I'll give you a little warning and you can wrap it up. I'm not gonna be super stringent about it.
Hey Benjamin, can you
Obviously it's not like
sharing your screen sheet?
Yes,
Stop.
I will do that too. All right. I will tell you when to start. Begin.
Howdy, folks. You all know me as the Chamberlain. I have participated here in PV for some months now. However, I will say here, even though I've been advised otherwise, I would like to share with you my full name. My name is Aiden Chambers. I know I am terribly uncreative with my username. I joined PV back in July of 2025 in the excitement of Mamdani's victory in New York. I saw someone who could truly bring change to politics in a way that had not been seen in a generation, and I wanted to follow in his example. And as a Vosh viewer, I ended up hearing about PV, and I decided to sign up. I saw that the state of Maryland team had no leadership, and I decided to throw my hat into the ring. Myself and Nick, we won the leadership contest, and we're now currently state leads. Now, why I want this position as board of directors is because I do believe that there needs to be a rejuvenation in of how we see politics in the United States of America, and I do want to be a direct voice for the state leads and for the people of PV in the board of directors to make sure that the leadership on the higher end, on the more backdoor end, the more bureaucratic end, are aware of what the people of what we need on the ground to ensure that the funding is being allocated to the places that are directly needed, and make sure that state leads have the support that they need, to make sure that the state teams have the support they need, and to ensure that we have the most effective leadership possible. I have always been a man of my principles. I've always been a man of my principles. This is something that has been deeply ingrained in my family, and if I am elected, I will hold myself to a standard to the degree that I will always act upon the best interests of the organization.
Okay, thank you so much. We're gonna skip to Matt because apparently Matt needs to go. So Matt, you are up next.
Yeah. Okay. So my name is Mateo. I've been a coalition lead for about 6 months now, and I was New Jersey state lead before that. I joined a year ago, around September, because, well, I wanted to do something. And this gave me the opportunity, the Celestia Jenny. This gave me the opportunity to do something. And one of the things that this position requires is someone to really speak for the community and recognize flaws in the system of PV, whatever that may be, that may pop up, and criticize them. When I was state lead, one of the biggest problems that I encountered was Baraka, we were struggling to get him endorsed. And leadership, there was a lot of issues with leadership not wanting to do that. Previous leadership, not current, but shut up, Frankie. But pretty much I pushed for that, and we got him. And the biggest thing I did, and a lot of people on the state team felt this way, and I've heard it from them, is that I motivated them a lot to actually want to help out. I continuously met with previous leadership to try to get them to actually endorse it, like 4 times. We did 3 polls, and it eventually worked. And what happened is that, you know, Baraka set a lot of standards. That initiative set a lot of standards with phone banking. You know, phone banking every day started with that one, and overall, it just kind of catapulted PV into the position we are today. I think, not fully, but in a lot of ways it did. And pretty much, as well as that, I also noticed a lot of issues and try to talk to people about them. Benjamin can attest to this. I met with him like 4 times in July about like a bunch of issues I had with how the org rework was going, how a lot of shit was happening. And unfortunately, that means sometimes people take those criticisms and try to take advantage of them. And I've learned to balance recognizing people who are insincere. You know, we've
10
had many
seconds.
coups before this. And I've been able to recognize when people are acting insincere and when people actually have concerns. And I've been able to meet with the people I'm criticizing and hash things out, as well as meet with the people that I disagree with and the people that I don't disagree with, and see whether their criticisms are valid. Anyway, that's my
Okay, thank you, Matt. Up next, it is Master Earth.
There we go. All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Earth. You may have heard of me from the glorious Katie Wilson Crusade, where we turned a team of 3 Washingtonians into the largest and most organized team on the server. We did that by breaking up the team role. We had people sending DMs. We had people doing member banking. We had lots of different people to do different things. We used those people to get more people, and we eventually built up enough momentum to launch the Katie Wilson Crusade, which ran 2 hours of phone banking every week, where we collected $1,000 of donations. We had over 10 people each time, and we did so well because we were all having fun. We had a good time. That's what this server needs more than anything. And when we have phone banks, the morale at the phone bank is the most important element, because no one's going to want to listen to someone who's not having a good time or who's exhausted or who's pressured into being there. That's why we need fun things in PV. That's why we won last year for the Katie Wilson Crusade. And I'm sorry that I had to drop out near the end of the Katie Wilson campaign because I was going through a divorce and I needed a break. But I'm back now, and I'm pumped for 2026. I want to win again, and I want to win harder than we've ever won before. I think we could sweep all these elections this year. I want to win the House, win the Senate, and impeach the motherfucker once and for good, okay? Anything else is selling us short. We have 11,000 people in this Discord server, the vast majority of which have never been contacted by anyone. We need to step up our member banking, our DMs, get our ELF networks all together, and we need to blow up this server like it's never been blown up before, because we cannot lose the midterms. It's our one chance to impeach him. All right, thank you so much. If you want me to be your board member, I'm honestly just wondering. You know, I jumped into this race. I was nominated, but if you want me as your new board member, I want you to tell me in the side chat right now. Give us some hype and let me know, because I honestly am just happy to be here to talk and to tell everyone about my ideas, because PV is really the next new thing on the internet, and I'm excited to be a part of it on
10
any
seconds.
level. Thank you so much. And, you know, also throw your other vote to Jimmy. We both would be great director buddies, honestly.
All right, thank you so much. Graphic, you are up next.
Hello, everyone. My name is Graphic. I'm the current West Central Texas region lead, and I'm also one of the engagement leads for Texas. Most of my time here, well, I joined PV back in July because I was so tired of just watching Republicans get voted in over and over and over again, and I stopped attending because I felt like I couldn't do anything, and I came back in October trying to, find more encouragement, seeing Mom Donnie rise in the polls, seeing and seeing just this country go so far left, it's insane. And so now I'm I'm just so excited to be part of this community. I've been in the VCs for quite a while. I've been a face. I've made so many cool friends here. I've made so many like I feel like I've helped like boost this community as well. I ultimately I've been trying to just like revive the Texas State team because at this moment, the Texas State team, I'll be honest, it's not where I want it to be. I wish we need more people for join the state team. Join the state team right now. But I just feel I've gotten my positions in Texas because I've been at the right place at the right time. And ultimately here today at PVCon, I've been here at the right place at the right time, wearing the right attire, doing the right things. And I think I can lead this to I feel like with this position I could continue this progressive victory. Thank you all. I cease my time.
Oh, okay. Well, I was going to say 10 seconds, but thank you. Up next is Luma.
Okay, I would prefer that I don't reveal myself to the audience, like my face. So,
Oh,
hi
that's okay.
everyone. My name's Luma, and I have been a proud Progressive Victory member since July, off of the heels of Zoran Mamdani's primary win. At a time when we have the Republican Party, which is openly fascistic, and they, honestly, I'm not going to mince words here, they want us dead. We have Republicans that want us dead, and we also have, besides 7 Democrats, we have a Democratic Party who would rather see Republicans win than actually serve their constituents. And if I'm elected, I will organize based on everybody's needs. I'll always hear you all out. I'll take everything that you all say into consideration, and I'll bring it straight to leadership so that way we can all get what we want. And hold on. And overall, I just want another progressive victory. I want to live. And I'm sure you all do too. I want us all to live to see the day that we can finally have universal health care, when we can finally see no more billionaires. The rich is taxed. We need to eat the rich. And especially impeach this motherfucker. We need to impeach him. As Rashida Tlaib said, we need to impeach him, and we need to impeach the entire regime. And I would also advocate for, autistic rights and LGBTQ rights, and just basically allow workers to get to be paid a living wage. And ooh, my thoughts are all discombobulated, but I'm trying here.
10 seconds.
And also with our foreign policy, I want all the genocides to be acknowledged and for us to work towards ending them all. So if you vote for me, you'll get somebody who's passionate on those issues and will not stop fighting until the day he dies. I will not stop fighting for you. Thank you. I yield.
Okay. Up next is Rotful.
Okay. So, hi everyone. You may know me as Rotful. My name is Jude, like Jude. So, I'm a hick from Southern Oregon. I'm 26, lived in rural places most of my life. But in 2022, when I was 23, I had a year where I lived in Portland, the real major city of Oregon. And that was a very, very eye-opening experience. Okay, like that is a place that has such a homelessness problem, especially in the sort of more sketchy part of Far East Portland where I lived. Unless you were shut-in, you pretty much interacted with homeless people every single day. And what I noticed is that these are not hopeless, dysfunctional druggies. These are kind of just people that would be just standard citizens if you just gave them a shower and a resume and a job. So that really made me think, why are these people being so sidelined for society just for failing under capitalism? So I started thinking about it, and I started getting more radicalized. And yes, I'm a very holistic progressive on the DemSoc platform at this point, but I do have to be transparent that housing is my number one issue. It's very close to my heart. The way that zoning law in this country is broken, the inaccessibility of housing, the corruption in the housing industry. And it's only got even worse. And that's really what I want to focus on. You know, I've been in this org since July of 2022, been fairly active, you know, the entire time. Worked on Raise the Wage Renton, Washington in 2023. That passed. They got what they wanted. Worked on the Katie Wilson campaign recently. She won. I did have some failures. Alexandria Hunt in Pennsylvania a long time ago, she didn't win. But yeah, ever since about 2022, I have been really hyper focused on politics, even as an unemployed person. This is really became my niche, and I'm just really excited to do more with this org. I yield, I guess.
Okay, thank you. All right, up next is Ivy.
Didn't you skip graphic? Or wait, no,
No,
graphic
go
art.
on.
Okay. Yeah. I'm not going to show my face for this. However, you know, a lot of my upward momentum here in this org has been a result of you know, happenstance, roll of the dice. But I've had many frustrations with 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 the systems not being perfectly implemented, or you know, clashes between departments, etc. Right? I have had you know, dreams and you know, directions for this org to go and to evolve higher, right? And I think that when when you create a bureaucracy, like any organization is, you need to be able to have you know, the channel from bottom floor to top floor. And I think that one of the largest disconnects that we saw between volunteers on the ground floor and you know, the directors. Sorry to like put you on blast, Ben, but like the multiple initiatives you know, season was very hard on a lot of people, right? And I think that there is yeah, fuck that. Thanks. Thanks, Max. But I think that I need to act as a loudspeaker for every idea that that flourishes in this org, right? Like I want my goal to be someone, or you know, to be as someone who cultivates new ideas and, you know, different directions for this. I yield.
Okay, thank you. And of course, fuck me. Feel free. You're good. that was hard on all of us. Up next is Sir Frost.
Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Hi. Yeah, I know I don't show my face too much, but my name is Patrick Winters. Yes, it is a pun. Now, what you can expect from me is I do not care about titles. Every person is a person. I do not care what title you have. I'll still treat you the same. If this is a position that requires us to hold people accountable, I think I'd be good for that job. I'm currently the state lead in West Virginia, and I'm going to be here for a very long time because it is not a race, it is a marathon. And just because we defeat fascism this upcoming election doesn't mean we can stop. We must continue until it is gone. We can't just go based off of, oh, this is a high point, this is a low point. We have to continue on no matter what. And that's what you get from me. I will be here no matter what. So, if you have any other questions for me, feel free to ask. Otherwise, that's what you get. Honesty and puns and sarcasm.
Show the
There you go.
cat. Show the cat.
Okay.
And cats. You do get cats.
Excellent use of pandering. Okay, or pottering. Cat. All right, next candidate. Jackson, you are up next.
I'm gonna leave my camera off, but I can go ahead and go. Hi, I am Jackson. I know this is probably the first time you've heard my voice, but you're probably familiar with me as my time as a moderator most recently. But I've been here since 2024. I think I joined a little bit before the elections. Election in 2024. I think it was in July. But I've loved this community ever since I've been a part of it. I started out, I was just a member, but then I eventually moved to the welcome team. And then I was chosen to be a part of the moderation team. And I think that experience has really shown me a lot about the community itself and kind of the daily, I guess, heartaches, or so to speak, of what people are feeling. So I think I'd be a very good pick for this position personally, because I already interact with the community a lot. And I believe that I listen to when people talk. I don't try to just assert myself in situations using my moderator powers, swinging around my band hammer or whatever. I try to let things de-escalate naturally. And if I am chosen for this position, just know that your concerns would definitely be of my utmost importance, and I would take everything seriously. And also, I would also keep leadership in check to make sure that there are no more coups, no more reshuffling. It would just be smooth sailing. And also, thank you for whoever nominated me. I really do appreciate that. And thank you. That's it. I yield.
Okay, thank you. I would also ask, please no endorsements, especially if you are a member of leadership. We want to try and keep this neutral. Just want to throw that out there. Not mad for anybody who did already. Just don't want to promote any sort of things that could lead to infighting or any sort of like, why didn't you endorse me or that? Like, I just want to make sure that there's as few vectors for unnecessary conflict. All right. And finally, Jimmy, you are the final one on the floor.
Hello. Well, screw you, Benjamin. I endorse Frankie. Just kidding.
Okay, you can all endorse Frankie.
Hi, I'm Jimmy Faria. I initially joined PV in late 2023, and I was kind of just a chill member of the Washington community for a while until no one was taking the mantle for state lead, and I kept getting like pushed by people to become state lead, so I eventually did in September 2024. And then same thing kind of happened in 2025 around the same time. No one else could really take up the mantle of coalition lead, and I was like pushed and finally agreed. And then for this, I had a couple people DM me saying that I should like go and do this. I'm like, don't expect to win, but sure, why not? So yeah, here I am, I guess. But I've been through a lot in this org. I've been pretty active, especially in leadership, and also the community in the last year or so, or I guess 6 months since June. And I've really not afraid to levy my criticisms when I, see disagreements, especially, with Benjamin. But I can also sit down and have a conversation with what the disagreements are and try and resolve them. I think I I think I am able to have a pretty balanced decision making when I need to. Like, even if I initially disagree with something, which has happened quite a bit, I can sit down with someone, kind of work it out, and have like a balanced take on the situation in the end. So yeah, I guess vote for me if you want. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
10 seconds. Oh, you're done. All right. Thank you, all of the candidates. Lovely speeches. We're going to start the voting now. The way the voting is going to work is I'm going to post a poll. Actually, first, could all the candidates please disconnect from the stage and move back to the audience? Okay, so the way this is going to work is I'm going to post a poll. All the candidates are listed there, although I just want to double check that they are. Okay, all the candidates are there. You are going to pick the candidate you like the most. It's only one choice. The candidate who receives, if any one candidate here does just receive more than 50%, then they win outright. But if any but what I imagine will happen is that none of the candidates will reach 50%. So if in that environment, the candidate who receives the least amount of votes will be removed from voting, and we will do a new pool with the remaining candidates, and so on and so on and so on. This is functionally ranked choice voting. We're just doing the steps outright, so that way we can say we did it all as a Discord poll. All right, here's the first one. It has been posted. I still haven't even decided who I'm voting for yet. I actually have no idea who I'm voting for, actually. I should probably think about that. By the way, you are all eligible to vote whether you are in leadership or not, obviously.
This is really interesting. People keep on changing their votes.
Yeah.
I think we have to like put a time limit on this so that it ends at some point.
I'll just call it and start a new vote. I'm going to close the vote. There's a couple more people missing. If you haven't voted yet, please vote. I'm going to give it another 30 seconds since there's only a few missing. Okay, I am closing the voting. There's a couple people here who received the same amount of votes. All right, instead of just disqualifying one person, since so many people received the same amount of votes, Rotful, Ivy, Chamberlain, and Luma, thank you so much for running. Your speeches were incredible. But unfortunately, you have not won. However, please run again next year or apply for leadership. I'm going to put out another vote. Next vote. Okay, next vote. We are missing just 13 votes. All right, I am going to. Any other votes? Any more? Just 2 or 3 more. We cut it around 65 last time. All right, 66. There we go. That was the same amount that voted last time, I believe. All right, we are cutting it there. Matt, I apologize. You did a wonderful speech, but unfortunately, you have not passed to the next round. We will now continue with another round of voting. Let me make another poll. My fingers will fall off. All right, and here's the next poll. All right, 66 people voted last time. We're missing one. There we go. Beautiful. All right. Jackson. It was a lovely speech, but unfortunately, you will not be making it to the next round. All right. Here's the next one. We have a vote to see who puts you in the chamber. Yes, we can. We can do that as soon as we complete this vote. Is Jay still in here? Hey Jay, how hard is your out at 10? Benj never reads chat. I'm holding a vote. Benj hates me specifically. Who is Snoot Snoot? I recognize your profile picture. I have no animus towards snooted cats. No, wait, I hung out with you in VC. Okay, I am closing the voting. Master Earth, it's been so nice to see you back in the community. I hope you stay that way. But unfortunately, you have not made it. But your speech was lovely. We are down to the final 3. No, the top 2 will win. All right. This is the last one. Ooh, this is a nail biter. Damn. I did not actually expect the top 2 to be tied. I'm ending it here. What better, more beautiful thing to have possibly happened than the top 2 being tied? All right. Graphic. Genuinely, very, very incredible speech. I don't know what it was about your outfit, but it did very nearly. Actually, no, I did vote for you on one of the rounds. So the speech was overwritten by the joy of having that outfit on the board. So, but unfortunately, the top 2 and the winners of our first community board of directors votes, the 2 board members on PV's 501c4 board of directors elected via Discord poll is Jimmy and Sir Frost. Congratulations to both of you and to all the candidates who were nominated by members of the community. You all represent something. Probably the same thing I represent, which historically is not a good thing. But it was all lovely sharing the stage with you. All right. Assuming both Jimmy and Sir Frost, you pass the background check, you have both won. If one of you for some reason doesn't, Graphic, it goes to you. But I imagine you'll both pass. So congratulations. We have 10 minutes before we planned on ending this. Do we think we can run through the initiative, all of our organizing roadmap in 10 minutes, Picklime? Do you think you have that within you? Or should I read the group chat? That's the better question. Okay, I can do that. That seems like a good plan, Picklime. Okay. Let's run it. First, pick a line. You need to get up here, and then I will stop. Let me stop sharing my screen. And, I already did stop sharing my screen. Okay, pick line. Get up here. All right. I am going to drop down now. This is going to be a fun panel.
Yes.
This is Pick Lime, our new organizing director. All right.
Hello, everyone. How
Take
are
it
you
away.
doing? Incredible. Okay, I am going to share my screen. We are going to be going to 10:30 EST. We're extending just a little bit so that we can get through this panel because we definitely need to go through the initiative roadmap. It's still not as much time as I wanted, but Jay, who's running the stream and everything, has been fantastic throughout today and has been lovely enough to give me some more time. So, let's go through our initiative roadmap. This is mainly going to contain people that were on panels today in both the Red State panel and then the panels tomorrow, along with approved national initiatives in addition to that, and then also some other updates for a roadmap that have to do with initiatives. All right, so Ana Lilia Mejia, we just had the AMA for her. What does everyone think? Do you like her? I like her. We had some tech issues, but I'm not going to lie. That was really fun. She is super charismatic, and that kind of saved us. That kind of carried us through that. And I mean, I think she's amazing. She's running for Mikey Sherrill's old seat. We don't like Mikey Sherrill all that much. We endorsed her, but moderate candidate. And Mejia's great. Worked on the Bernie Sanders 2020 campaign for president. Her race is coming up on February 5th. There's a bunch of candidates running, including Tom Malinowski, who's taken over $400,000 from the pro-Israel lobby. And there's also Brendan Gill, who has received essentially the support of the DNC and the New Jersey Democratic Party, which is really, really corrupt. If you're from New Jersey, you know, especially corrupt. So we want Mejia to win. We need Mejia to win. And she is pushing for a $25 minimum wage, to abolish ICE, and to raise teacher pay, also Medicare for all, all that good stuff. So there's things in the chat being put in for the phone bank. Please mark yourself as interested. We are starting on Monday. We're starting in 2 days. Phone banking for her. We're using Scale to Win, so it's an auto dialer. You do not have to manually dial. We will train you in the phone bank. So 5 p.m. EST to 7 p.m. EST. We're trying out some shorter phone banks for these phone banks just to test, and then that will inform us for future initiatives. We'll be comparing how we did in October versus Afton Bain, and this gives us good data. So please join, even if you're not too sure whether or not you can make it. Please just sign up through the Mobilize as well, so we have the information. We can send you reminders. And there's going to be 14 different phone bank days. So I think you're able to at least make one. Just please let us know. This is going to be a very low turnout election. Like, their win number is literally like getting 13,000 votes or something in the whole congressional district. It's that low because there's so many candidates and it's going to be very low turnout. So we are really, really able to make a huge dent in this race. So please, please, please phone bank for Ana Lilia. Next, after Ana Lilia, with the primary date being March 3rd, we have James Tallarico. Tallarico running against Jasmine Crockett in the primary, and then in the general run against either John Cornyn or Kent Paxton. We're kind of hoping it's Paxton because that's our best chance of winning right there. So Kent Paxton is super MAGA, could win the primary, and with Tallarico being quite a strong candidate, I think we have a really good chance of winning the general election and flipping Texas blue, which we need to win the Senate. And that means Tallarico has to win the primary. And also, he's just the better candidate. He just definitely is the better candidate. And he's not shying away from fighting Republicans. He's running a populist campaign against the billionaire class. So we will have more information on the campaign. We've met with the campaign. And yeah, we definitely want to do more for Tallarico after Mejia. Next, we have Shoykat Chakrabarti. With the primary election date being on June 2nd. He is going to be on the candidate panel tomorrow and is running to take Nancy Pelosi's seat. We've already got an early start, canvassing and everything. Just like El Mejia, we're trying to replace Mikey Sherrill. Let's now replace Nancy Pelosi. Then we have Graham Plattner. Obviously, we wanted to back someone that was squeaky clean with no controversies. So Graham Plattner is the candidate that we're backing in Maine. We can't have Janet Mills win. Like, we can't have these 80-year-olds, part of the Democratic establishment, represent the Democratic Party. And also, we need to defeat Susan Collins. Graham Plattner, while, yes, kind of controversial, is someone that I do think that we need in the Senate, even if he's made some dumb mistakes. But hey, we have to flip the Senate. I think he's able to. I think he's a strong candidate electorally, and his policies are good. So we will be backing Graham Plattner. We're endorsing him. All these candidates that we're covering will be publicly endorsing. The election date, June. June's going to be a busy month. Then we have South Carolina's first. You saw them in the candidate panel earlier today for the red state strategy. They are running for the same seat, and they're trying to cause a runoff by splitting the vote so that the more moderate doesn't win the race. So it goes to a runoff, and then they'll back the other one. It's a very interesting election, and we're really excited to be involved in kind of fun opportunities like this. Yes, there's going to be some candidates that are not mentioned here. It does not mean that we're not backing them. We are just including the people that were on the panels for today and tomorrow, and then some people that have just gone through the votes needed to be approved for national initiative. It doesn't mean these are all the national initiatives or that everyone in here is even a national initiative. Like, this is just a more of a tentative roadmap. I would say like 70% of this is in place. Obviously, we can be flexible, especially since we're going to be talking about things happening in like September. So yeah, we definitely will. We are endorsing Kat, and the specifics of what we will do for Kat, we are figuring out right now and getting in contact and talking to the campaign. And so if you're wondering about any specific campaign, just ask me and I can tell you the status of it. Then we have Salam Bhatti, and he is fucking amazing. You saw on the candidate panel, he's awesome. He's really charismatic. He's great on camera. And also, like, it is actually a flippable district. It is a district held by a Republican, but with the swings that we saw in Virginia in November, if we see those same swings, he will flip this district, especially with redistricting in Virginia. So if you notice on the slide, it says that the primary election date is to be determined. We don't know the election date yet because we are waiting for them to do redistricting. It has passed the Senate to do a ballot initiative in April. We are currently looking into that right now because that's basically like a second Prop 50, but for Virginia. They are making a 10-1 Democratic map that is going to change things, that is going to change how winnable these races are. And yeah, I mean, but Salam is amazing. And also amazing from Virginia. Again, we have to wait on the election date, but a more rural area in Virginia, Adam Murphy, the real deal, amazing candidate. He's super progressive, running in a red area, and we really care about rural organizing and also rural organizing in blue states, red state organizing. The Democratic Party has given up on red areas and rural voters. We have to fill in that gap. We have to back candidates that are running in heavily Republican districts. And we also don't know what's going to happen with the redistricting in Virginia for his district yet. So we are waiting on that. But Adam Murphy is amazing, and we should definitely be backing him. And speaking of more rural organizing, we have Erica. Erica is running for Congress in Oklahoma, Oklahoma's first district to be exact. Erica believes in healthcare and housing as a human right, raising teacher pay, and even supporting tribal jurisdictions as part of her platform. We believe that every Republican seat should have a challenger, and Erica's great. Awesome, again, was in the red state panel. So we are backing her as well, and her election is in June for the primary. Next, Josie. We've already been doing fundraising calls for Josie with the campaign as well and their collaboration. Josie, I think, is about 5K away to getting like matching funding or hitting like the goal that they have. They've gone a bunch. They've hit their donor goal as well in the county and broadly. She's a PV member. She's been on Vosh before, and if she wins, and this is a big thing. If she wins, she will represent the most amount of constituents out of any transgender elected in the entire country. Yes, even more than Sarah McBride, who is, who represents the entirety of Delaware. Josie's county has more people in it than the entirety of Delaware. So she will represent the most amount of constituents of any transgender elected in a county council race, which is incredible. And her being a PV member, yeah, we need to be backing her. There's still some fundraising calls happening for Josie, so please, there's Discord events for it as well. So please, if that can be put in the chat too, that'd be appreciated. But Josie is great, and we are working closely with our campaign. Next, we have Abdul. And Abdul is running in a very interesting election in Michigan for U.S. Senate. And this is going to be a very close three-way primary between a centrist, a liberal, and a progressive. I guess it's kind of like Cuomo, Bradlander, and Mamdani being the three biggest candidates in New York. You have Stevens, who is pro-Israel, very centrist. You have McMurrow, who is more like liberal-ish, but still not great, but better. And then you have the actual good candidate, Abdul. Abdul is also recently on Hassan, so you might have seen him there. But we have been talking to the campaign, and we are definitely going to be looking into having more media opportunities for the campaign. And then also, of course, we'll be doing phone banking coming August 4th for the primary election date. And then next, we have Oliver Larkin. So we will be organizing in Florida. Oliver Larkin is challenging incumbent Jared Moskowitz. And Moskowitz is pretty bad. He voted for the Laken Riley Act. He denies the genocide in Gaza. Not only does he deny the genocide in Gaza, he even co-sponsored a bill with Republicans for the U.S. government to stop accepting the reports of Gaza death tolls. He's that bad. So let's get rid of him. And he only narrowly won his last two elections in the general too. So he's not a particularly strong candidate. It's not like he's winning his district by a lot in the general. So let's replace him now, please. Let's replace him. So yes, and Oliver Larkin is Benjamin's representative. Again, another fantastic candidate, also in August. Jeremy Whalen. Jeremy Whalen is running in Massachusetts against Richard Neal. Richard Neal has been in office for over 30 years. He's been in office since 1989. That's how long he's been in Congress, not even counting his positions before Congress. He's been in Congress since 1989. He is supported by AIPAC and the pro-Israel lobby in general. And the last candidate that ran against him in 2020 was Alex Morse. And Alex Morse, I was very invested in that race in 2020 because I live in Massachusetts. Alex Morse, there was a hit piece against him by the Young College Democrats in Massachusetts, and there was a leaked group chat showing this where they coordinated fake sexual harassment claims against him and then played into the fact that he was gay to paint him as a predator and that gay men are predators. And the Richard Neal campaign was very obviously coordinating with them. So let's get rid of this guy. Jeremy Whalen is absolutely amazing. He's literally someone that I think he's presidential material. He is fantastic. And that picture that's on the slide, the Massachusetts people had a canvassing event. There was, I think, 18 or 19 people from Massachusetts that went to that event in December for a primary happening in September, literally almost a year later. That is actually insane, especially in the winter in Western Massachusetts, not even close to Boston. So that is crazy. There was 50 people canvassing on that day total. Absolutely crazy. Shout out to the Massachusetts team. Big shout out. But yeah, we want Jeremy Whalen to win. Now, New Hampshire, U.S. Senate, Karishma. She is a scientist, and I think a big reason to be backing her is with RFK Jr. in government. We need to be electing people that believe in science and that can challenge him and can challenge his administration. She's running against corporate Democrat Chris Pappas, and she's a true progressive that is going to oppose corporate interests. We will be backing her. Her election is quite late, September 8th, so this will be around the time we finish the primary cycle. But along with her in New Hampshire, we're going to be backing Heath Howard. Matt and Susanna had fun with these slides. Cannibal for Congress. He loves Heath bars. because he was asked during his AMA whether he liked Heath bars, and he said yes. So they had fun doing this at like 5 a.m. Heath is 25 years old, and that would make him the youngest member of Congress. He's already gotten a bunch of local endorsements, and he's already in the state legislature, so he has connections, and is actually, there's a good chance he's winning this race. And we want to back him, put him over the finish line. He's fighting for Medicare for all, free college tuition, housing for all, and he's going to be on the candidate panel tomorrow. So please tune in for tomorrow for the candidate panel. We have some amazing candidates on there, and we have some candidates from the red state panel coming back for a second one. So that primary election date, again, is on September 8th. And then more recently announced her campaign, Mary Patola. This is the first one that we have approved for the general election. There'll be some, obviously we'll back Tallarico in the general, we'll back like Heath and Karishma in the general, we'll back other candidates in the general election. But for general election specific candidates, Mary is our first one. We've backed her before. She is running for Senate, and she just recently announced her candidacy, and she raised $1.5 million in her first 24 hours after launching. So she has a lot of momentum already in Alaska, and her running, it like generally puts the Senate in play. Like we actually have a chance to flip the Senate now with people like Tallarico, with people like Graham Plattner, with Roy Cooper in North Carolina, with Mary Patola in Alaska. This is the path to flipping the Senate. So we are definitely going to be backing her when we get to the general election. And yeah, we're very proud to support her. Now, just to wrap up, so there are some other state initiatives. Just to mention them, I would like to just give them a shout out and have them on screen. These are the currently approved state initiatives. Maybe there might be some that were just newly approved. They're not on here, so I apologize for that. But we'll definitely keep an updated list of state initiatives and share them with people. But this is the list that I have for what has been approved. Illinois, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Arkansas, Georgia, Alabama, Utah, New York, Tennessee, North Carolina twice, and then California. So this is not counting the national initiatives, and this is not counting people that were like present in PVCon today and tomorrow at the panel that could just be state. But we do want to back people nationally and give them resources for their commitment of coming to PVCon. All right. Here's our national initiative timeline to put it more in perspective. January, the Analulia initiative kicks off along with fundraising calls for Josie. We've been doing fundraising calls for Josie. The Analulia initiative starts today, and then the phone banking starts on Monday. So please show up to that phone banking. And if you're in Jersey or near Jersey, there's going to be a big canvas event for Analulia working with the campaign. I know the team is eyeing January 31st right now. But yeah, we'll keep people updated on that, whether you're in Jersey or around Jersey. Next, we'll have Tallarico in March. Tallarico in February, but his election is in March. His initiative will begin in February because early March is the actual election date. So that will be sometime after Mejia, and we're already planning for it. And then in March, Tallarico's primary finishes, and we'll be eyeing other opportunities. In April, we're currently eyeing opportunities in April. I know Kat is around there. So there's other initiatives that we're looking at that could happen around that time. We just haven't slotted it yet. Then there's May, which is Graham Plattner and Shoykat Chakrabarti with a national push. We'll go back to Josie for national phone banks for talking to voters in June, with the Virginia election date being to be determined because it was originally supposed to be June, but we will see. Then we have July for Abdul Al-Sayed for that initiative push, with his election happening in early August. Then in August, we will start Jeremy Rulon, Oliver Larkin, Karishma, and Heath national pushes. Busy month. With the Virginia election day again being to be determined, because Virginia, after redistricting, might move to August as the date. Next, we have September, that's when we finish the primaries and kick off the general election efforts. Speeding through this. Then October is when the general election initiatives are in full swing. With November being election time, of course, for that get out the vote time, and then a debrief, just how everything went. With December preparing for 2027, 2028, and beyond. Because we have a presidential election preparation starts very, very soon. And then 2027, there's going to be a bunch of things. Like Virginia is going to be having off-year elections. New Jersey, just like they did in 2025. And there's also going to be a bunch of opportunities just pushing the party leftward. So that's important. So now that we've gone through the initiative timeline, we have a big announcement. A lot of you already know, but new coalition map. Everyone has been making coalition maps in this server, and we decided that we were going to compile them and then throw out what was good, throw out what was bad, keep what was good, and then actually compile it into the best possible map. So there it is. We have nothing. Coalitions are being split. That's all we know. The community has been having fun creating maps, of course, and we really appreciate it, and I am going to look at them. If you want to send me maps, go ahead. Am I going to do anything with them right away? No, but I will keep them in mind because I have been paying attention. Don't worry. Don't worry. I wasn't going to end first day of PVCon on a bad note like that because everyone would be pissed off no matter the map. So yeah, we need to talk about it more. But if you're unaware, coalitions are going to be slowly split over time so that we can build more tight-knit coalitions. Maybe they're like 4, 5, 6 states. We'll determine the specifics. But right now they're too fucking big. They're over a dozen states, 13, 14 states. It is impossible for volunteer coalition leads to be handling all of that. And it's really hard for states to be coordinating with each other. Should we vote? Hey, maybe next PVCon, that's what we ratify. I think that's a great idea. It's probably going to take a year before we can actually build the capacity to do that anyways. So that might be something we do. But yeah, we want to build more tight-knit coalitions and allow coalition leads to have more strategic planning and coordination with their states. So the first coalition that is going to be split is the Northeast, with New England, and then the rest of it with whatever name it's going to be. I've heard some names. Mid-Atlantic is one of them. I've heard Metropolitan Coalition. Whatever you think it should be, that's something you can DM me about too, because that might be happening soon, quite soon actually. We want to actually split the coalition. That's going to be the first coalition that splits, and it might be happening after Mejia, but we'll have to see. I think that is our goal because after Mejia, it'll be a little less complicated, but the Discord is going through a little bit of a role rework, so we need that and the Google Drive to be reworked. And then after we do all that, we can actually split that coalition, have the New England coalition. That will be our pilot to see how the small coalitions do. And then as time goes on, we will split coalitions based on capacity. And, hopefully by the end of the year, maybe all coalitions are split. Not necessarily in my timeline, but I think that we can split this slowly when it makes sense. New England makes sense right now. To split Northeast into 2 different coalitions, that makes sense right now. Other coalitions, we're going to have to wait a little bit. But something that's going to be really important for coalition leads and for state leads and for the coalitions is going to be state rankings. This is something that we're going to be working on the specifics soon, like very soon. And I just want to go over it a bit of like what the basic idea is. As we develop new coalition lead training and state lead training, which we are working on, one of the new additions to our organizing model will be state rankings. The basic idea is state tiers that will judge organizing capacity. There will be initiative slots with any state leveling up to gamify things, to adding a new slot to the coalition for the coalition lead to apportion. The specific metrics are to be determined. It is open for conversation with everyone. We accept all feedback on what you want the rankings to be based on. So, yes, look, this is really just to build in limiters to our own system so that we don't go over capacity. Like obviously the state of Wyoming shouldn't take on 20 initiatives, right? And while there is loose regulations on that from the coalition lead's approval, we should have some way to have to use metrics to determine the tier of different states so that we know their capacity, and then the coalition leads can work with them to actually apportion those initiatives appropriately. Now, everyone is going to get a base level of slots. There's no state that's not going to be allowed to have like an initiative at all. But there will be a base level of slots. The specifics, again, have to be ironed out. But this will encourage states to work with each other. They want the coalition to be doing well in general because the coalition is leveling up based on how well the states are doing, meaning it's going to improve your state. If PV broadly is doing good, it's going to improve your state. You're going to be able to do more. So this is to have coordination between teams. This is also to give coalition leads more strategic value within their coalitions and be able to make decisions and work with you and actually guide you and help you and mentor you and help you make good decisions. But also this is to make sure you don't overwork yourself or our volunteers. If you are a big state that is like really well organized, yeah, you can get a lot of initiatives. If you're a small state that's really well organized, yeah, like proportionally, you can get a lot of initiatives. If you're not very well organized, then you will have your base amount, but additional initiatives, you have to work up for that. So I am willing to talk with anyone about this on specifics, any concerns, feedback. We've heard concerns and feedback for a while on this, but just from everything I've looked at and the idea itself and how it fits into our priorities and how good it would be for us actually using our capacity correctly, we've made the decision that state rankings are something that we want to pursue and we will be pursuing. The specifics, though, I really do want to hear everyone's feedback and concerns and actually talk to everyone about it so that we have a system that works for not everyone will be happy, obviously, that's impossible, but for most people to be happy with it and content and understand where we're going. Now, with organizing teams, there's state rankings, of course, with the coalition leads being split, but I do want to end on some pretty big news. Solidarity Tech. So, fuck Van. We are moving to Solidarity Tech. This is software that was used by the Mamdani campaign and acts as a replacement for Van and other tools. Now, this is the transitionary phase between Van and Project Lootbox. Project Lootbox being the tools that PV is working on, our amazing tech team. But this will basically allow us, while we're working on Project Lootbox, to, like have good organizing tools that aren't garbage. So yeah, it's going to be a lot easier to train people on. Do I get to cancel my training for next week? Whoa. It's going to take a little bit to get onto it and set everything up, okay? Do not cancel the training. We still need people to know how to do some things. So we don't know yet when everyone will be on Solidarity Tech. I'm just going to say, to temper expectations, do not expect it before the Talarico initiative. Do not expect it. To set up everything for 50 states, all the coalitions, recruitment team, mobilization team, which can all do things in here, like, it is going to take a while. What we really want to do starting off is to try to see if we can put the switchboard in here mainly. And we are going to roll things out slowly, okay? So that we know everyone is trained appropriately on each thing, and then we can expand the tools. There are some really cool things in here that I want you to have access to. One, the CRM tools, better than Van, of course. You can get like the giving people assessments and making them custom. I think the permission structure is overall better. The fact that like you can build, it's easier for you to build your regions within it itself, so you have it on a map, and then you have a map of your volunteers. And then anyone that joins automatically, based on their geographic location, gets added to your state and then region, and then is assigned to your region lead. And then your region lead is the assigned agent for that person, and it like has them, and they can like add information and reach out to them, call them and text them within Solidarity Tech itself. With each state getting its own local phone number that the team shares automatically from Solidarity Tech. A lot of cool shit on here. One of the things as well, something that I get mentioned that gets mentioned to me all the time is people want to be able to call and email legislators for different bills. Who wants to do that? Everyone, people talk to me about that all the time, being like, "Hey, can we do like is National able to help the states with this?" And I have to say like, fuck no, we're so booked with everything. You can do it yourself with this. There's built-in call and email legislator like features. In Solidarity Tech, like literally for the entirety of the U.S. House, for the entirety of the Senate, for 40 different state legislators, and also for like even like I think the LA City Council, and also they what they offer us is that if you ever need a certain state legislator or even a large city government or council, if you need to ever call or email them, just tell us. We can ask Solidarity, and they will add it within a week. So yeah, it's better than Van. So you will be able to do phone calling like it is actually a phone bank in Solidarity, and it's automatically set up. They already have the contact info for all the representatives and senators and for 40 different state legislators. Okay, like they already have that set up. You're also able to do emails, and then we can even be super specific with it. If we want to set up like basically like an email bank, I guess you could say, and it just makes you go through all the people. They have each individual legislator's information. So if you need to be like, okay, we want to mark who is supporting the bill that we want passed, and then we want to mark people who haven't commented on it, then the default email you would send would be positive towards the people that are backing it, saying like, thank you. And then it would automatically switch the other template whenever you go to people who are not publicly supporting it. So you can mark that as well. You can get very specific about it. So when it comes to call and email campaigns for legislators, you'll just be able to do that on your state team easily, just by yourself. You won't need national. You'll be able to just do it. So that is something. The maps and also just there's so many cool things on there. And I am very excited to talk about it more as time goes on, and tell you more about the features. There's a lot, and we will roll them out again slowly because we want to we don't want to add everything at once and everything's fucked up. We have to fix it later. So just please be patient with us. But also remember, the goal is Project Lootbox. PV, the goal still remains to move to PV's own tools that are integrated with Discord and focus on both organizing and community features. This just allows us to actually do things before that. So eventually we will transition to PV's tools. And yeah, that is everything on Solidarity Tech and everything for the roadmap. And I thank you all very much for all your hard work on the teams, for everyone that's in the community. I love this community, and I'm really happy to be here and to be in this position. And I look forward to 2026 and for backing all these cool candidates and to be able to move to Solidarity, then eventually Project Lootbox. I think I'm optimistic. I think we can do really well. Last thing is just do the phone banks for Analilia, please. Just do them, okay? We imagine if we could be heavily connected with a sitting congresswoman, all right? Please. All right. So I thank you all very much. I'm going to end my stream right now. All right, Benjamin, you can hop in, and I will step down. Jenny, that is not what the steps are.
All right. Who can't read now, bitch?
I was gambling that you would join faster than I would. I was gambling. I gambled. I gambled and it didn't work out.
All right. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining. We're not done quite just yet. We want to say a few words. This was a wonderful day one of PVCon. We're back again tomorrow for a PVCon day that is somehow longer than this one. And guess what? I have more time that I have to spend on camera tomorrow than I did today.
Hey,
apply for leadership.
I took
please.
as much of it from you. I took as much of it from you as I could today. All right, give me some credit.
I genuinely appreciated it. I think I would have lost my goddamn mind. For everybody who stuck through the whole thing, you are my hero. The Solidarity Tech still get voter data. Not yet, but I hear they want to integrate it. You should reach out to them though.
By the way,
where was I going? But yeah,
hold on, I know where I'm going. By the way, if everybody who was here was like, dang, holy shit, so much is going on. Holy shit. It's because we were actually able to pay people now. Like Jupes is able to come on full time. Pickle Lime's been effectively pulling full time hours. Ozzy's been pulling full-time hours for a bit. Ben's just been going literally crazy, like basically doing 8-hour work weeks with no pay, like or 80-hour work week. I said 80. I said it too fast. Basically, what we need to do is we
Is
need to bring on
Benjamin
people.
finally getting money? No, I'm donating
No.
so that I can pay everybody else to come on. That's
he is
that's
in
what I
fact
decided to
paying-
do.
He is in fact doing the opposite of that. But basically, if you, oh my god, that's so much. If you
Please
if you
continue,
feel
board
if you
member.
feel that any of the work that is being done here is valuable, which I hope you do because you're still here, please genuinely consider becoming a dues paying member. It's the minimum tier is $5 a month. If you can spare more, please spare more. But it is genuinely the way that this thing continues to keep going. Like you saw the number of initiatives we did last year like go up over time. That is because we were able to actually invest in the stuff we needed. Like Van costs money. Scale to Win costs money per phone call, by the way. We were burning cash on that motherfucker. Because everybody here did so good. But
Then
we're
we get
doing
the
our best.
distinct pleasure of having to file that with the FEC.
It's gonna be, yeah, regardless. Having the funds to be able to pay people, having the funds to be able to pay for the good tools that make it so that we can do good work, that is important. So please, genuinely consider it. You get the cool card. You get the dues paying membership card. It's very shiny and fancy. It's good. It has your name on it. Yeah.
But here's the real thing. Here's really the real reason why you should become a dues paying member. Because earlier
First you
today
say
when I
some dumb
looked,
shit.
I am gonna say some dumb shit, but it's pretty cool.
Okay.
Earlier today when I looked, we were 11 dues paying members away from having 1,000 dues paying members. I've just checked right now. We are 8 people away from from having 1,000 dues paying members. So become a dues paying member. I'm staring at the ticker. You can be the 1,000th.
Do they get anything
Also-
special for the 1,000th, Benjamin?
They get the distinct pleasure of me prioritizing their membership card and doing it now instead of making them wait. How about that? I'll commit to that. By the way, we'll talk more about this tomorrow at our financial report. But the reason things are taking so long is because first, the whole beginning of the year, we didn't have any infrastructure for shipping out the dues pay. Like we didn't have the printer, we didn't have the things, we didn't know how we were going to do the cards, but we knew we needed the cards to be super high quality. We bought
really
the
hard for
printer. I fought very hard for that. We bought the printer. It's currently right over there. It was extremely expensive. Had to file that payment with the FEC too, by the way. Still pissed about that. And basically, we now have everything we need to print them, except the technology to track who we've sent them to. So that is currently what the engineering team is working on and hopefully should be done in the next 30 days. Because if it's any longer than that, I have to go back to tracking this shit manually on a whiteboard. And once I sent it to 200 people, the whiteboard stopped being very helpful. I'll tell you, I'll say that. So when I said
Yeah,
we were
you're-
building our
you're-
own version of some of Solidarity's Solidarity Tech's tech, and we have been for a long time, I meant it. We're just in the middle of a nasty fucking migration.
Copper, you joke. Copper in chat says least scuffed leftist org. You joke, but there are more. DSA is largely more scuffed than we are in a lot of ways. Have you been to a local chapter meeting? It's tough.
Remember how
We
I
try
dropped that
very hard.
Remember how I said my ultimate aspiration for PV is that over the next decade or two, we can get like 5 million a month instead of 13,000 a month? The reason for that
I
is
mean,
because
that
that's around the
is
number it would take. That's the number it would take to have a fully staffed organizing department with paid state leads, a fully staffed media department where we're replicating some of the magic of the old Vox YouTube channel, a fully stacked technology department with its own version, with Project Lootbox, which is AKA our own version of Van and other tools that I won't get into on camera. a fully stacked community department with paid moderators and a paid events team that is actually helping to do events IRL across the country. And I feel like I'm forgetting a department, a paid operations department with our own accountants and lawyers. And all of that takes around $5 million a year to do at scale, at the level of quality and polish, and most importantly, lack of burnout that it would take to do all of the things that we wanted to do and laid out in the mission statement. To be basically Justice Dems 2.0, TYT 2.0, and DSA 2.0. And do all of that at the same time. By the way, this is what
We
I
have
refer to as the
ambition.
70-year plan. So enjoy the spoilers for that. That is what we refer to when we
Wait,
talk about
Adam!
the 70-year plan. Based.
Oh, that's awesome.
Welcome, comrade.
Welcome, Comrade Adam. Hell yeah.
I think
Have you
everybody
considered
else in
finding a
this call is
fundraising person
already
who
a
would work
Deuce
on a
paying
percent
member.
basis or flat fee? What?
We've been working. We've been working on the fundraising team. Or we're going to be working on the fundraising team. We currently don't have somebody for the fundraising team. We should really prioritize that. I don't think Adam is
should,
actually the 1,000th. Let me check.
Jay is vague posting at us in the group chat. We need to end.
Oh, we need to end. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. We'll hit 1,000 tomorrow. We're at 993. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you so much, Adam. Please become a dues paying member. Buy some PV merch, and most importantly, have
Show
a
up
good night.
tomorrow.
We will see you tomorrow.
Yep.
Goodbye, everybody.
Have a good night, everybody. Cut the feed, Jay. You get to go.